afternoon, the wonderful people of Zimbabwe and around the world. Welcome to National Real Estate Zimbabwe. Well, what is National Real Estate Day? Well, we've set ourselves an audacious goal today to have at least 20 conversations with people that matter. Real estate is an asset class that does so many things in so many directions for so many people. You can be an investor, you might be a family person, a single mom raising kids, somebody who's got a family to grow up. You might be moving, downscaling, want to invest. Whatever you want to do, we're going to get you covered today. So today is a celebration of real estate in all of its aspects. We're going to be talking residential, commercial, REITs, all of the stuff you want to know. We've got the best people in the house with local experience and international experience, but it's going to be a day, and I'm so delighted for the support that has come through. We have at least 15 sponsors. I'll be sharing viewpoints throughout the day, and we're making history right here. This is going to be an 8-hour long live stream. We've got our Twitter going, we've got our YouTube channel going, and Facebook Live. So please, by all means, jump on those forums and send us through your questions. But it's not about me yapping. Some of the great minds that I've got in the studio, I've got a friend of mine, Karen, and we're in a WhatsApp group with some realtors, and she says, you guys should get together and have the K&K show. So Karen, welcome to the K&K show.
Yeah, actually, literally, this is what it feels like today. But thank you so much, Kura, for making sure that this platform actually goes live. It's a whole lot of hard work to actually bring this to everybody, but it's definitely a Kura and friends kind of get together, guys. Kura is always on his own in all of his presentations, but his channel and his connection goes way further. So thank you very much for making this possible.
Thank you, thank you. And to your right, we have the lady in red. My singing voice won't hold up. How are you doing, Memory?
Hi, Kura.
Are you well?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you jet lagged?
Not so much.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
What were you doing that was depleting your energy when you knew we had National Real Estate Day today?
So I was in Prague for a global symposium for real estate, for leading real estate companies.
Yes,
so I was representing Zimbabwe.
Fantastic.
Yeah, out of 32 countries.
Right.
Yeah.
Prague is in which country?
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic.
Yes.
You see, I'm that old that I only remember Czechoslovakia and Janja.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
So Plaza Properties, new kid on the block, newish.
Newish.
How old are you?
With decades of experience.
Of course.
We are almost a year old. Yeah, but I've been in real estate for the past decade with very established firms. Yeah, so we're not exactly new, but yeah.
Okay.
We come with a lot of experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I give myself or take flowers from you? If I told people, would I be allowed to do that? Would I be allowed to do that?
Kura, please.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Sure.
Yeah, but yeah, Kura, I mean, obviously there's a lot of people who don't actually understand what National Real Estate Day actually is, because I think it's still a new thing in Zimbabwe. So, yeah, what is National Real Estate Day actually? In short.
In short?
Yeah.
I think in 2021, Honorable Minister Ziambi created he gazetted an addendum to the Estate Agents Act, where he said, henceforth, on the 15th of October, going forward, it shall be designated as National Real Estate Day. I don't know if it was a limitation of his powers. He couldn't declare it a public holiday. But
we need one.
But I think it's a great initiative where because this industry does so much. If you want to talk about our investments, our pension funds, our insurance funds, 44% of their money is in this asset class. So we've got to talk about it. And really my aim for today is, and I was listening to Tadiwa, he was talking with Ashley earlier on, these are our youthies, these are our 20-somethings. And they look at real estate and they say, ish,
it's too hard.
Can I ever get in, right? And then I know we're Zimbabwe, so we've got conferences, symposiums, and all the rest of it, and they call for $300 or $200.
Yeah.
So I said, look, let's go on a platform with the lowest entry, so long as you've got data.
Yes.
Even if it's from stealing from next door, jump on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and you can follow the conversation.
And this has been great. I think you putting this, together for everyone. A lot of people have got a misconception, I think, that real estate is too hard to get into, too expensive. A lot of people have had a lot of misinformation, I guess, spread around. And what I like about the social media aspect of it is that it makes everyone able to access a bit of information for your own self, so that at least you can make an informed decision as you're moving along. So for everyone who follows Kura on Twitter, follows him on YouTube and Instagram and on Facebook, he's always out and about telling you things that are happening in commercial space, telling things, people what's happening in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in Botswana recently. I mean, literally, we actually wonder where Kura is in this world. So sure. But real estate is that, in that things that are happening in Zimbabwe, some cases are not so unique. So that's really great. And what was your experience over out in Prague?
It was amazing. Just the exposure, the experience, also just hearing, what other countries building was actually, I could envision Harare, Vic Falls.
Amen. I receive.
Miami, Florida, things like that, Los Angeles, because they started somewhere. So even for us as Zimbabwe, we can also start. I'm sure, I think we've actually started, because as you can see, there's so many mixed developments. The Radisson Group also coming into Zimbabwe. So I think we are getting there. But it's important to actually start.
Correct. So it's also like the perception, I guess, of the public in terms of what they think we as a nation are very capable of. And, there's been a lot of burnt fingers, I think, along the way. And all of that might create a bit of hesitancy. But you've got so many people coming in. We'll be talking REITs. We'll be talking, commercial properties. We'll be talking... goodness, all of the various things that are happening in the market.
To keep us safe with our title deeds.
So there's quite a lot of information packed in these 8 hours for everybody, just so that at least you can garner some things, at least plan your next steps. So are you ready, Kura?
The only way to be ready is to be ready. So, yes. So, Karen, I hope I'm going to catch you a bit later.
Yes, definitely. So everybody just keep following. It's going to be a really, really well-packed day. Thank you so much for putting it together again, Kura, for everybody who's in it. And Mims, I'm going to leave you with this wonderful gentleman who calls everybody his friend, but definitely he is a friend to many.
Yeah, he
is. All right.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Appreciate that, sister. Nyaso squid right part.
All right.
Welcome to Memory Change of Plaza Properties.
Yeah.
Principal, registered estate agent, globetrotter, deal maker. Danyeba.
Of course, yes.
No,
deal maker.
Deal maker. All of those are factually true.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
What got you into the real estate game?
Okay, so the love for people. I just really love to connect with people, and hence our tagline, connecting people and places, because it's about building relationships. So it's not just, real estate is not just transactional. So I envisioned a company that's about people at the heart of what we do, and also just connecting them to places, houses, be it residential, commercial, and also why we joined the leading real estate companies of the world. It was also to put Zimbabwe on the map, and also connect those people to other real estate opportunities across the globe. Yeah.
So you see, that's something that I'm not sure a lot of guys really embrace, right?
Okay.
So when we use the US dollar in Zimbabwe, you've actually opened up the whole world as real estate investment opportunity.
That's correct.
Because as a good tax-paying citizen, you can remit up to 50,000 per taxpayer per year to acquire property outside of Zimbabwe. So the pressure is on us as investors to then rely on qualified people like yourself to say, but what's happening? And if you're a local registered estate agent, but you've had the vision to create a pathway to international. Tell me about your experience in Prague. You mentioned leading real estate companies of the world. What is Memory Change doing, going all the way across the world to look for in Prague?
Okay, so because I also worked for established firms that were international, I thought of myself, okay, so I start this brand, how do I then go beyond Zimbabwe? So that's when I seek to be a member of the leading real estate companies of the world. And that then opens up, the door to I'm global, I'm local, because then I get to connect with other real estate agencies across the globe. So being in Prague was just mind-blowing, just to see what others are doing out there. And then I'm actually motivated to come and replicate, what I've seen others do out there to our nation, to build, Zimbabwe. So it was a really good experience, and this happens once every year. And next year we're there again, and I met your friend from Nigeria, who was also, attending the conference.
Yes.
So it was good connecting to, we talk to each other on the phone, but when you actually get to meet people and get to understand the opportunities in this country, a lot of people actually are now interested in investing in Zimbabwe, and we're going to be doing a lot of collaborations, because I believe real estate really is about collaboration.
I love that it's collaborative.
Yeah.
So when people ask me, Kura, what's happening in Zimbabwe real estate? I will say that there are 5 South African brands, 2 global brands, bringing their brands here to Zimbabwe to do things.
Yes.
They're not asleep. They're not idiots. They're making an investment choice to come here.
Exactly.
So what on this platform, a question that I wanted to ask all of my guests is, the 3 things I want to do is inspire people, encourage people, and provide real information.
Okay.
So on the inspiration side, I would like to think that there's a young girl, a Tafadzwa, who's sitting in Kuwadzana.
Okay.
She's got dreams and aspirations.
Yeah.
How do we get her involved in the real estate industry? You look composed, you have done your time, you've done your registration, and I'm so proud to say, but this is my sister who owns her own agency.
Yeah.
Tell me about the journey to development for you to get to be a principal real estate agent.
Okay, so when I started off in 2014, 15, that's when I started the journey in real estate. It was basically some part-time. I was a young mom, and my kids were in nursery school, and I met a friend. Our kids were at the same nursery school. She's also in real estate as well, and she just invited me to say, come, you can do this. I'm sure you can do this. And back in those days, my husband also used to develop clusters as well. So they kind of pushed me to say, get into it.
I like it.
And I started off as, I used to do mornings because I had to pick up my kids at 12.
Sure.
But I think 3 years down the line, I was in it like full time, because I could see the rewards that I was getting from it.
Sure.
The money being made, it also gives you that financial freedom. So for someone who's just finished maybe university, sitting at home thinking, okay, how do I penetrate into real estate? Yes, it is tough, but it's doable. It can be done. And what's important is for you to start somewhere. And it's people think for you to be in real estate, you've got to have money. But it's not necessarily the case. Of course, you will need a car to take you from point A to point B, a cell phone and your laptop. But some agencies actually do provide the vehicles and the laptops. So it's always good to kind of inquire where you can place yourselves. But what's important is for someone to actually start the journey. Especially if you start, because I can imagine myself, if I had started maybe at 30 years old or in my late 20s, I'm sure by now...
That would have been 3 days ago.
No. So if I imagine myself, if I had started, doing real estate when I was 25 or 20, in my late 20s or early 30s, I'm sure I would have been really somewhere very far. But I'm glad I started. So I want to encourage that young somebody who feels like it's a tall order. It's actually not. It can be done. You just need to talk to professionals like us and see where you can place yourselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Plaza Properties along Border Road at
Yes.
Jacobs Plaza, is it
Yeah,
called?
Jacobs Park.
Jacobs Park.
Yes.
So as I'm getting to Sam Levy, there's a cool new building on the left-hand side.
Yes, that's where we are.
Am I allowed to come and have coffee with you?
You have come to our offices, Cora.
Yes.
So you surely can come for
I'm trying to believe you, sir, the people that you're approachable.
Yes, you can come for coffee.
Okay, so we've got a plethora of agents in the market.
Yeah.
What differentiates you?
So real estate is also about, leadership. And it comes in the way we treat our sales partners. It's a partnership, right? So that's how I, as a leader, differentiate myself. The way we train our agents and that global exposure as well, that gives us the system, even if it's a homegrown brand, but it's got that global, experience and that global feel because of the associations that we've aligned ourselves with. And also, like I said before, real estate is not just transactional, it's about people. So people are at the heart of what we do. And those relationships is what keeps the business flowing. So we concentrate on making sure that we fully service our clients so that we get repeat business from the existing clients and a lot of, referrals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we are, what is your, can I call it core business? What
Okay.
product is short in the market? If I want to move X product the quickest for the most amount of money, what would you suggest I come with to Plaza Properties for you guys to do your magic? Is it stands? Is it clusters? Is it a house in the Golden Triangle? Golden Triangle, firstly. What is the Golden Triangle? I've heard about this thing.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is. What's the Golden Triangle?
So it's the area from Borodo Road, Harare Drive, going on to Rove Valley, Cone Valley, Highlands.
Kumasalalo.
Yes, Kuma suburbs. Yes,
Aha.
Kuma suburbs. That's the Golden Triangle.
Okay.
So that market is hot. Any property that you have there, guarantee it will sell because
Sure.
they don't make land in the Golden Triangle anymore.
Gotcha.
So you're basically buying a dilapidated house, and now because some of the areas have also been designated mixed use commercial, so you find that people are buying those houses, old houses, and then developing them into a mixed use development, like you see on Highland Park, the design quarters that's being built, that's come up there opposite Highland Park.
What does mixed use mean? I've heard about it.
Okay.
I've got my house. What is mixed use?
Okay, so it means you've got your commercial, you've got residential, which means you can have your shopping center, then you can have residential use, and then you can also have cluster developments. So it's a bit of everything in one development.
Aha.
Yeah.
And how will I know if my house I can do that?
So we can assist you as Plaza Properties to try and get the zoning of wherever your property is. We also do those services to kind of direct you in our project management services as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've given some technical terms. I think in my day job I understand it, but let's bring some of our viewers along who are perhaps not familiar with it.
All right. Okay.
What is town planning and how does it affect the value of real estate?
Okay, so basically town planning is the different zoning in a city. Let's say for Harare, you'll have different districts. Is it Harare, there's Goromonzi, Mazowe, wherever.
Right.
And then it will have the different areas will kind of have like different uses in terms of, is this purely residential? Is this purely commercial? Is it medical? Is it designated for a school? So it's kind of, in simple terms, I could call it, it's the different zoning in a city of the use.
So we're not the
of-
Wild Wild West. We
No.
have a planning department in the city of Harare or
Yes,
whichever
we
city
have-
that you're in.
Yes.
And then with that, you're allowed to put certain uses.
Yes.
And those uses create certain value.
Exactly.
The land to do a hospital is valuable to somebody who wants to build a hospital.
Yes.
Mixed use is a bit more flexible.
Yes.
So we can get a bunch of different uses.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, when you were sitting in your business class flying back to Harare, what was the one question you said, I hope Kura doesn't ask me this question?
I didn't think of any, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn it around then. I'm going to say, what is the one thing when you said, Kura, I'm on your show, come, let's do this. What's the one thing that you wanted our viewers to know about you and to know about your company?
Okay, so as Plaza Properties, as I said, we connect people to places, and people are at the heart of what we do, and we walk with you through the entire real estate journey for your needs, whatever needs, be it you want to buy a stand, you want to buy land, you want to buy a house, you want to do mixed use development, you want to do cluster development. We walk with you the entire journey.
And that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
People get left land, or you inherit it, or you get divorced, or what have you. You've now got an asset.
Yeah.
I'm often surprised at how few people have really deep real estate understanding. And for a phone call and popping in for a cup of coffee to get the professionals who are doing the things, it's highly important. But it gets confusing, it gets tiring, and people don't understand our timeline processes. Like going from a subdivision to compliance to transfer an occupation certificate, it's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work.
You walk with us through all of that?
We walk with you, and that advice is actually free.
Did I hear you say free?
Yes, it is free.
Okay.
Yes. So you can come through for consultation, and we'll guide you whether you've got an existing property and you want to unlock your value, the value of that property. We also assist you and give you the options available for you to unlock the value of your property.
How big is your team?
We've got 21 sales partners.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So you're proper.
Yes.
Okay.
We are.
I'm going to close with asking you, what is the last deal you personally did?
Gosh, I've got too many deals.
I know you're a mover and shaker and operator.
Okay, so I think it's a property in Chizipiti, yes, which is going to be a commercial property.
Nice.
Yeah.
We've just seen the NRZ Contributory Pension Fund has kicked off the redevelopment of the Chizi Mall.
Yes.
So that's going to create energy already along Idi Mnangagwa Drive, Enterprise Road. There's a lot of energy. So where you saw this and you started dealing.
Yes. And you know the joy and beauty of it is when you close a deal for a client and it's like you've changed something in their lives.
Oh,
You've given them that opportunity. So for me, that's what I really enjoy, because I know what that client is going to do with that property. But yeah, and it just excites me to see their progress. And like I said, it's about relationships. So yeah, that's what we do.
And then Ipapo Panongo Diwaga 5%, right?
Just
you just get 5%.
Nyana, just 5%.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Any last words? I know you've got to get to swimming with our daughter.
Yes. Yeah. So since mommy has been away, I just got back, and the first thing I do, like I said, family, even in business, and family is always at the heart of what we do. So I implore everybody. I know real estate sounds like a daunting task to say, where do I even start? But you can start somewhere. You can start small. Even with that stand for development, you can start somewhere. So it's important for you to start. Please, our door is open. We are at the Jacobs Park along Borodale Road. So for any real estate advice or consultation, we're available at your service. Yeah.
Memory, thank you for making the commitment. I know you changed your travel plans to be with us today. I'm so proud of you. I can move around proudly saying my young sister has done the things. I love seeing Zimbabweans making progress. I love that you've got your own business, you're the principal, and you're taking us to the world. So I love and thank you for your participation on the day today, and I wish you 1,000 blessings.
Thank you, Kura.
Stay strong.
Thank you for the opportunity. Really much appreciated.
All right. Happy National Real Estate Day.
Thank you, Kura.
Cool stuff.
All right.
All right. You're going to de-mic and our next guest is going to come in.
Okay. Thank you, Kura.
Memory We've done deals together, and let me tell you a secret, because she's still here and she's off camera. We fought over a deal. But in real estate, the reality is we're people and relationship driven, so we're going to have the conversation. I have run sales teams of 400 agents, 5 agents, and now I operate more or less by myself. But the reality is, on every transaction, you're going to meet and deal with people. And the skill that you need is perseverance, but diplomacy and understanding. There's no life in this world that you win everything on every transaction. There's going to be a give and a take, and on that give and take, it's never just one-sided. So as we've got the switch over, we've got the new mics coming through. I'm going to be running through. Ashley, I trust that you're miking up Gideon and then Mike. Or speak up. Mike. Okay, cool. Let Mike. We're up on our platforms. I hope you're joining in and sharing the link. Give us 3 minutes while we swap the set, and we're back with you shortly. Hello and welcome back to National Real Estate Day in Zimbabwe with Kura and friends. Sounds a bit pompous introducing myself in third person, yeah? But it's a platform that we've created to give you the best views from the most active participants in the real estate market in Zimbabwe. So I am passionate about putting as much information in people's hands. I run around with a phone camera and I'll pitch up at a block of flats, a new shopping mall, a REIT investment, and I'll give you what's in my head, and I'll ask a question, I might make an observation, but it's really to stimulate discussion and have a focus point so that people can ask questions that we can keep you safe in real estate. It breaks my heart when people near and dear to me do things from sub deals to pyramid schemes, and like if you just said we could have done something together, something reasonable, rational, and kept you safe. So a thing that is running quite hard in our market right now are real estate investment trusts. I did a TikTok a couple of months back where I explained in brief, and a TikTok video is only 3 minutes, but I said, what is a REIT? How does it work? And the response, 45,000 views. So I decided that let's do the conversation a bit bigger and a bit better. So it's a pleasure to welcome into the studio, I call him Mkoma Mike Van Bluk from Noro Asset Management. You guys are pushing the product of the Seatright 5 apart hotel. But before we get into the business end of things, we've known each other 15 years?
Close to 20, I think.
Close to 20.
Yes.
We were both young and a lot thinner.
Well, no, I don't think I've ever been young, but we were a lot thinner in those days.
And we were trying to do deals in a different Zimbabwe, eh?
We were indeed, and Zimbabwe's changing,
Yeah.
as is the rest of the world.
Yeah?
And we're trying to keep up with it, and I think we are managing.
Sure. I remember doing sale agreements with you where where there was a currency issue, and you wouldn't have known this, but on the purchaser that I was representing at the time, we were going to raise funding out of South Africa to invest in Zim. And because Zim was under sanctions, the bankers said, we'll happily give you all the money you want in South Africa, but you can't invest it in Zim.
Yes.
Fast forward to where we are right now, and the dollar is mighty. Explain to me, you are an asset manager. What does an asset manager do? What is a REIT? And give us the corners of the conversation, and then we can zone in on what we're here to discuss.
Thanks, Kura. Well, let's just start with the sanctions point. They're no longer there. They're not a hurdle. We are multi-currency and internationally attractive for investments. If we could just put that on the table. Harare, before we get into the REIT, Harare as a developing community, developing city, has been very well planned. Originating in 1964, I don't think many people know that. The City of Harare Master Plan originated then, and has more or less kept up with that master plan, bar a few modifications for current and evolving situations in the country. The REIT that we are promoting, the Seatright 5 Trust, is within an existing development already zoned. Unlike a number of other REITs and other developers, our promoter and developer of the product, the product being the building, West Property, own a land bank that is already completely zoned. So there's no airy-fairy grey matter in that arena. It's all black and white and done very properly. Seatright 5 Trust. Right, what have we got there? It's an apartment hotel. It's going to consist of 148 apartments. It's being built on a 2-acre plot. It is just short of 10,000 square meters on 3 stories, 148 apartments, with a signed agreement in place with Radisson Hotels to manage and operate that. So technically Radisson Hotels will be the tenant of the trust. The trust itself we're offering to the public as a legacy investment, and for the general person, the smaller investor there, an opportunity to come into real estate investment for a long-term benefit. Something they haven't really been able to do in the hospitality arena right now, or up to now.
So let me try and break it down and see if I understand this. You are spending 14 million American dollars to build this building.
Approximately, yes.
And the trust is developing, so they're going to own this building.
Let me come in there. So, no, the trust isn't developing it. The trust is attracting the investment income.
Okay.
The developer is West Property, and the promoter is Seatright Properties, the former owner of the stand, from which a 2-acre stand has been deducted from their bulk title and allocated through a CRT, a Certificate of Registered Trust, already registered and stamped in the name of Seatright. Okay. On that will be the building. So West, through its expertise, and it's unmatched in this country at this point, the efficiency that West have achieved and the building costs, that will then be given, the benefit will be given to the investor in the trust through the acquisition price that you've mentioned of 14 million. So we'll have the investor coming in, raising capital. That capital will be utilized for the development of the building behind us. And on completion, the trust will then purchase the building as a swap for the investment funds for the 14 plus or minus million dollars. So therefore, the trust will own the brick and mortar. This beautiful building behind me will belong to the trust. You, the investor, with Radisson Hotels, the tenant.
Okay. So the trust owns the 148 collective units.
Correct.
Me, I'm going to buy, little old Kura is going to come with a $500 a share, and that's the current offer price.
Yeah.
I'm buying into this building, and in 2 years, you expect to be, 2 years or less, you expect to be complete, and then the trust is then going to go on the stock exchange.
Correct. So that is one of the, excuse me for fidgeting, that is one of the requirements of a real estate investment trust. And let me just touch on the market there, if I may. A very well-known presenter sitting about 1 meter away from me at a conference very recently mentioned the size of the REITs that are being offered, or the quantum of the REITs being offered in the market right now. Those REITs that are being offered into the market are more or less double the entire pension fund assets in this country, which are, in their own right, the pension fund assets, almost double the stock exchange capitalization. So that on a demand and supply situation gives you a little bit of an imbalance, and that's where we come in. A number of asset managers have got their own pet REITs that they're promoting and trying to get their managed funds into, but I think my message to those funds that are being managed, pay attention to the yield and what it is you're getting.
What is a yield? Please, sir, explain it to me.
The yield is the return that you're going to get on your investment. So you're going to give me the great sum of $500. In 2 years' time, that may have appreciated to $700 in capital value, which will be listed on the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange in US dollars. The income will then start to filter through from Radisson Hotels operations on a tax-free benefit, which is one of the promotions of a real estate investment trust. I'll touch a bit more on the conditions in a minute. And that then is distributed to you, the investor, as a yield. So it's the income return that you're getting for your investment through the distribution of profits.
Now I'm a light sleeper, and I sleep at 2 or 3 in the morning, reading wonderful things like prospectuses.
Yes.
I've read your Seatright Trust prospectus.
Yes.
I hear that you're projecting 7-8% yields.
Well, firstly, can I invite you to phone me around 2 o'clock in the morning, because I'm generally also experiencing little sleepless nights. It goes with the old age and the grey beard, I'm afraid.
Twins, is it?
It could be twins. Well, I may be carrying the twins. Sorry for making light. But yes, this prospectus.
Yes.
It is in publication. It's available on our website. It's been distributed. And I hope the reading that you've made of this has encouraged you and whet your appetite.
So a yield is going to be the rental received.
Correct.
Now, why people ask me, why am I passionate about REITs? A real estate investment trust has to have certain characteristics. I'm interviewing myself here.
I could hold the microphone if you want.
It needs to have more than $1 million of assets. It needs to be listed on a stock exchange. And the magic I love is that a real estate investment trust has to pay out dividends. Why is that important?
Okay, so let's just touch back on that yield question, which I only skirted around. Our first year of income operations, forecast by Radisson, we should be coming in at between 7.5% to 8%. That's the interest earning, or not the interest, but the basically the earnings that will be experienced. That should grow within 5 years to 12.5%, closer to 13%, based on rentals. And I'll give you the forecast items right in a minute on that, and on a tax-free basis of income into the REIT. So those rentals, the tariffs that people pay, will be paid into the REIT by Radisson on a tax-free basis. That's a double whammy for an investor, because normally an investor in a real estate company, a listed company as it were, he suffers taxation through the company's taxation level, and then he suffers a dividends tax. We don't have those burdens to carry. We can distribute directly to yourself. One of the points that you missed on a real estate investment trust is that we also have to have a minimum of 100 subscribers to qualify.
Sure.
So there's a number of attractive benefits within that on offer to a subscriber. And if I come back to the yield aspect, this is the question that you as an investor, you as a pension fund trustee should be looking at. What do we compare to, or how do we compare with those in the market? And those in the market are sitting at half to 2/3 of our forecast yields. These are forecasts, but they're forecasts by Radisson Group. And Radisson Group are the biggest growing hotel entity in the region.
Okay. So if I remember from your prospectus reading at 2 o'clock in the morning, if my memory gets blurry, you're thinking about just over $100 a night, and you're forecasting conservatively about 60% occupancies.
Okay, so let's go into the nitty-gritty. Our forecast is an average room rate in 2 to 3 years' time of $125 a night.
Okay.
That's, now to put apples with apples, that compares to current market prices now, as we speak, in some of the top hotels in this town, which is notorious for overpriced overnight accommodation. Absolutely notorious.
Everywhere else except the RTG group, which are our hosts
Except
today.
for the RTG group, but they don't match us in terms of what the product is. But here's a hotel in a normal conformity. But we're ranging anywhere from just under $400 down to a B&B upmarket in the same area that we are in at around $200. Radisson are forecasting $125 a night, bed night. And the model that has been done is starts out in year 1, 2, and 3 at 53% occupancy.
Okay.
And then by virtue of the product we're offering, the expertise of the management, and the pricing, may I repeat that, the pricing to the clients who are approaching Radisson through the international platforms, up to a 73% occupancy level, which is very good. If we break that down in terms of bed nights in the country at the moment, we're sitting at about 35% are B&Bs, and the balance 65%, my maths is correct I think, are in formal hotels like this. There isn't anything really available with an international brand in the apartment hotel.
Sure. And I love the magic of a brand, because people with loyalty cards pick that first.
Absolutely.
And so the guy sitting in Toronto he's coming to Harare, he's going to say, I've got my Radisson card, let me click, and you pick that up. So you're earning dollars, proper dollars.
Correct.
You're conservatively projecting. You are in a structure that is triple regulated. So a REIT, you have to be registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Correct.
You have to have a trust document where a trustee is saying, is Mike putting real numbers there? Is he talking sense? Is the money coming in and coming out? And then the third, when you list, you're on the stock exchange, and I do know Justin Boni and the team there, they've got an eye on you.
Thanks. If I could come into that, you're absolutely right. So yes, our trustee is Creston Trustee Services. Christina Machingari is probably the most experienced trustee in Harare. I'm talking from a biased position. Our advisors to this have been Creston Advisory, and we are registered with the Securities Exchange Commission as a trust through the notarial deed that you've just mentioned.
Okay. So we now know the product, we now know how to get in. How do I get to subscribe? Who do I ask questions further if I want to know? And if Tafadzwa is sitting in Budiriro, how does she get a hold of that and where did she get $500 to invest with you guys?
Right, so Tafadzwa's savings from her monthly income, $500, can come to us through an online application. We have a website that provides those details. We are situated physically at 17B Lomagandi Road, just up the road at the corner of 2nd Street, very easily accessible. We have staff in the office that can deal with any entity from a small investor to your big pension funds, all of whom are treated with equal importance, if I may stress that. The application can be done online or it can be done physically. There are a few documents that we are required. Let's deal with the individual. There's KYC documents required in the form of a picture of the person, a proof of residence, and ID. So to prove that person. The corporates, there's similar things for corporates. Then just to emphasize the fact that through SEC and all of the regulations surrounding SEC being the Securities Exchange Commission, very tightly regulating our market, which is a huge benefit, we prefer a bank transfer into the trust account, which Noro doesn't have access to. That is maintained by the trustee themselves, and receipts into that trust account are then made with the application form completed. Certificates within a week are then made available to you, the investor, and that then is your certificate of investment within the trust.
So there's a big building to be built. You're asking me to give you $500 now.
Yes.
I'm not even giving it to you. I'm giving it to the trustees.
Correct.
They're going to put it in a little pocket,
Yes.
and they're going to say, hey, you guys, up to 100 of you, you've put my 500. I believe West Prop is 51% owning the other side.
That is the
so
target.
all of us put our 50, my 500, and then this is going to be a hotel that's operating in Borrowdale, where hopefully I can have my 55th. Do you think I can get a good rate if I come and have my 55th birthday party?
We'll make sure of it.
Okay.
Because you're
Only
young man.
3,000 people are listening right now, and you've heard I'm going to have my 55th.
And may I invite you to that party?
Only if the bar tab is on you. No, Mike, mkoma wangu, it's been a great 2 decades that we've known each other. I've seen the work that you've put in, and real estate to me has just shown me great grace, shown me flames. It's not a pleasant memory, but I do know what it's like to be a guest of the state, having been locked up in remand. Zimbabwe is not for sissies, but we stand strong, and I really appreciate your time and effort in coming through to support us on National Real Estate Day.
Kura, thank you so much for the invite. And again, if I could just touch base on why we are here with an apartment hotel, it's all about lifestyle. West Property, which you will hear about later on, is about creating a greater lifestyle benefit to the residents and citizens of Zimbabwe. An apartment hotel is the very same aspect, offering to tourism, local, international, and business exactly that, which follows suit into the international trends.
Export. Earn yourself dollars, buy and invest in Zimbabwe, and receive dollars.
Correct. Bearing in mind we're in the tourism industry, it's not like a retail local rental. All of our income will be in US dollars.
I love the sound of that. Mike Van Blik, thank you
you.
so much for joining Kura and Friends on
Thank you.
National Real Estate Day today.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Kura.
My pleasure, my greatest pleasure. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. It's as simple as a roll in, roll off like that.
Thanks.
So guys, that was Mike Van Blik. A seasoned, I'm not going to call him a dog, and I'm not going to call him, but he's a seasoned war dog in this game. We've done transactions where a sale agreement goes up and down 15 times. And I've always admired the people who put the plan together and action it. The work that goes to put an 80-page prospectus out, you've got to know the laws and the tax and the zoning. It's a lot of work. So when it's out there, do your due diligence, sniff and understand the product that makes sense to you. Later in the day, I'll be describing income REITs and development REITs and what's the difference. This is a development REIT. Mike is putting in his advert there. It's a development REIT. You're giving the money to create an asset. The asset isn't yet here, but you have the potential upside of going along for the ride and making that upside. Whatever it costs now, they expect it to be a difference when it's completed. That value should be higher, and you're a shareholder in the benefit that comes out of that. So in a nutshell, that is a REIT from the horse's mouth. Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you, Kura. It's a development REIT that will, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, that will evolve into an income REIT.
Got you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay. And friends. Good afternoon, good day. I'm not sure what time of the day you're going to watch it, but we're doing the first ever National Real Estate Day with Kura and friends. This is an absolutely free online exchange with the best property minds in Zimbabwe so that we can have a look at what's going on in the teapot country. The teapot country defies logic and gravity, and it's moving along quite nicely. So I thought, as a community service, I know there are a lot of conferences that want to take $100, $300, $1,000 out of your pocket. I'm on Twitter, YouTube. I hope you're clicking and subscribing on the YouTube channel. But I'm here to not gatekeep. I'm here to provide information and insight and hopefully some inspiration so that the young person sitting at home is not giving up hope on real estate. If you've got a few dollars to invest, you might want to think of some of the products and the practitioners that we have on the platform. But at the end of the day, if you've invested your time with us for free, feel free to reach out to any of our broadcast partners. And just to mention a few of them, we have Terrace Africa, West Properties, Noro Asset Managers, Plaza Properties, Oasis Realty, Mike Sharp and Associates, CABS, the biggest building society in the country, Nokutula Masango, legal practitioners, and Eagle REIT. All of them coming here to give you value from wherever you're sitting, whatever time of the day you're going to watch. We're doing a live stream now, but beyond this, we're going to chop it up into episodes and put them on my YouTube channel. So it's as simple as following Kura Chiota on the channel of your choice. A lot of words. I'm now going to have a conversation with, you see, I am 53 years old and I've seen a couple of things, but they're things that I have not experienced. And I've always got to keep in touch with the youth. And when we talk with the youth, we want to see the guys who are doing the real things. So it's a great pleasure to welcome to our studio today a young man. If you've driven past any development being leased or being developed by Terrace Africa, you've seen Village Walk, Highland Park, Marondera Main, Greenfields, Design Quarter. There'll be a big banner that says leasing inquiries, Gideon Namo Inesu. So ladies and gentlemen, can I give it up to my young brother, Gideon Namo Inesu?
Thank you, Kerr. Thank you so much for that. Not alone though. There's a big team that's really behind us.
No, but Ipapu will say to face radio, that's our guy.
No, 100%. Now I hear you.
Okay.
How are you this afternoon?
Oh, me, I'm thriving, my brother.
Yeah, that's good.
I thought the haters were hating and they wanted to take my voice away, but with some strepsils and some good loving, I'm here.
No, we're here with you.
Okay,
yeah.
So let's start our story. Okay. You know, a good story has to have like a run up and an intro. Once upon a time, there was a young guy called Gideon, born at Mbuyane in Harare.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Angasina kana clue if he was going to go into real estate, but the young man somehow found himself in real estate, working in things like City of Harare.
Yep.
Who are you? What do you do? And how do you have fun?
So how do I have fun? So basically, yeah, so I'm Gideon Nawinesu. I work as the development leasing manager at Terrace Africa. I got into real estate, I think 15 years ago, inclusive of university as well. Studied abroad. I was in Australia, Gold Coast specifically, doing my bachelor's of business in real estate and REIT and property development. Came back to Zim with a dream of changing the landscape.
It's always the dream that catches us, right?
Yeah, it's always the dream because a lot of people always ask, "Oh no, why did you come back? How did you?" And I was on a flight and I was coming back with a lot of ambition to come and change things. And yeah, I'm here today with you sitting here on National Real Estate Day.
National Real Estate Day. Our authorities have recognized that this asset class does amazing things, right?
Yeah.
So if you look from an economic perspective, we talk about an economic multiplier, right? So when you build a shopping center, tell us of the local economic impact that building an activity like building a shopping center, what does that do for the community and those around?
Well, that's the magic of retail development, right? I think what it does, as you call it, it multiplies. You know, there's an array of jobs for the first in terms of the construction workers. So you can have, so we're currently building, let's say at our Highland Park precinct, you have over 500 guys there. Economically, each of them have their own mouths to feed. And then when that building is complete, you know, you have the tenants that come in and they hire people and they have their mouths to feed. So, you know, it kind of goes, it keeps on going. It doesn't, it's like a synergy, it doesn't stop.
So, real estate plays a role. It's a house that we live in. It's an investment that we make. It's a bank that we save with. It's the, if we go deep economics, we talk about capital formation, how household saves, that saving gets aggregated, that aggregated gets invested in the stock market, that creates capital for businesses that create the jobs. It's just a virtuous circle. Am I crazy thinking that?
No, you're not actually. It's in my particular asset class, which is retail. Though we are diversifying immensely at the current moment, but if I were to just speak on what we're currently known for and what we're going to be known for in the future, you look at the economics around it is amazing. You cannot stop. You cannot stop the synergy or the energy that's being created through that asset class.
So tell me, I think it was just you and me talking. It's just a conversation before the boys.
Exactly.
All right. So no holds barred, right? It's that kind of a conversation.
Yeah.
I've heard with the boys that could tell us Africa, when they come in Shonga, because you guys are just going, wow, you're everywhere, doing everything. You just gaga, new site, acquired, Terrace Africa banner, boom, boom, boom. What is the magic, bruh?
Wow. I think I think the magic is I think we, I give hats off to our leadership, of course, Brad Urban, sir, the visionary in terms of the business, in terms of, lead generation, in terms of new sites, new spaces. The magic with that is that, I look at it in three spectrums. So the first one, you're looking at, if I can say it politely or lightly, is that I call it the third place. And why I call it the third place, I think this is in socioeconomics, or as in socializing, or sociologists called Ray Odenberg, that's his name.
Yes.
Stated that the first place is home, the second place is work, and the third place is retail development. So we continue to create third places where people can live, work, and play. So I think that's why the Boys of Terrace Africa continue to move, is that we continue to look at locations and spaces that can create this space for people. So, for example, sorry about that. If you look at the showgrounds, for example, as in Greenfields, which has become spectacular at the moment, is that no one would have thought to put a shopping center there, but through feasibility studies and looking at generating a third place that wasn't really centered within the CBD, we created a space which now has everyone coming through.
You got me in trouble on that one. When you guys put in Greenfields, geographically, it's south of Samora.
Of course, 100%.
Even when I post Highland Park and I say, "Oh, this is what I'm doing," you guys go south of the Samora Matisire. So now you've given south of Samora. Thinking broader, so you guys have really nailed 3 sites, right?
Okay.
Nailed Highland Park. Boom, fantastic. We had phase 1, we had phase 2. You've done Chinamano Corner. You've nailed Greenfields. I spend too much time with Brett, and Brett keeps on calling it Madokero.
Yes.
Madokero.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's Madokero.
Madokero, yes.
I mean, it is what it is. How do you go about looking for another site? You're doing Cardinal Corner as well, Corner Harare Drive and Chizi. How do you go about the shopping center? If I showed you my DMs on my phone right now, Kura, Dukuvakirwa Mall, Dukuvakirwa Hotera, I'm like, yes, hold your horses. There's science to a site. In 3 minutes or less, hit me the science of site selection.
So I think we have a business development director called Charity Chirume who does spectacular.
She's coming through later this afternoon. Yeah.
And we look at. I think the main focus is definitely location, road frontage, corner sites as well, and that's call it the model that I believe we use, and high visibility. We haven't changed from that. We're not trying to make. I think there's been spectacular developments that even through us, we wouldn't be able to get it past our board. I can give you a spectacular development, which is food lovers. With all our processing and with all the whole engine, we just don't understand how that kind of works and how that kind of moves. We just look at road frontage, corner properties, high visibility, high traffic areas. That's call it our model, if I can say.
But in Diminori Battown,
I think we, I think our shareholders believed number one in Zimbabwe, and by giving us, the energy and the finance and the capital to move forward, and that has given us life to move. To move mountains, as you can say, and when you see one site completing, just know there's like 3 more sites that we've already found. So, Kurira Patown at the current moment, yes, Odmicho and Boriro, and I think they're slowly coming back as well.
Yeah, there's some developments going on along Enterprise, they've revived Westgate, so sure.
So I just think we're just a spark to the engine of real estate currently. Well, that's what I believe personally. Maybe not through the company, but for us, I think that's for me specifically. I think we sparked development with our Village Walk development site. That's 7-8 years ago, and from then we haven't looked back.
Okay, so I'm going to do a national first. I'm going to make a phone call to Gideon as a tenant, and he's going to answer as the lender.
Okay, how much? Hi, Gideon speaking.
Gidi, zikufamba ere wangu.
Yes, ufamba dutala nani?
Ndoitwa Chiwota. Inzwa shamwari. Inzwa. Ndikuona chibuilding chako icho pa green in nje.
Pa Greenfield.
Pa Greenfield.
Yes.
Ndoda kuisa shop papo wangu.
No, that's spectacular. Do you mind sending me a WhatsApp with all your details, and I'll send you application details?
Inji ndoda topinza shop yangu end of the month shamari. Ndine truck yangu ine ma containers ndoda ku offload ndine maningi matupperware ndoda kutengeza ipapo.
No, that's fine. Just send me a WhatsApp. I'll send you the exact details that you need to send through, and then we'll take it from there.
Mari ndozobhatala kunani?
After we've concluded.
Chikudiwa ipapo pa application ye tenant G.
So basically, what I need is your shares of trade.
The pressure, yeah.
No. So basically, what we require mostly is, one. I think the first question is retail is a very difficult market. It's a very difficult trade. It's not easy. So the first thing we look for is your years of trade. How long have you been in retail?
Okay.
All right. Next is the size of space you're looking for. That kind of articulates, and we kind of understand your space requirements. And as a tenant, if you really don't know your space requirements, then you really haven't been in the game for some time. And that's a critical question for us. And then your projected cash flows. How much do you think you're going to make? Because we have a hybrid lease, which is a turnover lease, which is different from a number of spaces here where guys just want direct cash, no questions asked, etc. We want to see how the health of the business is doing month on month, so that as the developer we can assist somewhat way. If it's marketing, shorter. If it's some ideas, if it's activations, those are the kind of things. And then also render of your
render.
Yeah, render. Yes. We do need a 3D render of your particular place, your look and feel of your shop, your logo, everything is very particular to us.
So it's not that I've got a a My Nini who I want to support, I'm using My Nini very liberally.
Yeah, okay.
To say, no, I just want to open up a shop for her. So there's nothing random about it.
No.
And your lease agreement is not, let me just see if it works out, if it doesn't work out.
No, there's nothing random about it, not at all. We really need to know that the retailer or the operator understands and knows what they're doing. I think that's the first thing is do you know what you're doing? And are you going to be there every day? Are you as a retailer? And if you look at most of the businesses that have thrived, or tenants that have thrived, you'll see the hand of the tenant. He's there every day, understanding, or he or she is there every day, trying to understand their businesses. Also understanding, the trading density as well of their space, which area in their space makes the most money. All these. It's very specific. It's not just Tavura shop or etc. Which I commend some of some of our competitors. Let's say in town, which guys open. etc. They get their rent, they get their yield. We're not. I'm not really phased about that. But in terms of sustainability, is that person gonna last 1, 2, 3 years? Being a tenant in the space is very critical.
What is Harare missing in terms of the retail mix? What are we dying for, Chisipo, currently?
I think the headlines this year with one of our retail giants, falling and now starting to rise again. But I think a new anchor to come in and kind of shake the market. I think you can.
What is an anchor?
An anchor is the main draw point to a shopping center. That's your OKs, your pick and pays, your food lovers. It's what brings you to a space. Remember, as I said, this is a third place. You have your first place, which is home and work, and then you got your third place where you buy your goods and services. Yeah.
Okay. What is a tenant mix, and why does it matter?
But I think it speaks for itself in terms of what a tenant mix is just the mixture of the right tenants in a particular space. I don't want to become too technical for everyone out there.
So I can just open up a spot and have five liquor suppliers.
No, of course. Not in that aspect. No, of course, no. It's a curator. So look at it as you're a film director. So developers are like film directors. They create a space, and in that space, they're looking for one liquor spot, an anchor, which can be an OK, a pick and pay, a food lovers, a pharmacy, a bank, an ATM, a clothing store. Somewhere where someone can go and print. And in terms of getting it, just normal day-to-day items. So bringing that cost together, provides the film.
That's why I like hanging out with you young guys. The analogy, I can see it in my head. It's a cast. Everybody has a role to play,
exactly.
And it makes for an interesting story.
And remember, one business, a single shop is a business. And then an array of shop is the ecosystem. So you want everything to be working in similar. So basically, just take yourself going to a shopping center. You've gone and done your groceries. Before you leave, you get a phone call that, please may you get us this or something, and then there's a financial service little hub there. From then on, your child's sick or there's the flu going around, can you get some strep cells? There's the pharmacy there. So you want all those goods and services in one space rather than moving from area to area.
Okay. Finally, if I'm coming, I've heard what I've said. I've watched the show today. I've got a business plan. I've got a render for a shop. So this is what I want it to look like. I've got to describe what I want to sell.
Okay.
Are you negotiable on the rent? Kubvunza.
So each remember, everything is a negotiation. Every shop is a negotiation. In terms of lease transactions, it also depends on the particular business. So rent negotiations are based. We have a fixed number that we can't go under. an ultimate number that if we achieve it.
It's just you and me here. Give me that number.
Well, it depends. It depends which location you're in, but in terms of, well, of course, that's why we have turnover clauses where we see how your business is doing, and that's why we ask for your cash flows. But in terms of it, there's a number I can't go under, and anything above that number is gold for me.
Okay. So what I like about what you've brought to the market, one of my mentors always said, there will always be vanilla in the market until somebody brings chocolate. You guys have brought the chocolate. So an address, a Highland Park, a village walk is a finite thing, right? It's 5,000 square meters, 10,000 square meters. But as we densify all around, this thing has more and more people with theoretically more and more money spending in that. You guys are taking a view and not acting like an extractive landlord, just saying, Ndipe mari yangu, that's that. You are saying, if we're going to come in at a rental, if you do well, we do well. So that keeps you invested to make sure that you're marketing the thing, you're having events, you're keeping the thing maintained, safe and secure. 100%. So a turnover lease, you can see it from if you were just the tenant, you say, but these guys are taking my money. I actually see it as a JV because you are as invested and interested in me doing well as I am in doing well.
No, 100%. I have these discussions with a lot of tenants who are trying to understand what the turnover clause is. And basically, it's a win-win. If you reach the turnover mark in your space, you're doing extremely well, and that means the center is doing extremely well. So, with that being said,
well, it doesn't hurt my dividend payments. I'm a shareholder in Tigere, so.
Oh, really? In terms of that's we saw that as we done Terrace Africa doesn't own it. It's owned by the people.
Sure. Gideon, we could spend the rest of the afternoon chatting, but I've got a queue of people waiting outside.
No problem.
My young brother, I thank you for your time and your efforts. And young Zimbabweans, you can have done business in Australia. Come home. The opportunities, the guys doing it. I interviewed him when we were screening for people. He went to Peterhouse, but I'm not holding that against him.
I didn't go actually.
You didn't go to where'd you go to school?
So I went to Millis Christian College in Kyle.
Wow! So my misinformation is giving me the wrong information.
Yeah, no, I think people assume.
There you go. But I really appreciate you coming through. Thank you very, very much.
No problem. Thanks, Kura. Thank you guys. Thank you for the audience as well.
All right.
Cheers.
So, you've seen the developments popping out and around. That's the man who's doing a lot of the leasing. So, when you speak to him, give him a call and have your story straight. There's no fedger in this game. I'm going to wait for my next guest. I'm going to ask Michael Sharp, a young man called Dylan. He's from Michael Sharp and Associates. He's going to be miking up, and we're going to be with you on the other side of a very short set break.
Thanks, girl.
Good afternoon, good day, good evening, Khuyamora, Kunjani, Molweni, wherever, you know, Zimbabwe has 16 official languages, including Sitsonga, Venda, Setswana, Xhosa, all of them. So this is National Real Estate Day with Kura and Friends, where I've put together a collective of the greatest minds doing things in Zimbabwe. There's always this, what's happening in the teapot-shaped country? Is there property? Is it making money? Who is doing what kind of transactions? So I do, I run around with my camera and my phone on TikTok, on Facebook, and I share stuff. But because it's National Real Estate Day today, we're sharing more than just my thoughts. We've got the experts in studio with me. So, have you ever wondered, right, what is a title deed? Who gives them to you? What must you observe when you're looking at a title deed? What is a double sale? What is buying sabuk land? So, I have, with great pleasure, I have got a conveyancer, right? I don't need to speak for the conveyancer. Welcome to you, Bongani. Welcome to you.
Welcome, Kura.
All right.
Welcome, everyone.
I understand this is your first interview.
Yes.
All right, so it's just you and me. There's nobody going to gobble you up. Feel free and relaxed. And I really appreciate the article that you shared with me, which I'll be sharing on my LinkedIn and all of my platforms that keep us safe. Let's start from the very beginning. What is a conveyancer?
A conveyancer is a registered legal practitioner who transfers properties from the seller to the purchaser, registering them with deeds office.
Okay, so me and my brother Bernard, if I decide to sell him my property, I can't just write a letter and a receipt and say, Ben, wandipa 10,000 toraimba.
No, you can't do that. You have to go to the conveyancer with the signed agreement of sale, the IDs. Then the conveyancer prepares the transfer documents, lodge them at the deeds office, and the registrar of deeds registers them.
So it's not just Munuega who can do that?
No, it's not.
Okay, and it's quite an involved process, I would imagine.
Yes.
What is the difference between a personal right and a real right?
A personal right is one which you can only exercise on an individual, like say in the buying and selling of properties. A personal right, you only exercise it against the seller. But with the real right now, which comes with the registration of the property, a real right is an absolute in nature. You can exercise it worldwide against the seller, against anyone else.
Okay, so can I try and understand it like this? So in Zimbabwe, we're doing transactions with developers.
Yes.
And the developer, I'm going to go and give him my 15 grand and I'm going to get an agreement of sale.
Yes.
And he's going to say, I'm giving you a developer session, right?
Yes.
So I've given him money and I've got a piece of paper, but pachedu, it's between the two of us. I'm going to take that as a personal right, that all I can do is say, hey dude, give me this thing. Versus a real right is I have bought from a developer and we've gone to the deeds office and it no longer says Tabani and Sons Developers, it now says Kurachota, because through the deeds office I got a document that says I, Bongani, appearing before, swear that stand number 412 has been transferred to Kurachota. Ndizo?
Yes.
So now we get into the magic. This thing called a subbook deal and an affidavit. Am I safe if I've done a deal and I've got an affidavit saying Takupa ground?
You are not safe because anyone else can go and get the same property using an affidavit. You have to register your property. You must have a title deed. It is important that when you buy a property, you have it registered at the deeds office.
Okay. And the deeds office, that sounds like a complicated and scary place. Can I just pitch up there and say, Drama title deeds?
For registration of transfers, you have to go through the conveyancer. The conveyancer is the one who's supposed to prepare the documents and lodge them for registration. You can go to the deeds office, let's say if you want a copy or just to check whether your property or the property you want to buy is registered or not.
So
like
we can
when
do
you're
that
doing
for
a due diligence.
we can do that for safety before
Yes.
before we've given money.
Yes.
Okay. So what are the steps to watch for? So I've seen a development, we've got big billboards and they say, come and put 30% down, pay us in an installment sale. What are the things from your professional opinion that I need to be mindful of to keep me safe when I'm doing that transaction?
You need to do a due diligence and get the paperwork. Inquire on the subdivision permit, whether that developer has got a subdivision permit and whether the stands are surveyed, the surveyors to be involved, and whether there's a general plan or a dispensation certificate. Then go to the deeds office to check whether the owner, the original owner of the land, whether the one who is selling is the registered owner of that piece of land. That's very important that you check on that.
In Izwangwini, this now looks very complicated. How am I as a layperson going to know that there are all of these things that need to be done?
The developer or the estate agent who is selling the property to you must be having those documents. So you must know what to ask for, because with conveyancing it's practical. We have to know what documents are involved, what to put where. It's not theoretical.
Okay. So
So you must have a list of the required documents.
Tatangane subdivision permit.
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
Subdivision permit is a permit which is used by local authority where the property that is being subdivided is situated. So we are given permission to subdivide, and that subdivision permit will be having conditions. Conditions that will be in the title deed. The register of deeds will not register the transfers until those conditions are fulfilled.
Okay. Then when the development is going on, that developer has to follow those conditions,
Yes,
like put in
yes.
the road and the sewer.
Exactly.
Then there's a little document that comes out when the city says we're happy or not. What is that document called?
It's the compliance certificate.
A compliance certificate.
certificate, endowment, levy certificate.
Okay. Compliance, what is that?
Compliance is if the subdivision says we have to put culverts, we have to put sewers, so once the local authority is satisfied that we have put all those things are in place, then they will give you the compliance certificate to say you can now transfer the property. So you have complied with the conditions of the subdivision permit.
So that goes back to where we started about personal rights and real rights.
Yes.
So I am at risk until the developer has done the stuff that he's obliged to do for me to be able to get title.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we've got this magical title deed, how does that put me in a better position? What's the use of having title deeds?
A title deed is an official document issued by the deeds office that shows that you are the registered owner of that property. And it gives you real rights over the property. You can do whatever you want with your property. You can subdivide it, you can donate it, you can bequeath it. It's your property.
Right.
It's like you are in your own territory. You
Right.
can do what you want with that territory. And also another advantage is you avoid the issue of double sales if you've got a title deed registered in your own name. Because at times the seller, if you don't change the names, like from the seller into you are the purchaser and you don't have a title deed over that property, and the seller remains with the title deed, that scrupulous seller can sell that stand to someone else for the same price.
Musadaro.
Yes. So those are double sales.
Okay. So just like, kana watuma mwana kuma grocery, you'll say endano tenga chingwa nenyama nemaveje. Uye ne receipt.
Yes.
Right? So the receipt is a proof that a transaction has happened, but then it'll have the name of the shop. So if anything goes wrong, you can go back and say, look, mwana kupa $20, Junizaita $15, there's change. So is a title deed a recognition of a closed, complex process when we're buying something that is to be manufactured? Is a title deed that important?
It is very important. A title deed is very important because, most people, they think if they just pay the purchase price and they take occupation, they think everything is okay now as long as I'm in the house. But it's not supposed to be like that. You're supposed to have a title deed over that property. Because like I said, the property can be sold to someone else. And now we have to go through a court process, and you never know whether you're the first buyer or the second buyer. They will look at the circumstances. But then in order to avoid those double sales, you must just, as soon as you buy your property, just make sure you get the title deed. And also once you have a title deed, you can use it as a form of investment. You go to the bank, use it as collateral security for a loan or to these finance houses or companies. Then you can do your investment.
In our African circumstances, we get left the family house. What are the implications of Mr. Chideme? He passes away and the property is the estate of the late Mr. Chideme, and you've got 7 kids underneath that. What are the rights of those 7 kids and how do they access that Chideme family house?
The estate of the late Chideme has to be registered at the Mass of the High Court. So the family, they go there for registration, they appoint an executor for the estate, then they decide what they want to do with the house. But with the matrimonial property, if the spouse is still alive, they get the matrimonial property. And then if there are any other properties, it's not the spouse and the children, all the children of the deceased. But that has to be done through registration of the estate until they get a distribution account to say this house has to be registered in the name of certain so the beneficiaries. Then after that registration, they'll come to us conveyancers to do the transfer now from the estate right to the beneficiary.
Fantastic. Now, as a conveyancer, you deal with complex legal cases. What are the 3 things in close that you wish most people didn't do to keep themselves safe in real estate?
Not obtaining title deeds.
Believing that I've bought in a development, I've got a receipt, so it's mine.
Yes.
And that's not the case.
That's not the case.
Developer can go bankrupt, he can run away, he can double sale.
Yes.
Okay.
You also need to know the types of the title deeds in respect of the property that you are buying.
Okay. What are the different types?
We have a deed of grant. This is the first transfer of a property from government to an individual.
Okay.
Then we have a deed of transfer. This is between individuals. Then we have a certificate of registered title and certificate of consolidated title. With the certificate of registered title now, there's no change of ownership. You are the owner, then you decide to subdivide the property. Then you get the certificate of registered title over the other properties.
Got you.
Because the main one will remain as the remaining extent.
Got you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we want to look at the type of deed that we're getting and what is the last thing that you want to make sure that people, our viewers, are staying safe.
To our viewers, I just want to say, please, as soon as you purchase your property, get a title deed to avoid many problems in the future.
And you know all about them.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well,
it's not safe to just say, especially to my sisters and mothers, to just say, as long as I'm in the house, it's okay, I'm safe. Get hold of the title deed, check whether it's registered in both names. Just go through the paperwork to understand. Read the paperwork of your house and understand. And
if we don't understand, we're welcome to come and look for you at Honey and Blankenberg.
Yes, please. You are most welcome.
How old is that business?
Over 100 years.
Over. So you've been doing this for a while and you're safe people?
For over 20 years, I've been doing conveyancing.
Sure. So I bought a building in Chiredzi and my conveyances were Honey and Blankenberg. So it's a pleasure to have you back here.
Thank you.
For a first-time interview, you've knocked it out the park.
Thank you, Kura.
So you can tick on your list that I've done a live interview and spoke to 14 million Zimbabweans across the world.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very, very much, ma'am.
Welcome.
All right. So the real estate game, never easy to do it all by yourself. Stay safe and protected. Pick a name and a brand and a human being you can connect with. Ask the questions first. I always say, before the money flows, the questions must go. So pick a conveyancer, a lawyer. They have a fixed tariff of fee that they have to charge because it's a statutory instrument charge. But you know that you're going to get quality that is assured and you're going to get the process. I know we love deeds. I know we love deals. I know Munuwesa Adakutenga stand. But please, Nyakela, be safe. Kapelani, be easy, be deliberate, and go through it nice and slowly so that you can get what you want out of it. I'm going to join you on the other side of this break with a young man with a lot of energy in an exciting new space in real estate. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, good day, good morning, bonjour, because I don't know where in the world you're watching from. Welcome to National Real Estate Day here in Harare. We're doing a live stream, we're groundbreaking, we're creating a property conversation that's accessible to everybody. I haven't asked you to give up your day, I haven't asked you for $1,000 to come and attend a conference, but I'm trying to put the best real estate decision-making information with the names and the faces so that your next investment or your dream can become a reality. So I'm a regional real estate professional. I trade out of South Africa, but Zimbabwe is home, Botswana is becoming home, and I've done transactions across the SADC region. But I try and dispense as much information as freely as possible to get people discussing. Now, when I do that, people always ask me two things. Kura, can I get a mortgage in Zimbabwe? And that question comes specifically from the diaspora, and they want to know that. So when we do best of breed things and we want to speak to people who do the do, is there possibly another business that we could argue has the history, the depth, and the execution capacity of cabs? You and I won't say you and I, because some of you might be ABA 2000, and ABA 2000, your memories are not great. So in Panakakura, there was this thing called CABS, Central African Building Society. It had a logo of 2 lions, or it was some animals, and a full crest. And when you were saving, you'd buy my pops paid up permanent shares. But I'm giving away my age. I get it. All right. But let us talk mortgages. Let us talk money. Let's talk about diaspora investment. It's a pleasure to be backed up and to have the experts from the mighty building society known as CABS. I have Afra and any more. Welcome to you, ladies.
Thank you, Kura. Thank you, viewers.
All right. Afra, I'm going to start with you. Are mortgages available?
Definitely. We are the biggest mortgage bank in Zimbabwe.
Icho.
We've got 76 years of experience in giving mortgages. I think 1 in every 5 houses that you can count in Harare, they were financed by CABS.
Wow.
Well before you were even born. And we take pride in providing shelter to our people. I always tell that from the Ministry of National Housing, we're told there's a backlog of 1.5 million houses.
Yes.
So we are there to cover that gap as CABS.
So when you hear 1.5 million, you mean you're busy going ha 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 ha. Get all my customers. Get all my customers.
Exactly. We definitely want the lion's share of that gap. Mortgages are available. We offer mortgages to purchase houses for individuals, to build where you've got a stand that has got title. We also partner with developers where they've come up with a project, and we can form schemes, employer negotiated schemes, where employers then provide funding, or we come together to provide funding to finish those projects. We also offer mortgages to companies. If you're a company, if you want to build your factory, you want to move your head office from congestion in town to areas that are easily accessible, we give mortgages to that effect. We also give you a mortgage to unlock value. Where you've got an unencumbered title deed, you want to consolidate your deed. Kura, you've got various deeds all over, but you just want to have one entrusted partner who is CABS. We give you an equity release.
Okay, I'm going to digress to an equity release
later,
but I'm going to bring in any more. Any more? Dance one diaspora. Dance kwa muma groups edumu. And say, guys, I want to go home, but can I? Diaspora, I've got to do a diaspora accent. Oh, guys, I don't know how you guys survive over there. Are there mortgages over there? To the diaspora, in all seriousness, do we have diaspora mortgages?
Definitely, we do have them. And we have 2 products that we offer diasporans. That is mortgages, outright purchase, home improvements, building loans, and also equity release. Someone has got a property and wants to unlock value.
you can use that, and we give you up to 50% of that value. And for your diasporans to qualify, it's simple. You have to be formally employed in that country of residence, and give us your proof of income. Once all that is in order, and we assess your credit reference, the borrowings that you have outside. If you qualify, then you are good to go. You can submit your application online.
This is sounding too good to be true.
It is.
Why are people not screaming at this from the rooftop saying, guys, Kumushauku, you're working, and whatever job you're doing, you're a nurse aide, you're a bus driver. Are you telling me the Zimbabwean out there with documentation, he's gone in a place legally, he's got his pay slips, he's showing you his profile, he can borrow money to build in Zimbabwe?
Definitely. Yeah.
I'm gonna cut the show right here. I'm gonna go spread the gospel.
Maybe Kura, the challenge with the diaspora market is to get a house without hassles.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of properties that are around, but that are not properly mandated. So when you're in the diaspora, you also need a proxy beside who act on your behalf, a trusted proxy who then look around for a house for you, who will also sign documents on your behalf, whom if we want anything to do with your mortgage, we then contact your special power of attorney. So the challenge with the diaspora market is the special power of attorney, where there are trust issues. But we have also made it easier with our diaspora market. We also have a portfolio of assets that you can choose from, rather than roaming around Zimbabwe looking for a property. CABS is a subsidiary of Old Mutual. We've got a bouquet of properties that you can choose from, depending with your qualification. We currently have stands in Gulumani. The stands are averaging 13 to 14,000. It's a vacant stand, but for you to then have title, then you have to build up to habitable level. Remember, we said we are going to give you money to purchase the stand and also to construct up to habitable level. So you can choose to buy from the Ngulumane property.
Ngulumane one?
Yes, we also have the Prospect one.
Prospect, Seke Road to the right, if we're going towards Seke, on the right hand side. There is Prospect Industrial Park, so next budget.
No, it's the other. You go through Waterfalls.
Yes.
Not this Prospect in yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we also have Bluffview and Westgate. Just after Bluffview, where you go into Westgate.
Yes.
There's a project there. You can also choose. It's going to be a gated community. You can also list on our potential buyers, who then assess your qualification. If you qualify, we are then able to give you the facilities. We also have an upcoming project in the Grange. It's going to be gated, but there's also an option to buy a standalone stand. At the moment, I'm not yet privy to provide further details on the Grange, but it's an upcoming project that we can.
So in front of you and 3,000 people watching us right now,
no problem.
Because the Grange, I know it well.
Yeah.
I literally grew up on the other side of that Grange plot.
Yes. So
yes.
But if you are, we also give our customers the choice to look for a property of choice, provided it is titled. There are a lot of.
Why does that matter? Why does a title deed matter?
It matters because we also need to register our interest on the property. Remember, we are giving you money to purchase a property, and the money is depositors' funds. We need to ensure that the depositors' funds are protected. So in case of any issues around default, we are then able to realize our interest as a preferred creditor on that property. Not that we are anticipating any default. No, we just want to protect ourselves to ensure that until the mortgage is extinguished, at least the bank is secured.
I understand that. And banks have to be secure. Yes. I know there's always the statement, hey, my banks, but I'm going to reveal I got a property with a mortgage, and then one-to-one, that mortgage evaporated away. So I benefited. So on that side, I understand the benefit, But if I'd been a depositor or a pensioner on the other side, there'd be mazino again. Yeah? Any more back to you? So when I am working in Birmingham, my deductions for my mortgage repayment, are you getting the money from me in the UK or am I depositing it in an account here in Zimbabwe? And what happens if I lose my job?
Alright, so the repayments, you pay them directly to the KEBS account, which is here in Zimbabwe. You can do that via maybe probably a relative that is here, or another platforms that like Kuru, your One Money, CBZ. But right now we've actually developed our own Diaspora platform for the repayments, which we are about to launch to the clients. So once that is launched, you'll be paying direct from the country of residence into your KEBS mortgage account or your transactional account here in Zimbabwe. So what happens if you lose your job? The first thing that you have to do is communicate to the bank of the situation that has happened, and we'll find a way forward. Probably maybe you get your terminal benefits, you get a lump sum when you resign from the job or you are fired from the job. Those are the information that we need for us to be able to navigate on how we get our repayments.
So a mortgage has a monthly repayment, but if I get lucky, I get a bonus at work, am I able to accelerate my payments? Am I allowed to pay up earlier?
Yes, you're allowed to pay earlier, and there are no penalties for paying earlier.
Yes, you're allowed to make capital repayments as long as you are able to meet those repayments. We can accept that. The Consumer Protection Act doesn't allow us to penalize our customers.
Aha. Yes. Thank you for that legislation. Okay, so I want to get my papers in order, right? Chirkudiwa Muruguda Marie deposit 25%. Ndizvo? Okay. Muruguda kuona my pay slips. Ndizvo? Pay slips. Okay. 3-month bank statements. Can I submit Eco Cash statements?
All right. Okay, let me explain. Let me explain. Okay. For us to consider you for a mortgage, you need to have an account with KEBS.
Yes. There we go.
Yes, we need to have an account with KEBS. Remember what Animo was saying on the diaspora market. We can facilitate through our call center for you to open either online, or you can have your proxy signing on your behalf. So for the locals, they must be banking with us, salary coming through us.
Gotcha.
Or maybe if it's an employer negotiated scheme, the employer must also be banking with us to then enable us to then do the deductions at source. Remember, I've spoken about employer negotiated schemes or pension-backed schemes. That's when we have a waiver of your salary not coming through us. But in terms of an account, you have to open an account.
Gotcha.
Because we must have a relationship. We must know who Kura is by having your KYC documents within our bank. So it's a requirement that you open an account with us. The account has to be active. So where we have done waivers, you then have to give us a track record of your bankings from the other banks.
Sure.
That you will then see, yes, Kura has been earning $5,000 US. Yes, it's in line with our loan repayments that you would want.
Okay. What is indicatively? You don't have to give it precise. What is an acceptable debt burden ratio? If I clear $1,000 a month, how much should I be able to afford to borrow from you guys? When you're doing your assessments, what's the science behind that?
Okay. Our debt burden ratio, we should not exceed 25% of your gross salary. But if you're looking at your net salary, it's not more than 40% of your net salary.
All right. Okay.
We also take into account your other borrowings with other banks. In Zimbabwe, we've got ways of knowing how much you know. There's now Central Credit Registry. So even if you don't declare on your application form, there are ways for us to know that Kura has got a mortgage or a facility with, I'll say, CBZ. Yes. Then we'll take that into account as we are giving you a qualification, because we don't want to be irresponsible lenders who then leave you with no income to meet your daily to-day operating expenses.
Sure. So what if I am, I've got the property already, mortgage has been paid off or it's never been mortgaged. If I want to do, what is an equity release and how is it different from a usual mortgage deal?
Correct. So equity release, you're saying we are giving us a collateral that is already there, built or complete, and you just want to unlock value. So in the product of equity release, there is no 25% deposit. You bring in your property, we assess it. If it's within your qualification based on your gross salary, we proceed to give you a loan. So the difference between equity release and the mortgage is that mortgage, it strictly binds you to do what you've applied for, as in maybe probably you want to build or you want to purchase. But for equity release, the funds, as long as what you want to do is legit and is above the board, you can
Also, to add on to any more, on loan to value, you will give you 50% of your property value.
This is on a home release, an equity release.
On equity release.
Yes.
But provided that 50%, I know you've got a housing grant, but is your income adequate to service a loan for 200,000? Maybe they have valued your property at 500.
Yes.
So then look at your incomes. Your income should be able to service the amount of the loan that you would have given you. But for an equity release, we will guarantee you 50% of your property value, subject to incomes meeting the debt burden ratios of 25%. For corporates, it's still the same. We'll also look at your business, your financial statements, your revenues. Are they able to meet the required loan to repayment ratios? If it's that, we'll then be able to give you the loan. The equity release is for both individual companies. It also equips a client to get out of cash, to then allow you to negotiate for better prices if you want to buy another property, because we already want your cash, and it then gives you a bargaining power to then buy something even cheaper, because we already want to cash, rather than maybe in a transfer where you then need to go to Zimra for the Zimra interviews, to go to lodgement at the deeds office. The process might then take long, but for someone who already have an asset, we are then able to unlock value to allow you to buy another property without the transfer processes being followed.
Okay. I have a confession to make. My confession is, I thought you guys are unfriendly bankers who hoard money. You've come here as two ladies to tell us Diaspora mortgages, T. Local equities, T. If we've just put our paperwork together, we can come through the front door and say, I want to get a mortgage at Caps in Israel.
Definitely. Our doors are open. We are also represented in our 38 branches. We are also represented through our parent company, Old Mutual offices. We actually had a Diaspora symposium in Birmingham recently. We had a crowd of our diaspora market. We have started receiving applications. I'm very excited that we have started seeing business coming through from that symposium. So it really works, and it's unfortunate we can't give names for confidentiality.
Sure.
Yes, but I think the diaspora market is happy, and we are ready to service you. The local market is also ready to receive us. Like I indicated, we've got 76 years of experience. I was not even yet born, but so it's like we are there to make sure that everyone is housed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And a personal question, what does real estate mean to both of you guys? Is it a job? Is it an investment? Why did you connect with this industry?
To me, it's both. It's a job. For me to tick my KPIs, I must house someone.
Amen.
How then do I do it? By connecting with stakeholders, by making my life easy, rather than my customers to spend a lot of time looking where to buy and how to buy. I think this event is an important event to me. It creates a platform for easy sell. I can call it a sweet pot.
Fantastic. We're going to do thumbnails and we're going to put this up on YouTube so
Yeah.
that people will be able to go and say, Takataura na Afra Panigi, National Real Estate Day, and she
Yes.
said X, Y, and Z. Any more real estate to you? What does it mean?
All right. So to me, what they say is home is always the best. So everyone, it requires to have a home. And for us to be able to do that, real estate comes in, whether in diaspora or in Zimbabwe. You guys really help us to navigate our customers and give us platform on us having a leeway to give them what they want. Diasporans on the garage tara kumusha is always the best. So everyone wants to invest home. So through real estate, that is possible.
Nyabonga Kakulu, thank you very much, ladies, for coming in numbers. I was just expecting you. You brought us a bonus guest. She's spoken to a very key constituency that I deal with, the diaspora, wanting to invest. So, a mortgage, I'll be a bit morbid. Some mortgages last longer than marriages, right? It's a relationship.
Yes,
right?
yes.
I must come through the front door with flowers. I earn good money. I'm responsible. I don't overspend. I don't run away from debts. I can come through the front door and I can say, cabs, I'm a good guy. Lend to me.
Yeah, and one more thing, our product become with insurance. We insure our borrower, just in case you then die, your family will remain sheltered, because the insurance will then pay up the mortgage.
Okay.
It also comes with home insurance, just in case an eventuality then affects your house. The house is then insured against any incidental, like fire, like any broken things on the property. So we just give you that comfort that you know you still have a job. If anything happens, the mortgage will be paid up. If the house is also affected by any event, the insurance will be there to pay you. What we do not cover is default. Yeah? You need to pay us, Gura. We need to pay us.
Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, you take the house.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair risk. But if the house doubles in price, the profit is mine.
Exactly.
Your mortgage doesn't change.
It doesn't change. What I have given you is the loan that will then run down. Yes.
Okay. It's going to be an unfair question. We borrow in USD. Can I pay back in Zig?
That's a tough one, but I think the law, you are only able to pay in the currency that you have borrowed.
Okay.
So if you have borrowed in US dollars, we expect you to pay in US dollars, yes. To the extent that currently we have limited our tenures to 5 years to then expire in 2030, which is the end of our multi-currency regime. So that's why we are not offering long-term facilities.
Okay.
Ordinarily, a mortgage should be 20 years, but we are then governed by the multi-currency regime to then cover what we have spoken about.
Okay. No, mazunzwira mega mari iriko mukagadzira madocuments enyu waimutaure neshamwari dzedu dzeku cabs 76 years experience mukatarisa ask your parents. Your parents, when they were nurses and school teachers, vakanokwereta mari ku-cabs kuti vatenge dzimba dzamuri kugara izvozvi. It's a great pleasure to have such wisdom at our fingertips. They are not aloof bankers who sit in a lofty office, in air-conditioned office, drinking tea and turning down loan applications. Mavanzwira mega kuti her KPI is varuda kupusha zvinhu. So please join me in challenging them. Pinzai my applications enu, local and diaspora. Pleasure hosting my friends from CABS, AFRA, and any more. Ladies, thank you so much for making National Real Estate Day a tangible, practical interactions where Zimbabweans can get skills to make their next property deal. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, viewers. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. So on the other side of this break, we're going to do a quick set change. But on the other side of this break, you've heard about them. My tuck shops to my small shops. Who's doing it? How's it working? Give us 2 minutes and we're going to be right back. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're watching from, whatever time zone you're in. My name is Kura Chiota, and I'm a property professional here in the SADC region, and I'm passionate about real estate. I have in my personal life seen the transformative nature of the asset, that owning it, investing in it, utilizing it has been hugely advantageous and has afforded me a really good life, and I'm grateful for that. So my give back to the community is thank you for investing your time and your free resource. We have so many things, so much to do in a day. So I thought to come up with this live stream format where we get property professionals who are dipping in and out of the day to share the best of their knowledge. So their knowledge comes to you for free and gives you what I hope is a port of call that you will be able, if you've got an idea or a concept and you just don't know how to implement it, that we give you names and people and companies that understand the process and you can get involved. So at this particular juncture, I'm most excited to have a young man, and I think you'll probably be my second or third youngest guest. I like the youth. The youth have got the energy and the enthusiasm, and one owner isumadara zvatingo ignore. So it's a pleasure to welcome to the studio today on National Real Estate Day a young friend of mine, Anzi Dylan, mysteriously known as Dylan, but for punctuality and purpose. Dylan, how are you, young blood?
I'm alright, thanks. Yourself?
Good, thank you very much.
Good.
That's a lovely shirt. Can we swap?
Yeah, sure.
No, I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, welcome to the set.
Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Dylan, I've been wandering around this fantastic city of ours, and I won't say confused, but the Zimbabwean market is so beautifully fragmented, right? You can have a Highland Park having a big Pick and Pay, but if we come into the CBD, we have Tumatak shop, all right? I'm going to use some Afrikaans. In South Africa, would say, "Wat Hanan? What is going on? What's the deal with tuck shops?"
Okay, so over the past few years, I've dedicated my career into unlocking value in urban property space in Zimbabwe. And we've done this through Tumatak shops. These Tumatak shops measure between 6 to 15 square meters, and they provide micro entrepreneurs with the opportunity to start their businesses. They also provide people to shop, convenience for people to shop. And what we're seeing, especially in Netuma tuck shops, is a genuine transformation in the way people shop, invest, and run their businesses. These small retail units are not just a trend, they're the backbone of our local economies. When designed and managed well, they offer higher returns for investors, affordable entry points for micro businesses, as I said before, and convenience for the consumers.
So you are taking advantage of, can I call it, the hustle mentality, right? We can all sit at home and say, Basandina, menoti school fees, we can make a plan and put together a shop where we are buying, importing, distributing, manufacturing, and we now have an outlet. So I had a guest earlier on, he's very formal retail. Terrace Africa, that's Highland Park, that's Village Walk, you're going to be dropping $25 a square meter on a 200 square meter shop. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
You have come with a product that is accessible. On 15 square meters, I'm going to pay
$500.
$500, so I can manage my risk in getting that. When you're looking at doing these Tumatak shop malls, where are the great places for this to work?
So usually what you want is you want to be in a high traffic area zones, because there's a lot of foot traffic, people are moving in and out. And also in doing that, you can have a good tenant mix doing that. On the tenant mix, you can have a pharmacy there and a phone shop. Someone might just come out of the pharmacy and go straight into a phone shop and buy something that they want. So it brings in a bit of convenience, where there's a high traffic zone areas.
So science these tuck shops. It's not just I've got space, so I'm going to let 10 phone shops, 10 alcohol shops, 10 pharmacy shops. What's the mix? What's the magic mix that works?
Well, the magic mix is you just want different people to come in through. Whether they're buying expensive things, small things. So yeah, that's the tenant mix we're looking for.
Okay.
Pharmacies, we have anchor tenants. The pharmacy could be an anchor tenant, and they bring in diversity, little tuck shops and grocery shops and all of that.
All right. So, my whole life, I've been chasing one thing, right? Yield, right? Investment return. Where is the opportunity for a guy like me? I might have my 10 grand, 15 grand, 30 grand, and I want to invest. I think there is a pathway for me to invest my small money into something chinondipa return.
Yeah.
What is a yield? And what sort of yields are we getting out of your investment schemes?
So our yield is the rental income. Okay, fine. Our rental yields are between 12 to 18% per year annually for someone who's invested between $3,000 and $5,000 on their little katak shop. That's the cost of construction for one shop per unit.
Okay.
So, for example, in Chivu, we have shops that we're selling there, and we're selling them for $15,000, which is $1,000 per square meter. Compared to buying something in the avenues, for example, if you're buying an apartment there, you buy it for 45K plus, or if you're buying a house or a coal house in Budiri or somewhere there, it's about 20K plus.
If you've got a 20K house, you take this in 30 and up,
plus, yeah, 30K plus. And I mean, for your rentals, near these shops, 15 square meter shop, you're looking at $500 per square meter. And this is outside of Harare. And yeah, I mean, that's good money, and you've bought it for 15,000.
So you're saying I have an investment opportunity to buy a shop, I own it. Do I get a share or a title deed? What do I get for?
So you get a share certificate or a sectional title deed.
Okay.
For the shop that you'd have bought.
So I own a shop for 30 grand, and then that rental money comes in 15 square meters at $100 a square meter. That's a lot.
Oh, 15K, sorry.
15K.
15K for a shop, for a 15 square meter shop.
Okay, so $1,000 square meter.
Yeah.
What rent am I going to get on that?
Between $300 to $500.
$300 to $500. Okay, so now I get where your 12 to 18% return comes on.
Yes.
In my property journey, I've had multiple kinds of properties, and I would take my son around and would go at the month end, do a physical inspection on site, and drop off the invoice, right? I did that for two reasons. One, to maintain a physical connection so that you're not just the landlord who lives over there and they don't care, right? But when you're pitching up and you're building that relationship, I think you get a sense of what's going right and what's going wrong,
Yes.
right? So tell me about the management. So I've given you my 15 grand. I've bought the shop in Chivu. How do I know that Michael Sharp is looking after my interests?
Well, Michael Sharp also has property managers that can manage your property for you. And because usually Tumatak shops have high tenancy turnover, well, we know exactly what's going on in the market and we can adjust our prices based on that. So by giving you that information, I mean, we're very close to that information. So you know exactly what is going on in the market in real time.
You guys are hands-on, on the ground and managing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is this the point where I disclosed that you and I went to Chivu to look at the scheme that you're running at?
Yes, we did.
I was just my mind was blown that there's that volume of people. Some of the product that's coming into the market is going up 3 stories, and people there's a little shop that sells PPE.
Yes.
There's some guys who do my generators. There are other guys who are running I think it was a steel plant.
Yeah.
Just give me the picture of that kind of tenant mix. Give me some of the tenants who are in some of your successful malls.
Okay, so in some of our successful malls, we have grocery shops, pharmacies. I mean, almost every mall that we have a pharmacy in that mall that that we built.
Samutori my drug dealers guy.
Not even. Not even. Yeah, but it brings in a different,
Okay.
different tenancy mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would imagine hair salons, hair products, phone products.
Definitely, we actually have a lot of those in the malls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is not in your mall? Who would you like to attract?
We've got a big tenancy mix. I mean, we don't have people who sell hardwares. I mean, in our malls, we don't have people who sell hardwares.
Okay.
That's one thing I've realized. Or bookshops, we don't have any of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The mall management. So I'm from a sophisticated corporate listed company property management model. I will say if I bill a tenant $10,000 as rent, I'm probably going to pay $2,800 in operating costs. What does your operating cost model look like for those tuck shops? If you're collecting $400 in rent, what are your operating costs?
It's 10% of that. We charge 10% of your total rent. That is our operating costs, which includes electricity, paying the workers who clean, security, all of that. It is all paid on that 10%.
Wangu, you're sounding too good to be true. Ndakutocha.
It's true.
Yeah?
That's what we're doing.
Can I hold you to task and come on site and see stuff that you've done?
Definitely.
All
You
right.
can.
All right. I'm not going to call you a liar in front of 3,000 people watching us on live right here.
Yeah.
But no, I have been to a multiplicity of your schemes, and I'm hugely excited about the prospect, because real estate is really about the democracy of capital. If you talk about REITs, if you talk about access to opportunities, last Shoma wane 10 meter to build a Highland Park.
Yes.
But kanamunde aineka 10,000 ka 15,000, with the due diligence, I would love to put people in touch with you so people can have the conversation to get an asset of value which is protected. We've had lawyers before. They've explained to us why a title deed matters or a share certificate matters if it's an investment company. But I'm so delighted to have spent this time with you to put a face to the name. Dangon's Wampana Dylan and no piece up a town. But Michael Sharp, I love that you have Africanized the model and you're doing cost-effective, affordable real estate and putting it in our entrepreneurs' hands so that they can provide. Funny thing is, I deal with developers and I ask them, can somebody argutenga stand on installment? Mariacha no kupi. And they tell me without blinking their eyes, and a tuck shop, and a 3 or 4 my tuck shop. So you've generated employment, you've created economic activity, and the cash flow that comes out of that is going into another investment.
Yes.
So keep on doing the good work that you're doing. I love having my young Zimbabweans walk the journey with me. So I'm sure people are going to ask me, "Depend my details." But we should be on the live stream. We should have your logo up. But somebody's going to ask me for your details. No, appreciate you coming through. Is there anything you want to say in closing?
No, thank you for having me.
No, you did the hard work,
Great
right?
opportunity.
You're the ones who are out there pounding the pavements and getting me to drive to Chivu at 7 o'clock in the morning. That was very disrespectful.
But you enjoyed the trip.
I absolutely
It was
did.
worth it.
Because I learned and I saw, and my dollars are with you.
Definitely, thank you.
Dylan?
Great.
Thanks, young blood.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Cool. That was Dylan. He's doing the micro tuck shops. I stopped counting at 200 that they've developed. I've got my hair products. I did my nails, got my hair did. You know the whole story. Zimbabwe is the microeconomy at a particular location. Are you meeting the customer where they are? And to my mind, that is getting from large formal retail to the smaller democratized capital. Thank you for tuning in for this particular clip on National Real Estate Day with Kura and friends. That was Dylan of Michael Sharp. We're going to come back with you shortly after a short commercial break. A blessed day to you. Welcome to National Real Estate Day with me, Kura Chiota, and friends. We are hosting an absolutely no pressure, come and meet the people, helping you get the right information and make powerful decisions to transform your life with real estate. Real estate is that one asset class that we cannot avoid. We all have to live somewhere. If we're employed, our work is a fixed address, or we're delivering a product to a physical location. So I thought on National Real Estate Day to get people I know, have worked with, walked the journey, stumbled with some, fought with others, but to talk about real estate and it as an asset, what it does for us, and the opportunities that are there. So I could not tell the Zimbabwean story without bringing the youth to the fore. So you'll see that a number of my guests are younger than me. Some have more hair than me, some have no hair. Lawrence sitting next to me has a bit of hair. But I just wanted so that you sitting in the middle of, and but I just want everybody to have an easy platform to access the minds of people who are doing things in real estate. So it's a great pleasure to welcome a young man, and I have respect for this young man because real estate absolutely is a local game. You're going to sell an area or a plot or a house in a place that you know, but knowledge is absolutely universal. You've got to be able to go and travel to other places, read, understand, and get exposed. So I've been at conferences in South Africa, in Zambia, and I get a hand on my shoulder and I'm told, "Hi, Mkoma. We want to see and learn." So a man who's investing in his own development. It's a great pleasure to welcome to the studio my young brother, Lawrence Rimai. Welcome to you, Lawrence.
Thank you so much, Kura. It's a great honor, and thank you for inviting me to be on your great platform.
No, it is only a pleasure. The platform is ours. We're going to make it as great as we can be, but it's a collective effort. So, ini changu chirungu. Ndimi mune data, ndimi mutipangidza gwara, and you're going to keep us safe.
No, thank you so much. I'm honored.
Sake Imimichi, you are known as what is called a PRIA, Principal Registered Estate Agent. What is that?
Okay, so the Principal Registered Estate Agent is basically the man in charge who the Estate Agents Council would have entrusted to say, whatever happens in this particular real estate agent firm, you are the one who takes the knock. If people lose their money, it's your certificate that is on the line. So it's basically the principal registered estate agent is that man who's gone through the necessary training and he has obtained the necessary certification. So for you to become, maybe I can start there for you. How does one become a principal registered estate agent? So you, number one, according to the Estate Agents Act, it says that you must have at least 3 years experience working under the direction or the supervision of a principal registered agent. In other words, someone else who has studied and who has undergone through the same process. That's number one. Then number two, you must also have obtained the necessary qualification or having gone through the exams for you to be qualified as a principal registered estate agent. So when you meet these two criteria, of course there are fees that you then have to pay. Then if you want to open your own company, or if someone else who is an entrepreneur wants to open their own firm, they can hire you to be the man in charge on the real estate side. So you are basically all estate agents are required to run what is called a trust account. In other words, that's where it's more like a depository account. In some institutions, in some jurisdictions, I think it's got a different name. So you are the one who is entrusted to take care of depositors' funds during that period. So if anything happens, maybe issues that can happen to do with professional conduct or issues to do with perhaps loss of trust funds, the principal registered estate agent is the man that the estate agents council
So
would
you're
deal
the
with.
accounting officer?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the work done by an estate agent? Do I have to use you guys?
Okay, so critically, the real estate job or real estate process has got a lot of other technical issues. So an estate agent is the one who knows what to do, for example, in terms of the due diligence process that is required. So to start with, if you give us your property, we have to ensure that the property that you're giving us has got the necessary papers. Does it have title deeds? We do the deed search. We do the town planning search. For example, someone comes and say, I'm selling this property and it's many people say, no, this property has got commercial rights, but not all properties have got commercial rights. You have to check the town planning. So we do the due diligence. You go to the town planning department, go and check, does this property, is it correctly zoned as offices, as retail, or whatever it is zoned for. And then we also do check with the local authority. Are rates paid up? Are there any outstanding rates? Are there any other obligations that will be met before we put this property on the market? It doesn't necessarily mean that if a property has got outstanding rates, we don't sell it. But you should at least know that this property has got these outstanding obligations. So even when you then sell, you must be able to put upfront to the potential buyers to let them know that this is what you're getting yourself into from the purchase price, or we can ask the seller to ensure that these obligations are met before the transfer is done.
So this sounds like quite an involved process.
Yes.
So an estate agent, I thought, is just a dude on the side of the road with a Facebook marketplace account and Bob's your uncle.
No, there's a lot that goes behind the scenes. So an estate agent is someone who is supposed to be knowledgeable about the market that they're also operating in. So one of the things that also an estate agent has to continuously do is to ensure that they are well researched in terms of the market that they're operating in. What sort of values? So in as much as not all estate agents are property valuers, right? But estate agents, they do market assessments. So when they're given a mandate to sell a property, when most people, when they're selling their properties, they actually don't know how much their property is worth.
Okay.
So an estate agent must put in some effort to ensure that they check some comparable evidence, check other properties that have been sold in that particular area, and then obviously do some adjustments, because every site, every property that you deal with has got its own unique features.
Let's use a big English word. It's idiosyncratic.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thanks, Kura, but I don't know if our viewers will be able to understand.
I'm just confused, just to confuse the people.
Yeah. So that's an estate agent must be able to to understand the area that they're operating. Then apart from that, an estate agent also must be able to understand issues to do with an agreement of sale, because an agreement of sale is a contract, right?
Yes.
In as much as lawyers are trained to do contracts, but contracts that have to do with the sale of properties, estate agents, in my opinion, they probably have more knowledge because they deal with this every day. And also, one of the things that I've noticed, I think, in my career as well as an estate agent, is that each and every contract is different from the contract that you've done. So some people talk about, no, use a template, but every template must be able, you must know what this property that you're dealing with, and know what to change, what features, because I mean, in one instance you're dealing with a property where the buyer is paying using mortgage finance. In another instance you're buying using, maybe the person who's buying is buying it's a cash sell.
Right.
And the market is dynamic.
Yes.
Previously, Zimbabwe is a cash economy. We used to have a situation where all the money has to be paid. It has to go through the bank account. But I think people have been burnt before, so not everyone wants their money to go through to be first of all be deposited in the account. So there are quite a number of issues that then you have to understand. Perhaps if it's to do with the agreement of sale. Yes, I could say in summary, those are some of the things that any estate agent have to do.
Now, between you and me and 4,000 people watching, where's the money? What deals are going down? Where, if I've got $10,000, $50,000, $100,000, where should I be investing it with your market information?
One of the things that the recently, the master plans which have just been, which have just been worked out, I think they've unlocked values in certain pockets. And so, in my opinion, I think everyone who wants to get into property must be able to understand that document, the master plan, and see where the opportunities are. Of course, it's not a casting stone.
Sure.
But I think an area which has been neglected to a great extent is high density, high rise development. My opinion, I think that's where the money is, but the location is critical. I'm sure the
NBS have jumped in on Glaudina. Homelink has jumped in with Crowborough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. It's only that some of the developments, they are developments that had been perhaps formulated a long time ago. So some of them have failed to catch up with the times that we're in, obviously, because now, if the market is now more knowledgeable, it's now more informed, and the tests, they are now different from tests that were there 10 years ago. So anyone who's going to come up with a product that meets the current demand, sure that if you're going to do high rise, I think for me one of the, if you are to be marketing, but I think there are certain features, of course, that people are now looking at.
Nail them, my brother.
Is it close to your retail site? It's obviously you should be walking distance from the apartment. And does it have access to internet? Does it have piped water? Does it have the problem with Harare, for example, is that we have City of Harare has failed us. They have not been able to supply water, so at least people are now resorting to bores. People need constant water supply, and in some of the developments that I've seen, they are able to guarantee water, even if people were to buy the water. But at least if there is that convenience, it's something that will be very beneficial. Then the other thing as well, if you're going to do a new development now, not everyone should be putting their solar dish outside. So those are some of the things that a new development should be able to deal with. It should be able to. I often see you posting some interesting developments in South Africa and Botswana. We should be able to meet that test, or even do something better than what they're doing in those jurisdictions. Yeah.
So, for a word of caution with our viewers, Tirukurazika Papi, where do people most get duped when they try to buy property?
Okay, in most instances, I've observed that most people, they invest first, or they put the money on the ground, or buy a property, and then they come to us. Then they come to us asking for advice after they have failed, because maybe they've tried doing it by themselves, and then they realize, the market is saying something otherwise. And of course, you now try to flog a dead horse. But the thing is, I think it's important to invest in due diligence. You're buying a site because I think we were talking about where's the money. I think cluster development is obviously the in thing. I think, but I think there is more value in going vertical. Town planning conditions permitting.
Densification.
Yes, densification, town planning conditions permitting. So I think I just got lost as I was trying to explain something. Would you ask the question again, because
sure. It's slipping me as well what my question was, but we'll catch it up. You said densification.
Yeah.
Is densification good for us or bad for us?
Well, densification is something.
My question was to Kurasika Papi. Where we lose?
Oh yes. Yeah. So and your last question is, densification is something beneficial or not beneficial? I think it's something that, you know, whenever we talk about real estate, they talk about highest and best use, or we always talk about highest and best use.
I love that expression.
Right.
Please explain it to me.
Yeah. So when you buy a site, right? We're talking about town planning. You have to meet the demand, current demand, at that particular. Where do we get the highest returns? Should I invest in retail? Is retail, if we do retail, is it the best? Will it give us the best rentals per square meter, or should we put residential? Should we put offices? That basically, that's your highest and best.
So it's not feja.
No, it's not feja.
It's not my feelings.
It's not.
It's not written down. Mukanda vision.
It's not like that. So now you're coming back to your question. People have to invest in due diligence. It's important that before you buy a site, you find out, get to know. For example, we're talking about water, so you can't just buy a site and then you don't know how people are going to get water supply, right? Then you can't just buy a site and you have not done due diligence in terms of the town planning. Of course, someone would have told you that this property you get your cluster development permit approved, but not all sites can get cluster development approval or development permit, right? And then someone can tell you that you can do offices, but for you to do offices, maybe it needs ministerial approval. So you must do your town planning, due diligence before you do the investment, right? And then the other thing as well is, especially when you're doing retail commercial development, you must ensure that the site that you are going to build on is resilient. So I often hear you talk about you have to ensure that you have done your work before. If you need to get information regarding to, say, for example, how many people pass through the property, what is the market saying in terms of does the market have disposable income to come and buy?
Yes.
Even if you put a tenant, do they have money to come and spend? Even if you invest in Zimbabwe, you also need to understand population in terms of demographics, what sort of people live in this particular neighborhood, and what are their spending patterns, and so forth. So those are some of the things that you need to be able to understand first before you do the investment. So I've also noticed that, like lately everyone is doing retail development, and then you realize that there's a lot of cannibalism. One is doing this and another one is doing that. And also the other thing I've also observed is that with some sites, people don't collaborate. you know, and as a result, people are doing the same thing. Yeah, they're doing the same thing. So instead of saying, okay, fine, you're doing this, so let me do something different. You know, so I think people need to do an investment in terms of the due diligence before they put the investment.
Now, in conclusion,
Yeah.
I want us to reach Buhle in Lupane. She is a young lady. She's studying at the university there. I want her to be able to see herself as the Lawrence of the future. I love and respect you. I would call you, they say, mfana wangu ye, not in a kuderera sense, but munu who I've seen grow up in my very eyes. What is your word for the youth wanting to participate in the property industry?
Okay, so critical, obviously, for young Buhle, one of the things is that the young Buhle needs to get the necessary requisite qualifications. I mean, like these days, there are many universities that are offering real estate programs. There are colleges that are offering real estate programs. There are institutions like the Real Estate Institute of Zimbabwe, the Estate Agents Council itself. They offer, you know, the real estate courses. So that's the first thing. But number two is you also need to get the necessary experience. So you need to understand someone. So I mean, during our days, you probably don't know, I used to work for a big institution, and I remember seeing you back then with my then boss. I'll talk about him, Maurice Ove.
Yes.
Yes.
Moho.
Yes.
Sarana. Yes.
And you know, I would understudy him, but I would watch you because you were my seniors, and you would tell me, go to that side, go and check, count number of people that are going to pass through this place, you know, because you were doing the due diligence. You wanted to buy a site on behalf of a client. So you need to be able to humble yourself, understudy someone as well before you get to be where perhaps Lawrence is. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Keep on doing the work. I love seeing young Zimbabweans reaching for the sky. I love that you own your own business and you put as much real estate in people's hands. Keep shining, keep doing the work, and you are an inspiration.
Thank you so much, Kura. And you remain an inspiration as well.
Thank you, my guy. That's Lawrence Rimai from Oasis Realty. They do all things in the real estate space, from advisory, estate agency, and market appraisals. Do give them a shout. On the other side of this, more interesting guests right here on National Real Estate Day with Kura and friends. We'll catch you shortly. Maskati Mkwamuri, or good day wherever you are in the world. We are live in Harare. We are doing National Real Estate Day, a series of conversation with Kura Chiwota and friends. I'm so glad that you have the time and energy to give to us to commemorate this day. In 2021, it was done by Government Gazette that on the 15th of October of every year, we will celebrate National Real Estate Day. What does that mean to you? What questions do you have? Who are the people doing things? So I thought to create a platform where information is freely shared. If you follow me on YouTube, on TikTok, on Facebook, on X, I'm always giving away access, information, opportunities, and a bit of my own craziness that's inside my head. So when you're going into a city, and we're in Harare, if you want a landmark of the power of imagination, the blood and guts of delivery, I didn't think there could be a better shining example than to bring to you the team that brought you the Joiner Center. Yes, to you watching out there, wherever you're from, whatever you think you're capable of, the Joiner Center stands as 18 or 19 stories as a testament to not giving up, believing it's possible, and delivering. So, with great pleasure, I welcome Mr. Mutsa. He is from New World Property Managers, and they are the project team. Well, I don't need to say it. He's right here in front of me. He's looking super fly in an Oga outfit. I think my next change, I'm going to try and mimic my brother. How are you doing, Mutsa?
Very well, thanks, Kura. Thanks so much for having me.
No, I really, really appreciate it. So, real estate, when I do my social media work, I always say the greatest real estate is this stuff. You've got to have a vision and an imagination. So, my journey through the real estate story, as I used to work for the company in South Africa that was a project manager and doing letting at Joiner 20-something years ago. That project wasn't easy. Who lost their hair making that project a success that it is? We can see a fantastic complete building, but what were the pain points in landing that project, and what did you overcome?
Thanks, Kura. I think, as you would probably know, the time in which Joiner City was built was a bit of a volatile time economically in the country. And so one of the challenges that was there was managing risk. The currency changes at the time and fluctuations posed a very big risk in terms of the continuation of the project. So when I look at it in terms of pain points, I would say that's probably one of the biggest pain points and one of the biggest things that we had to overcome, just navigating that and being able then to deliver the project after such a tumultuous time economically. Everything else I think was pretty standard construction-wise and development-wise, but that particular aspect was quite challenging at the time.
No, Makoro Koto Chaiwo. I was a young man in Durban, and guys would be flying up to Harare, and they would be telling me of, I can't believe this is what's happened in Zimbabwe. And I just always used to say, cheta cheta. And I want a youth who's watching this series of interviews to be able to identify that a Zimbabwean, a black man, has built the tallest building in this city. And that to me, as from an architectural point of view, makes us all stand proud, because that's something that we've achieved and identify with that kind of excellence.
Absolutely. As Zimbabweans.
As Zimbabweans, the Venezuela,
Yes.
and that's us. And that's us.
That's it.
So when you're talking about formulating projects, what works? What doesn't work? Why should people have a project plan? Why should they engage a project manager? What's the deal?
Kura, it's a really good question. I think the reason why a lot of projects fail, and particularly, the big projects, is because there isn't enough planning that goes into it. I read a book that speaks into how to manage big projects, and one of the key takeaways was think slow, act fast. So you take your time planning, and then you execute with precision. I suppose I understand how it can be tough, maybe in a market like Zimbabwe sometimes because of the uncertainties. But that's one of the most critical things that you have to do for project success. Secondly, risk management. I spoke to the issue of joiner earlier on. There are a lot of assumptions that we put in when we are wanting to do projects and ensure success. But not enough scenario analysis goes into that, not enough stress management or stress testing goes into that, even at model stage. Those are the pillars that ensure project success. Outside of the various normal ones like budgetary constraints and so forth, those are pervasive globally. But particularly to our environment, I would say those two particular pillars are areas that you need to look at very closely.
So here's my biased opinion. I operate and I discombobulate often crossing the Limpopo, right? One side of the Limpopo, very structured, right? You're going to raise bank finance. There's a formula. 70% bank finance, 30% equity. On the 70% of bank finance, there needs to be a feasibility. There needs to be a cost model with these kind of practitioners. These practitioners will have professional indemnity. Here is a contractor who is going to offer you a contract for a fixed sum. That's that side. When I come to this side, a scheme we will start. And we start with a ZACE contract, all right? The ZACE is Zimbabwe Association of Consulting Engineers, for those at home. And the ZACE contract has a relationship between an employer and a client, right? So an employer means, Famba, I'm okay, right? So that risk management that a contractor is going to do the work at a price is different. Then a quantity surveyor will do a brilliant job, and he will say, Mr. Chiota, you need 10 tons of bricks, you need 17 linear meters of steel, but I know that even in US dollars there's inflation on those prices. How do we manage that in this super volatile environment?
Yeah, so, operating on this side of the Limpopo, as you said.
Our blessed side. This is the better side, I'll admit.
The blessed side of the Limpopo. I think you're very right in that, there are parameters. Then there's what I would probably like to term the additional local parameter, which is historical experience that then informs certain things that you then create. If you're a contractor or if you're a developer, if you're doing a project, you have the normal parameters, and then you've got the Zim parameter that you always have to look at and say, I know that this is 10,000 bricks, but there's going to be an inflation component, there's going to be production delays, there's going to be all of those Zim sort of related things that you then have to come up with a metric for and put that into your model for you to be able to have a realistic picture of what it's going to take for you to be able to achieve that project.
So my brain is broken between the very structured, and in South Africa I will go to my quantity surveyors, they're in Melrose Arch, beautiful offices, on their computers, Zimbabwe. It's a money game and it's a blood sport. The guy is negotiating for tiles off the back of a truck. The cement supplier can go into liquidation. I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody. The brick supplier. What is our local building materials supply chain looking like? Because that's another risk. You think, okay, I've got the money, I'm going to build, but brick supplier A and B, or A went into business rescue, B has got delays, a cement supplier has gone into business rescue. How do we work around that?
Inevitably, those things, Kura, challenges as they may be, they are massive opportunities for another part of the world or people looking at it from a different lens. So you find that there was a time when we had the tiling suppliers could not meet the demand. Let's look at what has happened now. The number of brick manufacturing companies that have started over the past 5 years, let alone not even clay brick, cement brick, and all these different other options that are coming. So, in as much as there is a risk in terms of that material supply chain, inevitably, when you look at it very, very closely, those gaps are being plugged very quickly by people coming in and grabbing that opportunity. I would want to say the Chinese, but the Chinese.
No, we're not going to mention the Chinese, no.
But a lot of those gaps are being plugged in by people coming in to exploit. Even a lot of local, if you look at a lot of the different manufacturing, people are bringing in machines, starting to manufacture roofing sheets, starting to manufacture aluminium, a lot of local players. So I'm not too worried significantly about that area. I think it will be okay. It will be a struggle for massive projects, but massive projects can always import from overseas, as they have traditionally been doing.
Okay. So, as a project manager, what area in development activity excites you in the current market? Where are the great opportunities that you are investing in, or you're advising people on investing in, or our guide home?
I think affordable housing is a very interesting space at the moment. There's a massive backlog, as everybody knows, but I think quality, decent, affordable housing is a very big opportunity.
What does that look like? What does it cost? And where would we put this quality affordable housing? Dream of dream, I am now the minister of everything, and I'm granting you a wish. Where are you going to put affordable housing? What price point? What does it look like?
I would say $35,000 to $50,000.
Okay.
Middle density, middle and high density.
500 to 300 square meters?
500 to 300 square meters thereabouts. Yes, gated, as is in all these other places, with amenities and services, but supported also with other retail outlets to support that demand, and services. Yeah. I think there's a very, the same services that somebody in Marlborough or Marlborough would like, actually the same services that somebody else on the other side of Harare would like, and it's been tested by some developments that have been done now, and we've seen it work. It's been very successful, and the margins there are much higher than the other areas. That for me is probably the key opportunity, but there's a lot of spill-off opportunities that come from exploiting that particular one.
Okay. Yeah. So just to wrap it off here, what should our public and the 5,000 watching us now, what should people pick up the phone tomorrow morning and look for New World Property Managers? Excuse me. What do you want to be known for? What opportunities are there with you, and what do you excel at?
So, New World Property Managers, Kura, as you would know, we are behind the development and management of the Joiner City. But we also manage a lot of other commercial buildings around town and around Harare for significant clients and part of our own group as well. And so we have become specialists in managing commercial properties. We are doing development projects now, residential and other commercial developments. I think we just recently completed a couple of developments along 2nd Street in terms of commercial buildings. So that is our area. If you have a development idea, or you've got real estate stock and you would like to develop, we are the people to talk to.
I look forward to that phone ringing and deals getting done.
Super.
But Mutsa, thank you very much for coming and explaining. You guys are a tower of excellence and delivery, and that's what counts in the African market, delivery.
Thanks so much, Gordon.
All right, thank you. That was Mutsa from New World Property Managers, the developers. He's keeping his light under a bushel. Along 2nd Street Extension, there's a specialized medical facility just off the curve in Belgravia there, MSC. This is the team that put that together. They are visible assets of people that have done things in tough environment, but it's a pleasure having them freely share their information and mindset with us. Thank you very much for your time and attention on this segment. We're going to take a short commercial break, and more great Zimbabwean minds having the conversation, moving property forward on National Real Estate Day. day to you from Harare, to you wherever you are watching us in the world. Thank you for joining National Real Estate Day with Kura and Friends live. We're doing a live stream right now, but you may catch this later on a podcast series that we will be putting out to the market. National Real Estate Day is a nationally gazetted day from 2021. The real estate industry was gazetted through the Government Gazette to celebrate and promote the interests of the real estate industry on the 15th of October henceforth. I thought, as a Democrat that I claim to be sometimes, to democratize information. I love democratizing investment, where people can invest in small, in REITs, in savings clubs, whatever it is. Just put your money in real estate, always staying safe. But the intention really was to provide free information and put names and faces to the people who can keep you safe in your journey. So I have my second set of lawyers coming through today. I've signed all of the disclaimers, the waivers, I've given them my KYC documents, and the conversation, I was told to say, is without prejudice. And the name partner is not laughing. I thought that was a legal joke, but you're not laughing, man. Anyway, I've got Munashe. He is a legal consultant with the firm, and the firm is Noktula Masango and legal practitioners. And I have Munashe Simango with me. I have an urge to say Wagwan, Red.
Wagwan, my man.
He's Irie.
Big ups.
Big ups. Right, first of all, in my day, I don't think lawyers had dreads.
Yeah, there was a lot of prejudice back in your day.
Okay.
Yeah.
now sounding like an ancestor.
Yeah, no. I'm sure it was something to do with colonial era issues. Dreadlocks also were a sign of freedom fighters, stuff like along those lines. The Mau Mau, it's a long line of history, but things have been democratized, like you said. So yeah, we now have a lot of lawyers with dreads. And I think my first inspiration was Mnyala Zigwisai.
Indeed.
Yeah. I remember when I was starting uni, my mom wanted me to cut off my locks because I had locks just out of, the long holidays. So when I was about to start my degree, she wanted me to cut them off because there's no lawyer that has dreads. I cut them off. First lecture, Mnyala Zigwisai, head full of dreads. Very disappointing.
This is life. But on the other side, I do, and I'm not going to name her because I call her my guru. There was a judge who refused to have somebody appear before her with dreads. Name partner, do you remember that judge?
Oh, no.
You don't? Okay. At least now I've got your voice on the cast. I don't have your face, but that's okay. That's okay. So what is a legal consultant? I've had a conveyancer earlier. What are the terms and conditions and the separations between what lawyers do? I know lawyers do a lot of things. Personal injury, family law, commercial law. What is your specialty, my brother?
So I think the best way I would be able to describe a legal consultant is I specialize in advice and formulation of plans. So I'm the person you go to if you need to find a solution. I'm not going to, I don't always delve in either court cases. I don't always do that. Neither do I always find myself in direct conveyancing issues, but usually where there is need for a think tank and then formulation of a plan and then execution, I'm the one that you come to. So this comes in maybe with estates, with companies that need corporate help on the legal end, and generally with business management.
Okay. Now, what is an estate planning? I'm told, and somebody told me, hey, Mdara, you're almost 55. At 55, Zimra allows you to form an estate plan to organize your affairs. What is an estate and what is an estate plan?
Okay. So I think firstly I would dismiss maybe a misconception that might be there, which is people think that an estate is tied to a dead person. But an estate means your assets. Generally just means, so once you die, it's a deceased estate. But while you're alive, it's just an estate.
Okay.
Your assets and liabilities, etc., whatever makes up that whole body of ownership. So that's your estate. The estate plan now it's a set of documents and strategies that are used by a person to organize their assets and ensure that during and after their life, everything is organized and put together, for lack of a better word, put together so that there's no confusion about what you own and what you don't own, who it goes to, what it does.
Just touching on the estate when you die, I'm told where there's a will, there are relatives, and that's a tired joke. But in our estate planning, what are the things that we need to consider?
This always sounds like, once I say it, it's going to sound obvious, but first thing to consider is, what do you own? Who are your dependents? Who are you responsible for? And what do you want? Yeah, and insurance. Not insurance in the sense of Zimnat, but insurance in the sense of, if this happens to me, what happens? Or what do I do? Or what does the person in charge of my stuff do? So I think that answers that question.
Explain to me, I really enjoyed my commercial law subjects at university, but I'm by no means, shape or form a lawyer. I'm the son of a lawyer, but I'm no lawyer. Explain to me what a legal persona means and why it's important in this world where so many uncertainties can come up. What is a legal persona, and what legal personas are useful in us on our property journey?
Okay, so a legal persona is a person at law. I just used the same word, but just twisted it and made it a bit simpler in English. But it's a person that is recognized as such by the law. So you have your natural person, which is Kura and Menashe. Then you have your juristic persons, or heuristic, for all the lawyers judging my pronunciation out there. You have your heuristic persons. So heuristic persons are your companies, your registered partnerships, and anything related to that. Those are those entities that are registered at the company's office. Then you have, these are not persons per se, but they function as persons. You have vehicles, such as your trusts. So, yeah.
So, when we are structuring our estate, why is it useful to create some distance between me and assets?
So the first thing is, the main reason is usually protection of those same assets. So usually I would advise clients that I have to discuss these things with. These are heavy conversations to have, but sometimes you have to tell someone that, hey man, like, your spending is very, it's tricky. You're not very good at managing your money, but someone maybe has a good hand at deals.
Right.
Consistently gets good deals, always gets money. You advise them to put every property they buy into a family trust for the sake of maybe their generations to come, or whatever other reason, or even a business trust if you want to do one of those. And then the reason why you do this, even a company as well. Companies, I think, are the easiest way to be putting separation between yourself and your assets for protection of those assets. The reason would be that if anything is to happen to you, you have an estate, remember. So say you get sued in your person as a natural person. Someone sues you for, God forbid, for maintenance. Someone just got sued for, I think, 11K maintenance today.
For water eating.
yes, Tanaji will be proud. So some guy today had 11K order against him issued for maintenance during divorce. So you get something like that happening, you have to pay it. That's on you, your personal person. And when the messenger of court or the sheriff of the high court comes for that money, they're going to come for you and the assets that are in your name. Now, if you have a company, it's a separate legal person. It does its own things, it has its own life, it's unrelated to you. You are not, just because you're a director and a shareholder, does not make you that company. It stands on its own in the law. Even if someone wanted to sue the company, they would have to sue the company in its own name. Same thing applies to those people who use trust to create separation. A trust is represented by its trustees. So once you divest, meaning once you remove ownership of something from yourself and you pass it on to the trustees, they now hold it in trust for you. It's no longer yours. You've divested ownership. So when someone comes to sue, or when you become bankrupt for whatever reason,
it happens, bro.
Yeah, it happens a lot. Yeah. So if you become bankrupt or anything like that, you still have sources of income or asset bases that are outside of your natural person. So number one reason is protection of assets. Number two would be professional management. Because if you have a company or a trust, there are professional channels to be followed before anything has to be done with an asset, whether it's sale, leasing, whatever you want to do. Maybe get out a mortgage. You don't just do it. Rather than if it was you don't consult anyone.
Yeah.
You just jump into it.
So there's some corporate governance against me.
Exactly. And your bad management. Not yours.
Thank you. I don't feel personally attacked. No, not on my show. No. All right.
Yeah.
So in our estate plan, what is the purpose? A lot of people say, I'm buying a property, I want to leave it to my kids, I want to form a family trust. What's the magic about doing trusts?
Okay. Yeah, that's a question with a hefty number of answers. So I'll just try and list as many as I can now, but maybe starting off, I'll just state that the trust itself is the main reason why people register family trusts, which are made obviously for the benefit of the family, is to ensure that there is continuity of an asset base and its professional management, whether you're there and incapacitated or whether you're dead. So there are two ways. I'll limit myself to two ways in which a family trust can be formed. You form one while you're still alive. Then there's a trust that you form through your trust. So through your will, I'm sorry.
Inter vivos testamentary
trust.
Hey! I did my reading, bruh. I did my reading. Yes.
I should give you my PC. Go to court.
So, I didn't lawyers are pitching up and doing ChatGPT court.
So one trust while you're alive, the other trust when you're dead. The moment you die, it has to then be constituted and registered. So you do this, like I said, for continuity purposes. Number two, to avoid what people would call probate in America, but here we call the estate distribution process. So master's fees.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Are we trying to dodge Zimra?
No, not even. We're trying to dodge the master of the High Court.
Oh, the master of the High Court.
So it's another form of tax, but it doesn't go to Zimra.
Okay.
Yeah, because the master of the High Court, if you die intestate, which is meaning like without a will or anything, they're in charge of how your assets are distributed, and they'll demand a fee for handling that process. And the more assets you have, the more they can take out of that. But if you have a trust before this happens, you've already transferred those properties into the trust before you're dead, so the only thing you're probably paying is CGT. You can't avoid them. The only thing you can pay is maybe CGT, unless you're over 55. Because if you transfer that to your trust after 55, I think I'll check later.
I've been told I've got 2 more years.
Exemptions.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
You might get an exemption. But anyways, you get your stuff into a trust, you avoid master's fees. Other reason why you want to have a trust and you put property in there before or even soon after death. Soon after death won't work, you still attract master's fees. But before you die is also to avoid those irresponsible kids. So professional management comes in again. You want to know who gets what, how often do they get it. Maybe you left money in trust and you know that your son needs to go to school, but you don't want the money to be spent all at once. So you can stagger in your trust how these funds are going to be distributed to him over the years of his life. You also want to avoid family mess, family disputes arising. So that's another reason why people opt for family trusts and related entities. Yeah.
What's it going to cost me to come and have a conversation with you at your offices for you to do an assessment and say, Kura, this is where you are, this is what I advise, this is the structure, we have a conversation, and I leave there knowing that Kwayedza and Simudzai, my 2 sons, are taken care of. What does it cost to hire legal consultation like you?
Okay, so just for the consultation, you're going to have to pay my hourly rate, which is $150. Something very reasonable to pay for something with far-reaching effects.
Sure.
I'm sure it's very affordable. And then after that, maybe then have to discuss figures relating to the registration of the trust itself.
The point I was trying to get to, and you've elucidated. And okay, I'm not your learned friend because I didn't go to
Oh,
fancy
come on,
law
you
school.
did the business law.
So
almost their cousin.
to elucidate the point, hey, Chirungecho, let's not lose big money by leaving our assets in a mess, leaving them vulnerable to taxations. I'm not suggesting evasion, but structuring to avoid is legal. Our affairs, we can have the best intentions, not those affairs.
Yeah.
Our affairs. We can go into a deal, we can sign on a mine and we think we're going to make money, but if somebody dies on the mine and then they sue us because we're the employer, people want to come after us. But if it's in a company, there is the magic of a company structure is limited liability.
Yeah.
Can you give me and our viewers who are watching us now 3 tips in closing on what you would say are the best forms of legal due diligence when we're entering into a property transaction?
First things first, you're speaking Ndebele, correct?
Nyakuluma kancane.
Great. You're gonna translate this for me, but cited Zungu. I think that's the first step. Yeah, it's especially important for our diasporian friends who are very keen to come back and invest back home. Cited Zungu. Property does not need a hasty approach. Okay. Property investment is something that's done. I think you said it earlier today. I was watching from the office. Take your time. Do things step by step. Then second point would be make sure all the paperwork is making sense. So that's your title deed. If the property is a straight title deed through a deed of transfer. If you're getting from a developer and it's under developer session and you persist that you want to deal with something without a direct deed, at least make sure that the parent deed is there. Make sure that there's if this property has been subdivided, that there's a subdivision permit. A dispensation certificate has been issued over that property to allow you to my gated community to my class to make sure you have all the paperwork there. And last piece of advice, which is the most important, always consult your favorite lawyer.
Your favorite lawyer, preferably one with dreadlocks.
Preferably, exactly.
If you don't,
we will still charge you to help you to recover that money you lost when you bought that property from that developer. We'll still charge you, but yet you could have come and given me just a few dollars, and I would have done your due diligence for you and told you, this is not worth it.
And real estate is a team game. There's stuff. There are sharks that are out there. They've been doing this for years and conning people for years. It's a great safety mechanism to talk to somebody who knows the loopholes and who understands the paperwork for it to line. I was on radio earlier this morning and I said to Noxie, don't fall in love with the deal. Right? Take a deep breath. Make sure it stacks up. Sniff it. Make sure it makes sense.
Go to sleep even.
And I always say to people, never pay title deed prices for session. Let's close with the difference in rights between a session. I'm done. I'm sign an agreement of sale. What's the difference between that and having a title deed?
So the most striking difference is your ability to protect your right against anyone else. So what I mean by this is with a session or a general agreement of sale, even if you have a council session, which is I guess the safest form of a session you can have right now in Zimbabwe, your right against anything happening on that property, in the maybe double allocation or redistribution of that property happening, etc., you can only sue the council, sue the developer, or sue whoever ceded their rights to you. And if they can't help you, or if they're bankrupt, or if something is wrong, you're limited. You have protection limited that person, and you can only defend yourself as far as your relationship with that person. But with the title deed, your protection is registered, and it's protected against the whole of Zimbabwe. The whole world. We like to say against the whole world. You can defend your rights against the whole world with a deed of transfer, because it's been registered and it's recognized as actual title, and there are laws that are there to safeguard your ownership. Even in the Constitution, there are provisions that safeguard ownership of property. So those provisions will be safeguarding that title deed. I see an session, bad things happen, he drops the cake and he runs, whatever the case is. Ministry, the council decides that this can't stand. We'll recompense you all $500. Maybe you got it $500 for yours, but now you've put in so much there. You can only go to council and claim, and if they have some sort of excuse or some loophole out of that, you're lost. But there's very little you can do to dupe someone out of a title deed.
Munashe, you have brightened my eyes. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I love to see young Zimbabwean minds doing the things.
Yes.
And I now know a dreadlock lawyer. Keep on doing the stuff. Legal consultant. I look forward to putting together a family trust and a will that I will know that I can trust you and your services. I don't doubt them, but I want to put you to the test. It's a thing that we all need to do, particularly the Bali's my age. Blood pressure, strokes and ton can happen to us at any time. So I'm glad that we've got young blood like you out there keeping us safe and wise. Thanks for coming through.
Thank you, Kura.
Appreciate it.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
And your name partner, maybe one time she's going to come on set, but maybe not.
One day.
One day. Thank you very much, guys. Keeping you safe and legal. That's my dreadlock lawyer, Munashe. We're going to take a short commercial break. I'm going to have something for my throat, but we're going to see you on the other side with more exciting guests. National Real Estate Day with Kura and friends. sorry, the trademark is hi there. Hi guys, Kura Chiota here. Welcome to National Real Estate Day, a day that was born out of a government gazette in 2021, where henceforth the 15th of October would be known as National Real Estate Day. The plan is to get people talking, engaged, excited, educated, but most importantly linking in this asset class, which I love. I thought to put together a program where we got Zimbabwe's best and brightest minds to come and talk to us about what's in their minds and what are the opportunities that we can profit from and what are the pitfalls we can avoid. So I could not have this conversation without the best dressed man in real estate, my young brother Simba. How you doing, brother man?
Very well, thanks. How are you?
All right, Gold Club member,
Yes,
three-piece suit wearer.
Thank you. Thank you.
I remember meeting you. I think I met you first online on a webinar.
Yes.
And then when I met you for the first time physically, yeah?
Now,
I was going to do Mbuze.
exercise.
Exercise. Oh, I've seen you doing those on my bicycle.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I need to exercise.
So you're saying I don't exercise?
You're probably not exercising enough.
That's the problem with young blood. You're just disrespectful, man.
Now I'll invite you to a class, then you can go for a spin session.
I'll take that under advisement. You know, I'm going to check my BP and all the rest of it
Before.
before.
No, that's good.
So, Simba, our discussion today is really free flowing.
Okay, sure.
And I wanted to spotlight you because I've followed your work. I like your LinkedIn profile.
Thank you.
You're a global lifestyle real estate investor. Hey, Chirungo.
Not like you.
So we've got our viewers are in the diaspora. Our guys are local.
Yeah.
So iwewe wango chipisa pa town pa Dubai,
Yes.
but you're now here in Zimbabwe. What has that relocation been like? What got you to Dubai? What got you out of Dubai? And what are you cooking with in the market now?
Look, I think it's been an interesting journey. I think started property 2016, 2017. So I've been doing this for close to 10 years now. Went to Dubai, did almost 5 years there. I think I went there on a whim. I had a colleague who was doing real estate in Dubai. I had just started real estate here. He said, look, come test it out for yourself and see if you like it or not. So spent good 4 years there, learned a lot, saw a lot. Dubai is an amazing city, fastest growing city I think in the world, one of the fastest growing cities. It's crazy there. Random fact, at some stage Dubai, 50% of all the cranes in the world were in Dubai.
Wow.
That's the level of construction that was taking place there. So we got a good feel of off-plan projects as well as secondary market projects. So we went there, came back. Again, decided Dubai is good, but Dubai is always moving and shifting and moving and shifting. I was like, maybe let me try my hand back home because I could still work on Dubai properties even based here. It's all about relationships, brokers there. And I said, let me go home, see what I can do. And yeah, it's been a good journey. I think Zim has treated me well.
Dude, slow down. Oh, it's been a good journey. Oh, Zim has treated me well. Dog,
Yes.
you are a Gold Club member.
Thank you.
Right.
Yes.
Gold Club for the entity that you do deals for. On a regional basis, I think they're in 11 or 15 countries.
Whereabouts?
The top of the top get invited to Cape Town to say congratulations. And when I've seen you there. So you're telling me Zim's treating you okay?
Zim is treating me okay.
Say you're nailing it. Own it. Be confident.
No, Zim has been good. I won't lie, but again, it's about putting in the work. We have to put in the work. I think opportunities are there for everyone, but it's just an issue of where you're focusing, what you're pushing, and so forth. So I've been looking at quite a number of off-plan. At the time, I pushed a lot of off-plan, development sales, so be it your land banks and all of that. So again, it's just trying to go where the money is. I'm not necessarily chasing the most expensive sale, but I think it's a volumes game at the end of the day.
I like it. So that's your strategy.
Yeah.
Do the graft, be diversified, and be up for it.
Yes.
No, Iwewechi, your sales management is on fire. When you send me a request and say, hey, Kura, can you do this? Can we do that? On the other side of the border, conversation, you're on me. Have you followed up? Have you spoken to X, Y, and Z? Really appreciate that.
No, thanks, Kura. Thanks
Okay.
much appreciated.
So, You're the money man. You're the man making money. Tell us, just you, me, and just my friends listening here. Where is the money? What should we be looking out for?
I think Zim is a very interesting space. I think maybe just to start off, a lot of people, when they look at Zim real estate, the perception is that real estate is expensive.
Is it a perception? Or are we... Hey,
it's
dude,
I think it's a perception. Yes, look, if you look at other parts of the world, look at other countries even regionally, compare price points, you then see that we're not that bad compared to other places within the region. But again, it's an issue of affordability.
Yes.
Some people can't, some people can.
Yes.
But the idea is also, I love the saying that Harare is Zimbabwe. Everyone wants to buy a house in Broad or North for 450,000. Definitely we can't afford it. But always tell people, start where you start. Whether you start Harare South and gradually make your way to the north, that's someone's strategy. For other people, there are other towns, there are other areas where
louder, brother, tell them louder.
Yes, because for a house in Harare, for example, which you're going to spend 120,000 to buy in Hillside, 150,000 in Hillside, Bayside, not very nice house, but that's where it is. Go to Bloya to Burnside, you can buy a probably much nicer house closer to the CBD for $100,000, 110. So it just depends now where you're looking. So, and it's like that across the board, be it Bulawayo, be it Mutari, be it Masvingo. Each area presents its own opportunities. So depending on your level of investment or where you're focusing, it's wise to look outside. I always talk that follow the transportation corridors. Harare to Mutare to Beira. There are lots of opportunities along that highway. We've seen immense growth in Rua. We've seen immense growth in Marondera. Going beyond that, it keeps expanding. There are quite a number of smart cities.
Melfort is loading.
Melfort smart cities loading. And those are areas where people should be looking at, because right now, today, probably getting land there at less than $10 per square meter. Yet in Harare, we're talking of $60, $70, $80, $90 per square meter in certain locations, some as much as $200. So it's about seeing where the opportunities lie within a 5-year cycle, within a 10-year cycle, and then you place yourself accordingly. Because at the end of the day, real estate has markers, where you want to put money now and take $100 after 2 rounds and you're done. It's a long-term game, so you need to focus on your 5-year strategy, on your 10-year strategy. We look at even Bulawayo. Bulawayo has been steady over the years, though people say Bulawayo is dead. Bulawayo is not dead. There's still activity there. It's close to the border. It's only an hour from the border to Botswana. And between Bulawayo and the border, lots of opportunities coming there. Even look at from a tertiary institution perspective, your Lupane State Universities, they're expanding. Students are expanding there. It gives opportunities for stuff like student accommodation. For example, we go into Gweru. We've got a project we're working on in Gweru, looking at 3,500 stands across Regina Mundi. So we're going to have stands there, we're going to have flats, we're going to have commercial stands there as well.
Wait a minute. My Twitter feed always tells me that everything happens in Harare. You're disputing.
Gweru. So we were going to have a similar project to Arlington Estate, but in Gweru. And it's going to be better, more modern. We've got flats, we've got commercial, we've got stands, all of that. And we're starting from as little as $25 per square meter, $30 per square meter. I think we're now going into phase 2 of that project. So you're basically buying a 400 square meter stand starting from about 14,000, which is relatively cheap because you can't get anything decent in Harare for 14,000 square meters. But in Gweru, you're literally on the highway, easy access in, easy access out. Many opportunities there. I always talk about, again, follow tertiary institutions. We just opened the MSU campus, campus in Kwekwe. That's 2,000 students that they're housing there. 2,000 students. Where are those students?
And the lecturers and the support
stuff. Where are those people staying? Or where do they need to stay? So for someone who's got money, I would go buy a stand in Kwekwe close to that institution and build something, because already you're guaranteed tenants. You're guaranteed rental income. And because of the development taking there, we're looking at capital appreciation. So it ticks all 3 boxes. But people are looking at, Harare is expensive, Harare is expensive. Now let's go to Kwekwe. Let's buy something there. Let's go, if Kwekwe is too far, let's go to Chegutu. The SDF doing a university there, I think it's called Greater Heights University there. And they've just opened, I think they opened this year. So again, you're looking at 2,000 students there in Chegutu. Chegutu is an hour's drive from here. Who's going to house those students? Who's going to house that staff? So at times we just need to broaden our horizon and see what's out there.
You are worrying me. I want to take this microphone off, get in a car and go and see all of these places. Because these are things I hadn't thought about.
Drive and see. So Chegutu is an hour away. Bluewayo is 4.5 hours away. We go out to Lupani, that's an hour. This is an hour's drive from Bluewayo. Opportunities there. Another university coming up in Chipinge. Again, I think they've opened up with 910 students, 910 students in Chipinge. So if you're based in Mutare and looking for investments, Chipinge is not far from Mutare. So I'd actually go down and invest in such a location.
Can I stop by Chiadzua and just get a few things? Just pick up a few things.
Of course, if you can.
that will help my transaction.
Yeah, no, I think go ahead. Again, I think look at what was recently completed in Shishawani, that Midlands Park development.
Yes.
If there were no takers or opportunities there, no one would have invested 30 million into that project just to set up that establishment. But it shows the opportunities there. Shishawani is growing as a town. Let's look again, Masvingo, Maniji. There's talk of that Denson steel plant. Again,
that's real money.
3,000, 4,000 members of staff. Again, where are those people being housed?
Simba, the data, it's overwhelming me. It's overwhelming me. In our real estate journey, how do we keep safe? When I want to engage a professional like you, what do I need to have as my ducks in a row if I'm a developer putting a scheme together and I want it to be marketed by somebody as skilled as you? What do I need to bring to the table?
I think with anything that we engage in, paperwork is the most important thing. So for one, we need to know that you own the land. So title deed is a must. We need to know that you've got the permit to develop that land. So development permit is a must. We need to know that you've spoken to Emma, and Emma has allowed you to actually do what you need to do on that land. Probably want to build in a wetland. We don't know. Has Emma approved? Bring that to us. If you're going to be breaking down into smaller plots of land, has the sectionalization been done? Have you broken up the land? Has the land been surveyed and all of that? At least once you come to us with all your paperwork in a row, we can start work. Because at the end of the day, we want to offer our clients the safety and assurances that wherever they're buying into, their money is safe.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of fly-by-night developers where they do projects halfway, money just tasting sweet, and they disappear. So we'd want to avoid that. So at least checks and balances need to be in place. So that even if push comes to shove, at least the permit is there, sectionalization has been done. Even if developer then defaults towards the end, we've got enough paperwork which allows you to at least get title on that property which you've bought, which is the most important thing. And then thereafter we can always make a plan, because sessions have killed a lot of people. We know a lot of projects where they've been on session for 10 years, 15 years, and the odds of that being changed, who knows, may never happen.
Has it ever been explained to people that the risk with a session is there's a chain of events that needs to happen, right? So a title deed is like a birth certificate, right? It's got a name, it's issued, okay, let's start. It's issued by the government, not you and I.
It's got a number, serial number.
It's got a serial number, we can track it. It's going to be
name.
mother and father, and this is the child,
Yes.
right? So to create a title deed, which is a birth certificate, there are a lot of steps. Somebody has to get pregnant. I'm not going to go into the detail of how that happens. Somebody has to go through 9 months.
Yes.
There have to be medical checks. You
Along
sign
the
up
way.
at the hospital and all of this stuff.
Get to
So
the delivery room, you've got doctors, you've got anesthesiologists, you've got a whole team in there to help with. It's not one person, it's a team of people.
and with all of that,
Yeah.
we're looking with expectation to the day of delivery.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because some people have been pregnant for 10 years, bruh.
Okay.
Not 9 months and ga.
And that baby's not going to be born.
Sure. No, Sima, young blood, thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure.
I enjoy your input and your vision and your insight, and above everything, your stellar record. I love sitting in boardrooms in South Africa, and there are 5 South African franchises operating in Zimbabwe, 2 American, and on each of those, there's always a Zimbabwean award winner. So keep up your work. I wanted to close with a comment from you.
Okay.
If we've got Boniface sitting in Binga
Yes.
as a young Zimbabwean, what words would you like to leave him with?
Look, the opportunities are plenty. It's not about where you start, but it's about what the processes you go through, your vision, and how you want to achieve what you want to achieve. Nothing is impossible. Yes, put in the work and it will speak for itself. You find your name being called in places that you never thought there would be, but you keep pushing. Background doesn't matter.
Sapatina. I appreciate you, brother.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you, my friend. Go well.
All right, cheers.
All right, that was Zimbabwe, a Gold Club member, a trader of note, a man with more data. He's superly smart dressed, but always giving us the information and data that keeps us safe on our real estate journey. Join me on the other side of this very short break for more conversations in real estate on National Real Estate Day.
ripoti vione. Bon.
series of conversations here on the platform of your choice. National Real Estate Day is a day that was gazetted in Zimbabwe in 2021, where we celebrate all things about our real estate industry. Partakers, participants, hopefuls, and aspirants. I thought to pull all of that together and create a platform that is absolutely free, but it's going to deliver immense value to you. We wanted to have conversations with the property professionals who are making this industry what it is. The story about real estate in Zimbabwe has so many facets to it, from land development right through to real estate investment trusts, from selling existing housing to new developments. So it's a great pleasure at this point in our conversation to welcome from the first VFX listed real estate investment trust, the Eagle REIT. I have their head of investor relations and business development, Shandurai Charamba. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm well, thanks, Ngoma. How are you?
When I grow up, I want to be like you. You know, I want to grow up and be the smooth guy with a deep voice and just be talking about REITs and be paid to talk about REITs. I love this stuff, but what does your day-to-day job look like when you're on the exco of a REIT?
All right. So it's never too late, Kura, for starters. But I think, you know, from a business development perspective, it's really client engagement. You see, REITs tend to be fairly sophisticated assets, which require a higher level of investor education,
yes,
walking clients through, etc. I think everyone's kind of doing property development, but not in the manner that we've chosen to do. So we are the first, as you rightfully highlighted, VFX listed REIT. We're also the first development REIT. And so because of that, we needed to ensure that the investors were fully informed in terms of the modus operandi of how, you know, a development REIT really works. And having gained the support from industry under our anchor investors being Zimre Holdings, we are excited by, you know, the feedback. And we thought really, you know, the ultimate goal was to list. But we must say that I think it's actually the start of the journey. From there, you're now managing, you know, investor sentiments. You're now tradable. So it's essentially your market sentiments, investor confidence, ensuring that you deliver as per promise. And so from a BDIR perspective, it's ensuring that the clients are satisfied with the efforts which are being put in place.
What does BDIR stand for?
So business development BD, and then your investor relations IR.
I'd gone blank for a second there. I didn't get that. Okay.
Yeah. So it's really ensuring that we're walking the journey together. It's a capital game, you know. So the more you entice or convince the investors, the more really you'll be able to tap into more capital, really, and deliver on your promises. So sure, yeah, it's really keeping the client close.
So in my history, I did half of your job. There was a REIT that we brought to the market. We did the road shows, going and knocking on the doors, scheduling the calls with the pension funds. Not the easiest job in the world, I must admit. You think that there's all of this money sitting out there in pension funds and they just want to give you that money. It's never that easy, is it?
It's never that easy. It's never that easy. It's multiple, you know, stakeholder management. You know, firstly, some of these institutional investors come with their own governance and board, you know, certifications or at least approvals. And so it's convincing not only a single person, but a board of trustees that, you know, indeed the Eagle REIT is a viable investment vehicle. And then you've got the follow through. You know, as I highlighted earlier on, a sophisticated asset, one of its kind, or at least the first, you have to keep them, you know, attached to the developments. And, you know, I think luckily we've seen, you know, certain milestones achieved, and we've also seen, you know, a positive reflection on the VFX so far, despite the market conditions. So I think it's not an easy job, and we continue to push on. We've still got almost close to 30 million to raise, towards the rest of our pipeline in Victoria Falls and also in Mazoe. And so we press on.
Let's go to brass tacks. What is a REIT?
Okay. So essentially, a REIT is a development fund. I'll go a bit deeper. So
go deeper, man of God.
You're literally commingling, investors.
Kubatanidza.
You're bringing
yes, sir.
a group of investors together with the main mandate of developing, real estate properties, and in our, case across Zimbabwe. So the REIT structure allows you to not only bring them together, but it allows the assets to then be traded on a listed exchange. I think, Kura, one of the historical problems with real estate, particularly in our market, where you've got an industry asset exposure in excess of 50% to traditional real estate,
yes,
is the liquidity of the assets. So it's the ability for someone to enter and exit at a fair valuation. And so REITs bring that to the market. They allow for unlocking of this liquidity and allowing for investors to exit. I think further to that, in line with the pillars of Vision 2030, is the issue to do with financial inclusion. And REITs provide a structure where by smaller institutions who traditionally couldn't access real estate now have the ability to do so via these unitized sort of structures.
So that's what excites me, and that's what I wanted you on the show, and I'm going to talk to a stockbroker on how we do that. How does Mary in Mount Darwin get to buy Eagle shares?
Okay, so there are two routes. There's the physical, and now with the advancement of technology, you've got the modern platforms, C-Trades and your ZSE Direct. Essentially, what you would do, I think, in both models is you would identify a stockbroker, which I think you've got in excess of 20 listed or licensed in Zimbabwe. You would approach them with your request to acquire some REIT units. They would then place the order to the VFX, and on settlement, depending on the availability of the script or the stock, be able to acquire you those units. You then will be able to monitor the performance of your portfolio via your online platforms in certain instances, and also through statements that would be provided by your stockbrokers at frequent. But the good thing is it's also a listed vehicle. So essentially, if you know the number of units you've got, you can actually work backwards to see what the value of the units is. The idea is always to enter low and exit at a preferable valuation. Sure. So buy Eagle REIT.
Okay. Oh, nothing subtle about that marketing. Buy Eagle REIT. So when I am Mary in Mount Darwin, I approach my stockbroker, or I can do it off my phone. I know that C-Trade and ZSE Direct, you can interact entirely online. When I bought my Tigere shares, I did it as an entirely digital process. Yes, there was supporting documentation that I needed to submit, but it was an online transaction. Yeah. God bless the days it was ZWLs, yeah. And what that value has gone from ZWL to ZIG. Now. So yeah, I'm not boosting the competition. I'm just saying the process. Yeah. So what you're doing is buying a share in a company that invests in property, right? That property is professionally managed by your outfit, and over and above, watching over your shoulder to make sure that things are happening, we've got the Securities and Exchange Commission, we've got the stock exchange, the VFX, making sure you are playing within the rules.
Correct, 100%. And to add to the layer of governance, because when it does come to institutional funds, which is the hard to get money, and the patient capital as well, there is the issue of governance. And that's quite, predominantly mentioned. So you've got, in addition to that, an independent trustee to the property fund.
He's not employed by you. He's not beholden to you.
No, no. So they report directly to the board of the REIT, and essentially their role is to protect the interests of investors by ensuring that, firstly, your transactions are above board, and just monitoring the performance of the asset manager insofar as his mandate to the real estate investment trust.
What is the magic of Eagle? I've seen you've got quite a nice distribution of assets, and you're quite bullish on Victoria Falls. You're seeing a lot of value there. What's your play there, and what is the compelling argument for us to give Eagle our money?
Okay, so fantastic. I think we have two portfolio assets, and you've rightfully mentioned Eagle Heights, which is a mixed-use development in Mazoe, just by the Masue escarpment. We're looking to invest just over 40 million there, with currently the civil works already executed. So we are doing handovers of those currently and moving to the next phase. The bulk of the portfolio is in Victoria Falls, but we do have a mixed-use development in Mazoe.
Is that where the round shopping center is?
Yes, the round, beautiful shopping center.
Okay. Can I come there for a site visit?
Certainly.
Can I come with my camera?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. I'll do a TikTok for you.
We would love to have you there. It's now taking shape. We are at, we're looking at 91% in terms of occupancy. We're looking to commission and open in December. A lot of homework, lessons learned throughout the course, but we are happy that we've made it this far insofar as dormitory towns and shaping or transforming communities. It's really brought a different view to Mazoe. Before, there was no landmark development in Mazoe, so it was highly underserviced in terms of commercial. And so we are bringing this into Mazoe as a mixed-use precinct. Initial phases up, as I mentioned, commercial center. We are looking to have residential apartments to the tune of in excess of 200, which surround the development. As I said, we're transforming landscapes and not really, doing piecemeal. So we are also looking at additional urban exposure as Eagle Asset Management in the district of Mazoe to, build the traffic volumes. But it's been an exciting journey. If you look at the population statistics for Mazoe, you've seen it, I think, consistently outpacing Harare in terms of growth. We are having the dualization of the Mazoe.
As we speak, yeah.
As we speak. And there are plans in place to move the current toll gate to the Mvurwi turnoff, which is after Mazoe. And so this is building, I think, or at least complementing the current economics within a 45,000 population. We moved to Victoria Falls, which is I think the landmark. We've taken note of statistics. One thing to mention is that as Eagle Asset Management, we rely heavily on data. We have conducted feasibility studies on both of these assets, and particularly for Eagle Heights and Victoria Falls with HTI Group out of South Africa. I think the prospects are compelling in terms of shortage of beds. You're looking at almost double in terms of actual demand with the current supply. And we are putting up there an internationally branded hotel under Novotel. And we are going to have a premium hospital, also trying to tap into your medical tourism, which Zimbabwe, I think, spends in excess of about 400 million per year. So there's an industry there. And then the apartments are to the extent of 87 apartments, ranging between one-bed studios all the way to two-bed apartments. Then we've also got villas, luxury two-bed, two, three-bed luxury villas we're putting up there. All of this is to augment the current supply in rooms. We've, I think, taken note of the latest statistics as well. I think 1.6 million in terms of international visitors into Zimbabwe, with the majority being in Victoria Falls. We're also looking at the contribution to GDP, which is, I think, it hit 12% and was the larger contributor last year. So there's a lot of scope we are observing within Victoria Falls, and particularly, where you've got these beautiful views. It will overlook, our development will overlook where the cricket ICC World Cup Stadium is said to be located. So you'll have the ability to have a nice cocktail whilst watching the cricket from
You sneaky guys. I see how you're rolling.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think the medical tourism speaks volumes for itself. So big-bodied aeroplanes are not able to land in Victoria Falls because of certain reasons, one of them being an adequately equipped hospital.
Yes.
And this is a gap we've also identified.
Brilliant.
And we're trying to bring the value. And so this is not only for our development, because those economics then spread across.
A multiplier in the region.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's a Zim.
So tell me, it's great that you're listed. It's great that you're a development REIT. Tell me a little bit about the journey, because my LinkedIn DMs, Kura, I want to form a REIT. Kura, I want to form a REIT. And I just want to be able to say to you guys, I hear you, but these are the things. Tell me about your journey.
So the journey has been quite long for us, and I think quite exciting. Just a side note, we are previously or formerly Fidelity Life Asset Management, but because of the, I think the success and perhaps the excitement that's come from the Eagle REIT, we've actually adopted the same logo and vision into our brand, which is alternative investment based. So in terms of the journey, we did register and license the REIT in early 2023 with the Securities Exchange Commission under the Collective Investment Schemes Act of, that's Chapter 2819. We then ensued an extensive private placement period. So there was a lot of blood and sweat that went into that, where we successfully raised just over 25 million in terms of private capital.
Congratulations. That's a lot of money to raise unlisted.
Unlisted, certainly. And so, as I mentioned, because it's a D-REIT, it was a fairly new concept. So we were, I think, over the moon in terms of the support we received from our partners. We also were accorded our PA prescribed asset compliance by IPEC in 2023, and we listed on the 16th of May after the 2-year private placement period on the Victoria Falls Stock Exchange. So that's 16 May 2025. So this is this year. So there's a lot of work that's gone into, firstly, obtaining that seed capital from our strategic partners, but also we've managed to de-risk the portfolio by delivering certain assets as we had promised, which is building to one of the reasons we actually listed by private placement was to achieve some of these goals. So it was obtaining your seed capital, garnering the investor confidence, de-risking the portfolio by delivering the asset, and then lastly, we will be looking at then publicly issuing script along the way, probably in the next year or so, to the public for better involvement. But for now, it was private placement, a handful of our strategic partners.
Where and how do I make my money? If I go to my stockbroker and I get my share certificate that I'm now a shareholder in the Eagle REIT, where's my return coming from and what can I expect in my pocket when?
All right, so that's fantastic. I'll talk to the framework of REITs as well. So REITs which are listed also obtain income tax exemptions. So that builds into your tax efficiency and also enhances your return profile. But looking at real estate, generally there are two forms of return. It's your capital upside and also your rental income. The legislation goes further to dictate that 80% of your taxable income needs to be distributed to unit holders. And
So I'm not waiting for the board to decide whether they want to apply the cash somewhere else, hold on to it, what have you. You must.
You must.
You must.
Obliged.
As you're not discussion, as you're not narrow, you must.
Correct. Otherwise, you lose your REIT status.
Okay, and then start paying tax again.
You start paying tax again, and
Okay.
it makes it tax inefficient. So, in terms of the Eagle REIT, because we are a development REIT, it's a hybrid structure, essentially. We do target in rental incomes as we open up Mazoe Walk at the close of this year. So into your second quarter of next year, a distribution from there. And in terms of development premium, the exciting part of the Eagle REIT is that we will be selling the residential apartments and villas both in Mazoe and in Victoria Falls off-plan. The profit that's obtained from that sale is then passed on to investors to the tune of 80%.
So I can become a developer,
Yes.
but my head is there. But Mari in
Yes. So your professional management is where the REIT structure is also quite, prominent. So we are looking at that combination of return being passed on to investors, and it will commence in 2026.
When I read your prospectus, as I do, because I can't sleep at night, I thought your development margin was in the 20s, yeah?
Correct.
You're going to build a flat for 100, sell it at 120 Chakuti. I benchmark, I'm a regional consultant. I was looking, Calgrow M3 just put out their numbers at about 29%. Bowen still talks about 34%. I thought that was a bit conservative for Zim. I thought you could do a bit more on the margin.
So we play conservative. But if you're into development, you certainly know it. So it's northward. It was a minimum benchmark return. Okay. But what would then happen is, because I think you're correct, we look at our Vic Falls transactions where we entered at extremely lower valuations.
Yeah.
And currently where Vic Falls is trading is 3 times. So you are looking at strong upside in terms of development premium that will be passed on, and I think they're both hotspots. The beauty about the REIT structure is you also seed in land. So from a tax perspective, it's efficient, and your investors within the structure get to enjoy, the development premium that's passed through.
Can I try and explain the jet that the brother has spoken about? If you buy a complete asset for $10 million, you're going to pay $1.5 million in VAT on that, and there'll be some capital gains from the person who's selling you that asset for $10 million. What my brother here is saying, if I've heard him correctly, is that ugaipinza iri land at 1 million and you build the thing that's worth 10 million, you're not paying, that uplift is happening in the asset, so you don't have the CGT and you don't have the VAT.
Right.
Then I can understand.
But further to explain, so you've got 2 types of REITs, and it really depends on your profile. Because you've come in at a D-REIT level, it's a higher risk profile, and hence, your investments, higher risk, high return. Your income REITs usually come in at the market valuation, but with guaranteed offtake, so therefore predictable rental revenue, etc. So it's more passive, but it's more predictable. So we, I think it explains why we took the strategic move to have partners of a certain nature with us for now, and then we release to the market at the right point in time. It's to de-risk with aligned partners with the same long-term vision and perspective. So those are some of the considerations just from an investor education perspective that one would take in, but certainly you do have aggressive development premiums generally in Zimbabwe, and the vehicle is one way of passing them on.
So Shandu, in closing, what are the 2 things you wished investors knew about Eagle REIT?
So I think for me, it's firstly to mention that, there is this significant play that's coming through. Unfortunately, we have fairly conservative investors in Zimbabwe, and it's because of a lot of issues which are historical. But we are putting in place these vehicles which have good governance, which are well structured and professionally driven by management teams who have in excess of 50 years experience. So they're highly de-risked assets, and it's still the same operation in terms of real estate acquisition, development, but efficiently done through professionals. So it's to say that we want the investors to come back to the market. We are bringing in new innovations, which we're excited, and I'm sure our regulators are equally excited about. We are transforming communities under our model as Eagle REIT, as I've explained. But I think lastly is to say that, this is the perfect time to pick up some shares. So we are still in the market, and we would love to carry out our mandate, and we'd love the retail investor and the institutional investors to be a part of the journey. So I think that's me signing out.
Really appreciate you and your time coming through. I love the local economic impact, because we're building the Zimbabwe we want. We're not waiting for anybody else to do it for us. We're not dreaming and looking about it in pictures. We're on the ground, putting the assets here on the ground. 100%. Really appreciate you and your efforts. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, Kura.
All right. That was Shandurai Charamba. He's with the Eagle REIT, Zimbabwe's first listed development REIT. So they're going to say it's different from an income REIT. A development REIT will have some profit in building the shopping center or the flats or the mixed-use development that they're talking about. So you will be a shareholder in the development company. So you have some profits where the value of a thing is, there's the land plus the bricks, but then you sell at a profit. So you're a shareholder in that profit. And then when they hold the assets like the hotel, the hospital, and Mazoe Walk Shopping Center, you will receive rental on that. So 2 bites of the cherry. That's it for this segment of National Real Estate Day with Kura and friends. I thank you for your time and your attention. We're giving you the information to make the decisions you need to make your property investment game as safe and as profitable as possible. Thank you. Hi there. My name is Kurachiota, and I'm a passionate real estate, some say personality, I'm not sure about that, but I'm a passionate person in real estate in the SADC region. My journey in real estate has made me want to celebrate with you as wide an audience as possible, with as little friction between us, National Real Estate Day in Zimbabwe. It is a government gazetted day where on this day, 15th of October every year, we celebrate what this industry is, what it does for us, and where we connect with it. I love that we've got young Zimbabweans, we've had them on the show, and I've got another young man. His name was prophetic. My second son's name is Simudzai, and I gave him that name specifically and deliberately for him to have the challenge to lift up the family name. Well, somebody else's parents, I think they had a similar idea. So from the marketing juggernaut known as Westprop, it's a pleasure to welcome a young man called Simukai. Welcome to you, Simukai.
Thank you, Kura.
All right. I see the pink ribbon for breast cancer in particular.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a journey. I've lost both my parents to cancer, so anybody who reaches out, it's a life-shaking moment. We have to provide care to those around us, and if you've got parents at home right now, please just go hug them, tell them that you love them. That's going to be something that at one point in your life you're not going to be able to do. Just do it. Love and appreciate them while you've got the time. But we're here to talk about uplifting things right now. We're here to talk about real estate. Now, real estate, if you've been following the series to the day, it's been facts, it's been figures, it's been areas. This young man tells me that half the deal is in the romance of the story to be told. So I'm handing over the mic to young Simukai here to tell me, why does storytelling matter, brother?
Well, like you said, there's a lot of, I've been following the shows and the interviews and everything that's been said, and there's a lot of facts, there's a lot of figures, there's a lot of conversation about the technicalities that go into real estate purchasing, what you're taking a look at. But to your average buyer, really, a lot of that is new information, a lot of that is stuff that you pick up right at the spot. When someone comes to purchase a piece of property, the moment you start explaining square meterage, you start seeing how much of a gap actually exists, and what is a deed, so all of that technicalities that go into it is a little bit different. What you actually need to do is be able to simplify that information for the average buyer so that they can be able to take a look at what you're offering, make it make sense to them so that they know what they're purchasing. If you say to someone that the apartment that you're buying, for example, when we tried to explain to someone that the apartment that you're buying at Millennium Heights, the penthouse apartment, is southeasterly facing. Right?
Yes.
So to you, you know what kind of value that means. But to the average person, that doesn't mean nothing to me. But when you sit down to that person and you say, when you're sitting at the balcony of that apartment, you can see the sun rise and the sun set.
Okay, let me stop you there. Let's go into storytelling mode.
Right.
You say, you got to drop the voice for the drama. All right, for the drama. Imagine after a hectic day at work, you retreat to your sun deck and you want to watch the last embers of the day slip away with your favorite gin and tonic. Dagona.
Yes.
Can I come get a job at Westprop as a copywriter?
You might be onto something.
Okay. Sure.
So that's basically the direction you need to go in. And I feel as if we don't tell enough of those stories to be able to break down something as simple as that. Another example, we as Westprop, we push that we develop lifestyle estates, right? A place where you can be able to live, work, shop, and play, all within a 15-minute walk, right? The technical thing to say is, listen, when we develop, we're going to develop houses here in the first phase. The second phase is going to have recreational stuff. The third phase is going to have your commercial zone. And your fourth phase is going to have a retail zone.
Gotcha.
But instead, what you actually want to say to people is, you're going to buy a house here. Then you're going to have an opportunity to have an office 15 minutes away from you that you can go and work. Then at the end of the day, when you're done with work, you can be able to walk out. You receive the text from your wife that says, please bring bread on the way home. And now you can take an extra 5-minute walk towards the shopping center, buy the bread, buy all the other things that need, walk back all the way to your home, get in, change into your gym clothes, go around the running track that's around your precinct as well, and come back home. 1 hour spent without having to worry about hectic traffic. Now that is a better story to tell for someone to be able to relate to. And that's probably what we need to keep being able to instruct. And what I've noticed when you're talking to investors as well, it helps. Because when you get them to relate into what they're purchasing, on a personal level, it hits different. You're looking at the numbers as to what you're buying, but at the same time, you're human. An investor is always human. When
Yes.
you're able to get that communication towards them,
Yes.
it helps them be able to sympathize with what they're going to be selling once they invest in it, what kind of money is coming into it, what other people are purchasing into it. So that's the important thing of us having to sit down as realtors, as property developers, as people in the build economy, to be able to make it make sense for the end user to get the value, to understand the value as to what they are purchasing. And as humans, stories are a great way for us to be able to do that. So that's the push that we actually need to be making communication-wise.
So hands down, all right. When I put this together, I spoke to Ken, your CEO, and he was on it. Yeah, let's do this. Let's blow this thing up. And I was like, hey, you know, the West Prop machine. You guys are a machine, bruh. Tell me about how your digital strategies, why you are so accessible, visible, colorful, informative online. Why is digital so important? I thought properties, it's a show day here, a leaflet in a newspaper there, and people just buy.
That's where the people are. So we're a company that takes a look into the future. We're very futuristic. And our future clients, they are online right now. And also, it so happens that some of those clients, those are the ones that are also influencing their parents and the people that actually need to make those purchases. Online has been such a game changer for us because it allowed us to open up doors and connect with people in a way that we won't be able to physically. I'll give you an example. You notice that within our strategy, we try to make sure that we keep people as updated as possible to their developments. Now, our business model is that we sell all of our properties off plan. Now, for you to be able to do that, there's a huge element of trust that's involved.
Oh, sure. It's everything.
It's everything. Trust is everything in that business. Now, if we kept everything physical, it's difficult for us to give you a blow-by-blow of where your property is. And for example, with Polgara Residential Estate, we were working on 70 townhouses at one go. And what you need is a circumstance where you can be able to come in, take a look around, be able to capture that, and put out an update so that people can have confidence as to where their $300,000 is going. Otherwise, you can't interest someone else
Gotcha.
where that money is going. So it was an issue of, one, trust building. We need people to know what's going on. We need people to see what's going on. If you can't be on the ground, you need to at least be able to have an experience of what's going on.
Did you have like webcams and stuff going?
So
drones?
So internally, we have invested quite a bit into the equipment that goes into us having to capture that in the best possible quality that we can to our capabilities, so that you don't have a problem with someone saying, I can't properly see what brand of stove you guys put in that house. It needs to be visible. It needs to be clear to the person. So we have invested a fair amount into us making sure that we can capture all of that. We can be able to relay it properly. We can be able to have people be engaged. Now, because we also serve a diaspora market, there's that set of people who also can't be on the ground physically. And getting to have that person invest minimum $70,000 into a piece of property that we're saying does not exist yet needs you to also have that bit of trust. What digital has also allowed us to do is to build an archive of all of the things that we have managed to build.
Right.
So we now have a track record. Right. You'll notice that even if you go onto our YouTube or Instagram or anything of our platforms, there's at least every week there's some sort of evidence of work that's happening, so that regardless of the timeline that you're coming into, so that you can see exactly where things were and where things are going. For the diaspora market, that helps you be able to see exactly what you're purchasing into. What has been done? Can I trust these people? Do they finish their developments? Do they finish to quality? Do they keep their promises? Can I trust them?
Gotcha.
So digital helps us to do that. Calling you in on a show day, on a physical, it's great for you to see the land. But how can I get you to believe in the vision? And how can I get you to believe in what we are doing if I don't show you the record and if I don't put it somewhere where it's easily accessible?
So I'm an investor. I buy shares. I read annual reports. I want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
I like digital in that it is now something we can track, right? So in sales, when I train teams, I'm like, guys, there's a funnel. You create awareness, interest up there. Then people contact you. Once they've contacted you, they're not buying. They're not contacting you to have nyayas, right? They are thinking about something. Give them as much information as possible. I think there's a lot of room for us to grow in Zimbabwe. If we look at the online kind of brochures and details that come out of South Africa, floor plans, 3D models, walkthroughs, you can click and change the wall color. I'm not at all knocking what you do, but then you come down to closing, right? Yes. Real estate is all about getting them to sign on the line that is dotted. And digital makes that whole process easier. Your sales teams can track it, can follow. They need to know who to follow up with, and it's not a question of who WhatsApped me at 10 o'clock last night. I can't remember their names.
Yeah. So that has been actually a very interesting process for us, because what we ended up doing internally was that we allocated a person to each development. So you notice that we have a main brand, which is the Westpro brand, and each one of the developments that we hold have its own channels, right? Pomona City, Millennium Heights, the Hills Lifestyle Estate, Pohuka. Each one of these is manned day to day by a single person or by a team of people at any particular point in time. So every time you make an inquiry, there's someone who's always ready to be online with you and move you through each and every one of your questions, regardless of what it is that you want to ask.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So we've tried to make sure that it at least helps to give you confidence and helps to give you as much information as you can. So we've managed to open up those channels so that we make sure we try to be as efficient as possible in that manner. If you have one person, like with most companies, you might end up having one person that's just holding all of them. Now, we needed to make sure that if you're coming to inquire about a flat at Pomona City, you can be able to ask everything that you need to, from square meterage to the position to where it's located. Can you show me where my flat will be in the block? Then we'll put in some renders, we'll show you the floor plans. The person who's manning that account will be able to do that for you all the way down to the bottom, so that you get all of that information down. And when you now come to the point that you want to make a decision to purchase, or you want to visit, or any of the like, that's when we then say, okay, look, we're now at the point whereby you and I, we need to see each other physically. Come to the office, see the brick and mortar, see the people that you're going to be dealing with, have an interaction, know the place, because there's a lot of scamming that's going on around these days, especially online. So we always encourage you, wherever possible, if you can't make it for any particular point in time or reason, invite someone, tell someone that you trust, go and see them, be there physically. Then we encourage all of our clients to make sure that once you're there, go and see the ground of the property that you're purchasing with us. So go to Millennium Heights, experience what an apartment will look like, experience what a finished apartment will look like. Go to Pomona City, see the land, touch it, feel it, have an opinion about it, call your quantity surveyor to come and take a look at it, so that they also give you a second opinion, not just your own eyes, not just to trust your own eyes. Go to Pokugara, walk into one of the townhouses, get a feel, see the finishes, get that trust, so that you know exactly what you're purchasing into. If you don't have anyone that you trust, the team is always prepared to always go there to be online with you, take you on a video call and say, right, here are the offices, here's where you're going to be, this is where we operate from, this is the address. Okay, I'm going to drive down to the site now. So give me 15 minutes. When I get there, I'm going to call you again. You get to the site, get on a video call again. This is what you're looking at. This is your stand. This is the peg number, etc. So that whole process becomes transparent. Beautiful. So digital has also helped us in that way to be able to bridge that gap, bring the information to you faster, so that you can be able to process all of that, get to your decision much faster, and with the adequate information that you need.
Adequate information, that's the important part.
Yeah.
Mu portfolio menu, chichiri kunyanya kupisa.
Ooh, so depends on the markets that you're talking about.
Okay.
So quite recently, what's been moving the fastest for us right now are flats at Pomona City.
Okay.
So Pomona City flats, we've been targeting those at people, at families that want a non-hassle space that you can just be able to invest your money into, pay for 2 years minimum, and then at that time you move in with your family and your furniture, done deal. Starting from like $70,000 for a 1-bedroom flat.
Hold on a second. I can get a 1-bed in the Avenues in a 1970s building for 65 grand.
Right.
You're telling me I can be buying in Baldale?
Yes.
Brand new?
Brand new, off plan.
For 70 Gs?
For 70 Gs. So those have been going quite well for us because we're building those in blocks of between 12 and 16 units per block. And within Pomona City, because it's going to be built like, it's a smart city which is going to have 3 phases and mixed-use facilities, 2 international schools, a shopping center, the whole live, workshop, play element that's going to be in there. So we're going to have, of the beginning of phase 2, which is our mixed-use facilities, it's those blocks of flats that are ushering those in. Those blocks of flats, there's going to be 22 of them. Currently, we've now sold off 4. We broke ground on one of them in May. We are now on the base level of it. We're now doing the sub level of it, and we're now starting to sell the 4th one, going into the 5th and the 6th. Now, that has been moving at a very fast pace for us because as soon as we're done with one building, we're going into another. But what's been very interesting about it is how the corporates have now come into play, because the corporates are now taking a look at those buildings as an investment. So one corporate is coming to purchase a whole block in the orientation of, so we can offer them in 2 orientations for you. First orientation gives you only 1-bedroom apartments, right, from top to bottom. The other orientation gives you a mix of 1 beds, 2 beds, and 3 bedrooms that you can be able to take up. So that corporate came and took up off plan that 1-bedroom orientation and then took up the whole block. All in all, 1.2 million. Now for 1.2 million, you're now getting that orientation, and they're saying that this is now an asset that's sitting on our books. There's 3 opportunities that they now have. By the time that block is finished, which is, it will take us at max 8 months to be able to finish that block. By the time it's finished, because it's off plan, due to the laws of real estate and the things that are happening, the moment that it's complete, it's already at a different value.
Sure.
They picked that value at about 1.6. At the current value of what 1-beds are actually at. So by the time they finish calculating all of them, you're at 1.6. So they're like, it's either between we're going to sit on the asset and we're going to sell it off later on, or we're going to reward some of our long-standing employees, and instead of directing the capital towards our pension funds, we're directing it towards the payments for these so that people can have hard assets that they're holding. Or alternatively, we can just rent them out. And the current rentals that they're going for a 1-bedroom apartment in north of Harare, you're taking a look at anything over $500 a month.
Sure.
So now you're looking at an income that's about $10,000 a month coming just right from the block. So they took a look at that and they said, that's now an opportunity. When that came to us, we realized that we can take that to more corporates. So we've started offering those blocks more and more to corporates.
On that, Taka shouted na Chantel. She shouted us and she says, Mbingas. Have you done any Mbinga sales?
We are on the verge of one. Now, I can't...
of course. No, I understand.
I can't tell you who, but we are on the verge of one.
Okay.
So
the shouting at us worked.
The shouting, you know what, as a person who has to constantly tell people, hey, tell better stories, but you know what, if it works, it works. sometimes you gotta discipline people into coming to do something. So.
I take myself as disciplined by Chantal.
So yeah, part of it has worked. Another hot property that came about is our latest baby, which is the Hills Lifestyle Estate.
Yes.
So the Hills is our ultra luxury offering where we're giving studios, apartments, townhouses, villas, mansions, and a retirement home on what will be a PGA length golf course. So that will be your first PGA golf course in the country, your second one in Southern Africa, basically. So that kind of value has attracted clientele which understands what it's like to live on a golf estate. And we have a couple of people that are coming to take up different, multiple blocks or multiple properties within the estate for themselves or for their employees and the like. And we're not talking about $70,000 properties. The least expensive.
The nomenclature. You're not saying the cheapest. I see you,
I
dog.
I can't say the cheapest. The least expensive is an apartment, is a studio apartment for $100,000, and that's looking down one of the fairways.
Okay.
The ones that one of the clients is coming to purchase is your villas that are sitting next to the hall, to the 4th and the 5th hole, and those are at the very least going for $800,000. And they took up multiple units for their employees because they said, I know what it's like to live on a golf estate. I know the value that it's like, and I want to present that value as well to my own people. Then we had a client that has come up and is taking a look at our mansions that are going to be sitting on Billionaires Drive. So Billionaires Drive is basically where we're selling off $3 million plots.
Wow.
Where that's going to be anything between 2 and 4 acres of land, and you're going to be able to have a
2 or
4,000 square meters.
Okay.
Not bad.
Okay.
So
that's still an acre, bruh. The way Harare is gone, an acre is gold.
Yes. And on that piece of land, you can build a mansion of your own choosing. So all the other ones, we're building them to completion, to our own spec, high quality finishes. But with the mansions, what we're saying is come with your plan. And within that $3 million, we can then be able to help each other spec it out and be able to have, basically be a king of the hill.
Okay.
Be able to build your own thing at the hills, which is going to be looking right down one of the fairways as well. So what we're offering there has been bringing about the buyer that says, I've made it in life. I need to live somewhere that shows that. And you'd be amazed how many of those we have in the country.
Yeah.
And that also shocked me a little bit. But at the same time, when you get to talk to them, you get to see that makes sense. Yes, there is a variation of that product that exists within our market, but nothing like what we have and nothing that's going to represent the same thing in the future. So as the buyers are coming in to hear the story of the hills, the story of the heritage of what it was before, what it looks like, what it's going to become, everyone who's involved in the development of it. I mean, we have the #1 ranked golf architect in the world who designed the golf course for us. And that is going to be a place where people are going to be coming to live. That has garnered a good interest in the positive market of the people who actually appreciate that kind of thing. And that has also been bringing about good interest to us.
Love your story and the way you've told it. What is your parting shot for young Tonderai in Cholocho, a young mind who feels rural, dislocated from what's happening in Zimbabwe? Let me get my A-levels, get a visa, go to the UK. What are you saying to that young Tonderai sitting in Cholocho?
I want to tell you the story of how Zimbabwe has become a better investment place than you'd ever imagine. And that's the story that I want him to also get to understand. Real estate in particular has taken off in a way that we never imagined. And there's opportunities that have opened up within real estate for people like that. A good example is a REIT. And I'm not just talking our own REIT, which is C-Trade 5, but there's also various REITs that have come into the market. And technically, at almost any price point, you could be able to purchase one and be able to get at least 8% return on investment on your money. The compound effect that comes from a REIT helps you out significantly, regardless of where you are. And depending on the one that you pick, at some point you might be able to convert that into a property if you're smart enough with your investment. But besides that, there's also other opportunities that are opening up within the whole real estate market. Because as it stands, we are the whole build economy of Zimbabwe at the moment is a multi-billion-dollar opportunity that's sitting. I say that because a lot of the people that are actually purchasing land in the country, they're purchasing it without mortgages. They're self-funded. And mortgages for an economy are big business. Take for example, Switzerland, which at the moment has 110% of its economy is mortgaged. Zimbabwe, 0.03% of our economy is mortgaged. So the moment you start getting yourself into real estate, if you have your foot in the door somewhere in there, there's going to be someone somewhere, an investor somewhere, even within our own government, that's going to be able to realize the opportunity that lies within real estate, be able to open the taps there. And when you have your foot in that door, there's an exponential growth that you can be able to experience. So wherever you can be able to get yourself within that real estate market, put yourself in there. The Tigere REIT allows you to be able to invest in your ZIG. Your Eagle REIT and your C-Trite 5 can help you to start putting into US dollars. C-Trite 5, from as little as $500, you can be able to start getting your own chunk and be within that space. Imagine if, say for example, if we were able to unlock, for argument's sake, half of the reserve that sits for our ZIG at the moment. That's about $300 million. Imagine if we were to be able to unlock that into the build economy into Zimbabwe. $300 worth of infrastructure in this country would make a significant change. It might even put us in the $3 billion realms if we play our cards right. And if you are sitting there right now in our 0.03 of what could be potentially 20%, which could potentially be $7 billion within the country, that is an opportunity for you. Do what you can. Start where you can, even if it means that you are taking a one bed, you are taking a one room, you're renovating it to whatever you can, you're making $50 off of it. Get into real estate. It is one of the biggest opportunities in this country that's just sitting dormant, and the moment it blows up, you'd wish you would have started early.
There you got it. You heard it from a youth man's mouth. He says, get into real estate, because when it blows up, you want it to blow up in your hands and make a lot of profit. That's a young Zimbabwean I have a lot of confidence in, young Simukai, and he is with Westprop. Thank you very much for coming through with your time and your energy, and appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you for having us, Cora.
What a pleasure. Thank you, my brother. and friends, and we are on National Real Estate Day, an initiative that we thought to democratize property information and celebrate it on a nationally gazetted real estate day. Since 2021, on the 15th of October, we have been able to celebrate our asset class, that which gives us work, that gives us investment opportunities, and over and above, provides our family with safety and security. So if you're in real estate, you cannot go north, south, east, or not yet east, but north, south, and west in Harare without bumping into something being done by the guys called Terrace Africa. They call it Terrace Africa, they call it Terrace, they call it Wakomana Meku Terrace. So I think for me, first time I'm getting him on camera, it's a pleasure to welcome to the studio Brett Abramsa, as it's pronounced when the MC, when you're doing yet another development. I've been to 2 of your developments where His Excellency, the Head of State and Government, Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, turns around and he says, Mr. Brett Abramsa. Is that you?
Yeah, thanks, Kura. It's great to be here.
Nah, I really appreciate the support.
It's exactly how it's said, by the way. Perfect pronunciation.
Of course, he's the head of state, so he's going to do things correctly.
Yeah.
All right. So, for those who don't know, your surname sounds very Mount Darwin-ish. Are you from northern Zimbabwe?
I wish I was. No, I'm South African, but happily residing with my family now in Zimbabwe.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. So when in my 30 years of working, I grew up in South Africa, I started working in Zim, went to varsity, came back to Zim, went back to SA, and the question I get asked is, which one of us is mad that I've got commercial interests in SA and I go and spend a lot of time there, but when you left SA to come to Zim, what's the logic of you being a player in this market?
Yeah, I mean, as a business, we've been active in the region for a lot longer than my residence in Zimbabwe. And by being active in the region and living in South Africa, you get to compare and see things a bit differently. So I think when we started, really gaining momentum in Zimbabwe, we realized that we kind of had to be on the ground here to take advantage of the opportunities. And, Zim is different. The people are different. The landscape is different. Yeah. It's got its challenges, but if you prepare to invest time and capital in the right areas, you can really make things happen. So I think that's really why we've chosen Zimbabwe as a country for our base for our offices, and hopefully long may it last.
Well, welcome to the neighborhood. I'm glad that you've taken up the challenge to invest here. So I'm going to take it that there's no soft investment, right? If there was easy money to be made in Malawi, it would be easier, softer, and more lucrative for you to have gone there. What are we missing as locals in the local real estate environment? What are we not getting that you are doing apparently so well?
Yeah, I mean, I think just sticking to basics is what we are doing is not out of the ordinary. I think we have a bit of capital behind us, which helps. But that doesn't mean you can't start smaller and do things on a smaller basis. I mean, our Chinamana corner is not a big development, and it's open to many pension funds or many private companies. Developers could replicate that model, and it's been a great success. So for us, it's just been a bit of outside influence, a bit of seeing what's happened in the region and elsewhere on the continent, and finding a home within Zimbabwe and giving it horns, making it stick. So
I run around the region, and I still haven't posted the TikTok yet, where I've asked our 4 courts becoming 5 courts. Yeah. Right? So what just used to be a joint on the side of the road, I was at a development in Francistown where Choppies has wrapped like 3,000 square meters around the forecourt. So it's a convenient spot to turn in. Oh, maybe I'll get some gas, but I know I'm stopping to get a loaf of bread. They have a liquor something, I can't remember the name of that. I'm not necessarily a fan of a liquor outlet on a main national road, but I think that you guys are doing exceptionally well in localizing international experiences, but in a manner that people can see and participate in. And what I love you guys are doing is that you're not doing it for yourself, by yourself. When you guys listed, I put in my 2 cents to say, I'm going to be a shareholder in Tigere, but you're bringing a democratic element to our game. How important is it to you to bring the community along with your success rather than just make millions as a private unlisted company?
Yeah, I mean, I think firstly, we wouldn't be this far down the road if it wasn't for, I guess, the community style of a REIT investment. You know, we are minority shareholders in the REIT. We are sub 50%, and we've brought along a lot of investors with us that are sharing in the fruits of what we are doing. With looking at the projects that we're putting into the REIT and have put into the REIT, you could almost say we would only be half the way there, because we've been helped out through some patient capital and some capital that have backed us. So for me, that's critical, and I guess also there's a bit of the community feel is important when you go further from a PR perspective as well. I mean, people talk about you when you are listed.
Yeah.
What we are doing, I believe, is extremely positive, and we want to scream to the hills and tell people, that we are paying dividends every quarter, that we are putting in quality international tenants, that we are fully let, that we are, passing the yield back to the people that have backed us from the beginning. So that for me is a critical part of it. It's the REIT market within Zimbabwe, I think is still, it's not even born yet. It's born, but it's got a long way to go, and we believe that it's going to take wings very quickly.
So I love that your money is where your mouth is,
Yeah.
and you're moving and putting the money in. So the journey to being a listed fund, has that been easy? Has it been press a button, make an application, Bob's your uncle, you're now a REIT?
Yeah, it's been very interesting. I mean, I've been very privileged in my former life prior to Terrace Africa. I was involved in 4 different listed property vehicles. So I kind of had the framework of how to put it together. And I think when the REIT legislation came out in Zimbabwe, it was a pretty simple framework. They didn't try to overcomplicate it. There's a couple of nuances, but nothing out of the ordinary, and it made it quite easy for private investors and pension funds to bring assets to the market. Couple that with a very friendly exchange, who are really hungry for listings, and a fair Securities Exchange Commission. I think it's been probably one of the easiest markets to list a property company, and I've been involved in that Lola Lerona, which we seeded when I was in my previous company in Botswana. We were involved in a listed property company, the largest one now in Mauritius. South Africa, we were involved in a company there, and then I left my previous job about 12 months prior to us listing in Kenya. So yeah, all those markets had vast challenges, and you look at the REIT legislation in Zimbabwe, it's very much picked. They've taken like the best from various neighboring countries, and I think it's working really well. Obviously, got some challenges on certain parts of the legislation, but it's been easy, and that's why I really do feel that this industry is going to go from strength to strength.
Great answer there. A matter that weighs heavy on my heart is extracting yield out of assets that are sitting in pension funds.
Yeah.
So over and above being a corporate consultant and handing over a fee to look at somebody's portfolio, I think of the 985,000 members of pension funds who are looking at assets 44% on balance sheet, and then the yield comes in at 3%. That breaks my heart. What's the conversation we need to have to assist our pension funds to extract more value out of their existing landed assets?
Yeah, I mean, yield is a function of 2 things. It's income and value. The value of the the property that you are working out the yield on. And I think looking at the larger part of that is pension funds are sitting on really idle assets. You know, and I deal every day of my life speaking to pension funds, trying to work out ways to find better utilization for their capital, putting it into a development with us or into the REIT. And what you find is that you've got a historic legacy issue of overvalued properties within CBDs or anywhere, you know, land banks, etc. And they're not yielding. And someone take a property in the CBD of whatever, Bulawayo, and you've got a property worth on their books at $5 million. They could fire sale it for probably $1 million, but at least if they put the $1 million into Tegere or another property that they develop, they could get a 7-10% yield, $100K a year. Where that property, that $5 million, is effectively a negative yield. Yeah. They're paying rates, they're paying a security guard. There's a cost to try lease it out, to maintain it, fix the roof, fix the lift. And I think those hard conversations haven't really happened yet. And I mean, that would be my starting point in terms of advice for those that are sitting on big balance sheets, but the income's not really coming through on the income statement. And it takes balls because someone's got to make the call. Yeah. And that guy's got a KPI in terms of NAV for the fund. So it almost takes a rebalancing that you need his equity portfolio to really rise up and give him the confidence to write down some assets or sell assets at a price that's not reflected on their NAV currently.
The reality is it comes out in the wash at some point, right? You can't distribute revaluation gains. Yeah. So it's lovely to have a building that's gone, and it's crazy Chinese mathematics. Properties trade in US dollars. Yeah. Then you do the US dollar, then you get a ZiG price, and then the ZiG is depreciated. Then you say, well, we're translating and we must report in ZiG, so I've made a profit, and it goes through your income statement. But the pensioner can't eat that. Enough said on that one. We're going to do as much work as we can to get those assets cash flowing. You've brought, or Terrace Africa in your leases, have brought a very different flavor to the market. Yeah. We have had landlord-tenant relationships that were point blank, sometimes exploitative and adversarial, right? I'm the landlord, I've got the property, give some key money to get into my premises. When you're in, this is the lease, sink or swim, I don't give a damn, or you'll go. You have come and you, I understand, in certain circumstances, you're providing a tenant installation allowance in key areas in the mall. And then when you do the deal, you've got a base rental and a turnover clause. You were under no compulsion to do that in the market as it stands right now. Why did you do that?
Yeah, I mean, we want to attract the best tenants. That's number one, and we want to create an environment within the shopping center or whatever asset that we are building that the tenants feed off each other. By having that correct tenant mix, everyone benefits and ourselves as well. Tenants are at different stages of their growth. Some have built 5 outlets and have decided to, stabilize their business. Others are in a massive growth phase, and depending on the type of tenant and where they are, you need to entice them to come in, because we know, when we design a shopping center and we've got 20 shops, we put down the names of every tenant before we go to the market and say, hi, who's looking for space? We decide up front what we want to be there. And then maybe you will go to a dentist and you get 5 dentists, and then you choose which is the best dentist. But for me, that's the most important part. Visualize what you want in the spaces first. And then sometimes to get a certain tenant over the line, or to have your exact tenant mix, you need to entice them to bring them in. And that's through a mix of helping out, not cash TI, but maybe I'll help out with your aircon, or I'll put your tiles in, or something along those lines, or giving them a really good rental deal, which will work out because of your turnover kicker that's coming at a later stage. So it's just, I guess, clever asset management from our leasing team to make sure that we get the right people in, and that the terms work for us long term, and that we back ourselves, that we believe this asset is going to attract feet. And by doing that, I think the tenants feel that they can trust us because we're not asking exorbitant rentals up front, and we're kind of taking the risk with them.
Okay. And in conclusion, you've historically been an African player. What do you wish Zimbabweans knew and understood about their own market that you and I can read the Knight Frank report or RMB, Where to Do Business in Africa report? What do you hope that Zimbabweans pick up and know and understand about their own market?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's that saying around a volcanic garden, that many people will see a volcano and from the outside will look in and just say it's ash and lava. But it's the richest soil. Once a volcano has erupted and kind of over years settled down, what grows from that soil is insane, And I think the outsiders look at Zimbabwe as, the volcanic ruins. And what is actually happening here is it's the richest soil in the world. It's, not only is it's a perfect metaphor because it is the richest soil in the world. The grounds from an agricultural perspective are amazing, but if you bring it on a real estate perspective, the opportunities are there. You've got a hungry population who like new, exciting things. So you can bring an international tenant like we've brought Hungry Lion. The numbers we are seeing there are insane. I mean, well beyond what I was expecting. But it doesn't stop there, whether it's entertainment, a nice building which office tenants are looking for. So I believe that the advice locally is the market is fertile. The ground is fertile. And I think if you put the right product in, you water it hard and you believe in it, you're going to do well. And I often find it's just the confidence of the local market that is missing. The people here, the real estate skill that exists within Zimbabwe is insane. The engineers, the architects we meet, the salesmen we meet in terms of leasing, etc. Everything exists. And you've got the population which are hungry for the product. I think it's just about that confidence to take a product and a project over the line. And if we can be a catalyst for another 10 of 15, 20, 50 projects, that's our job is done, because I guess that's what we're trying to do is build a real estate industry, and that's not only ourselves, but an ecosystem that everyone adds to. So, I think it's hopefully we've given others the confidence that isn't as hard as you think.
Okay, I'm going to close it on that. And from this day forth, on National Real Estate Day 2025, I am christening you Nyamuziwa.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and love your energy and the work that you do out here.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Brett Abrahamsa. He's CEO of Terrace Africa. He serves as an asset manager as well on the Tigere Fund, the real estate investment trust that you and I are free to own, and dividends have been paid. Last dividend, $519,000, yum yum. But it's all about getting together, talking about real estate, making you make the investments and getting you to know the people and the logic behind it. That was the real estate segment here, or the REIT investment segment, with a man doing amazing things. He jumped over the border legally, I'm told. He didn't swim across, but it's just a river between the two of us. Stay tuned with me here on Kura Chiota and Friends National Real Estate Day. Hi there, my name is Kura Chiota, and this is National Real Estate Day coming to you out of Harare, Zimbabwe. National Real Estate Day is a government gazetted day where on the 5th of October from every year since 2021, we celebrate this asset class. Real estate is not just a thing that we own, it's a lifestyle that we choose, it's a profession that we can work in, and it's an investment that can create value. I wanted to put together a platform where me and my friends can discuss real estate things, but come to you with absolutely frictionless engagement. You're tuning in, you're watching on a podcast. We've been on Twitter, we've been on Facebook, we've been on YouTube Live, just to share the information. So for you investing your time with us, we want to give you compelling stories and give you safe on-ramps for you to buy your first house, your first stand, or maybe even your 10th. So if I'm talking real estate in Zimbabwe, there's a name you cannot miss. If you're talking about exporting Zimbabwean real estate to the diaspora, to the four corners of the world, there's a name that you can't miss. If you're on social media and you're talking real estate, pachangopinda kafeske Plaza. So it's not a difficult thing to introduce my friend and buddy, Mike Tashaya.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be here.
Big Blaz. This is you.
This is me.
I finally caught you to be on camera.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
All right. I've been sitting here and watching you just be picking up calls, do this, do that, do that. You're a hustler, dog.
We're trying to make a difference in this space. We're trying to make real estate a mainstream conversation.
Trying to make it mainstream conversation. So I was in Botswana recently with the principal of the business here in Zimbabwe, Sis Patience, and then Sif Wacho Blazo, Samuel Sif.
Samuel, yes.
And he had this adoration of the Zimbabwean opportunities. And he was like, you know, a South African white guy in Cape Town says, Kura, Zimbabwe, oh, it's amazing. Yeah. How has your journey with SIF Developments been? What's excited you? What has surprised you? Because you were in this game sitting in the UK, right? Picking up the call, yeah, mate, can I sell you an apartment or what have you? What brought you home? What's your journey been like?
So, Zim has been very, very kind to me. It's a conversation I was having while waiting for this. Because everyone is always asking the same question. Why did you come back and how has it been? And I planned this, you know, I didn't just wake up and say I'm going home. I planned this 5 years. But at the same time, I'd noticed something was shifting in the way real estate was moving, I think around the 2017, 2018 time. I know that's kind of change of government as well. Yeah. But since then, it's been crazy trajectory of just development, construction. I mean, the country right now is under construction. We know that. But what I was doing in London, where I was working for an estate agent but doing developments, was that we were buying land, building, selling, which is a very sort of simple model. And I'd been studying the real estate space in Zimbabwe for quite a while, trying to see how it would work for me. So my intention of coming back was to find a vehicle that I could jump on and just ignite with it and sort of try and paint a masterpiece of the skills that I'd learned, because I was very successful in London, because I was actually working in London itself as a sort of sales and marketing person. And SIF just presented for me what was the best opportunity. And what I'd seen with them was just the professionalism, you know, the strong name, the sort of profile of buyer that we're getting, and a passion of mine, which is affordable housing. That's what I've been doing the last 10 years. That's what I really want to bring into the market in Zim. I think I was laughing, I don't know if you picked it up on Facebook the other day, where people are referring to me as Mike Where My Stands.
Mike Where My Stands.
I don't really like, right? But I'll own it, you know, I'll own it, because we are trying to get people on the property ladder. Yeah. Essentially, that's the bottom line. And we are trying to have conversations with people. It's not necessarily about buying a property today, but it's also about preparing you to buy real estate, maybe in 5 years or in 10 years, but at least after a conversation with us, you know what you need to do this.
You know, Bra Mike, that's, I think you are the third diasporan who's been out and has come home. and it's telling the tale. But your story is linking with all of us need a job, all of us need to earn money. But can we speak to a bigger conversation around what is our purpose, what is our contribution, what are we doing for other people? So when you're talking about economic development, when you're talking about intentionality for people to say, don't worry about today, think about it that resonates very hard with me. So take me through some of the product that you've got. SIF will do it all from big commercial to that first couple, the first stand that a couple is going to buy.
Yeah.
What's in your portfolio? Mike Wema stands. Ukutengese.
So right now we do have a very, very strong portfolio in the sense that we have started this new baby. I think patients told you about SIF developments,
yes,
which is what I'm running.
Yes.
And within that pot, we have in excess of about 43 developments nationwide.
Get out of here.
Serious. But our objective with SIF developments is to create our own pipeline. We need to be able to actually be building our own stock and be part of the whole 10-key program to actually handing over the key to somebody after they bought that. So we are on the sort of the beginning of that. But in terms of just the whole program, you know, with the West Props, we have just having a conversation with Terrace Africa right now. They enter into residential. We have Dabuka, which is a flagship, which we started selling it as a bush, and now we have compliance, ready to build. I've just been on site today, that's why I'm in my rags, where they've started building. You know, we are trying to create a journey for our buyers where it has to be as seamless as possible. Diaspora market is a big part of our program because we've got so many initiatives.
Yeah.
We're trying to create a pathway that is very safe, comfortable for them so that they can trust us to be their project managers in their sort of purchase and help them. A lot of them are thinking about moving back home, for example, and they are looking at environments that are safe, secure. The lifestyle states are coming into this. The lifestyle states have to have amenities that they are familiar with. Yes. So a medical facility, for example, is a mandatory for a diaspora buyer. You know, they don't want to be too far away from an emergency room, you know. So we're trying to create diaspora-friendly products, but at the same time, we have the local market that has been shrinking for a while, you know, because of obvious reasons, the economics around our country. But we're also trying to come up with products that they can afford. You know, we want our nurses, we want our teachers to be able to tango stand, you know, at a reasonable price with reasonable installments that they can pay. It's not just about the diaspora market. That's why we've done the property clinics.
Yes.
You know, where we have conversations around Saka to Basarana say could we stand, you know, we buy a piece of land or buy a property. How can we best prepare you to be able to do that? If you're earning your $350, $400 a month, how can we find a tailor-made product that you can sort of chip into? And this is a conversation for the whole industry now in government to help us come up with these subsidized products that everybody can sort of invest in.
Sando Zenyu for going to the diaspora. You've taken Zimbabwe to be a very real touch and feel engagement, and hats off to you.
Thank you.
As a development that when Patience was giving me the numbers, I said with respect, Munonyepa. Northgate on the eastern side of Domboshawa Road. So we're going north before you turn right to go left. Sorry. It's been a long day. Left to go to Glenwood Forest. On the right-hand side, that's Northgate, right?
That's correct.
Please, in very simple English, tell me how many stands you've sold, for how much, in what time period?
Okay. So Northgate for me, arguably, the best development in the country, I believe. So it's a product that sells itself. So that's the one part. It launched, or we participated in the launch in July of 2024. We actually launched it in London, in the UK. In that period of 12th of July 2024, counting 7 weeks, 2,800 stands have been sold.
Unamang.
Facts. you know. But it's not just about the volume and the pace of how this was achieved. It's also down to the amount of work all the players did, including Steve. But the product is exceptional in terms of 5-10 years when it's completed, what it will look like in there. It's a development that has everything, and I think in terms of the design and what it gives to an investor or a home buyer, it really does give everything. And phase 1 sold out pretty much in that period of time. And now we're just getting rid of phase 2. We have a waiting list that's as long as anything you want to call it. It's going to sell out very, very quickly. The pricing for phase 1 was $65 per square meter cash, 75 on terms, mortgage for 5 years with 8% interest. People still sort of jumped on that. I mean, CBZ's loan book for that was just ridiculous.
You've mentioned them by name. I wasn't going to mention them by name,
okay, but it's their project.
I've sat with the exec at CBZ,
right,
and they said, Kura, Harare South wants to buy Borodale. If we would have 10 more of these, Zimbabwe would be a different place.
Agreed. And everyone is buying. Even the local market is working hard to try and get into Northgate. But Diaspora obviously has been the bigger chunk of the buyer profile. They get it. It's got everything that they need in there in terms of like investing back home and moving back home eventually. I think it's going to be an amazing development. I think it's now a benchmark. I was selling Brett outside that in real estate nowadays, before Northgate, after Northgate.
Own
How
it.
about that? Yeah.
Own it. Own it.
Yeah, I know it's fantastic. Really is fantastic. Yeah, we're very proud of the work we've done there and how it's going to look like in the future.
So real estate, as I was talking with one of the guests, the storyteller from West Prop, and we can look at the numbers and we can talk about stands and use complicated language, investment, title, deed, but it is an ownership of a piece of ground where you're going to put a roof over your head, where you're going to home. Yes, you might fight with the wife, but it's home. It's the place you're going to raise your kids. And I think for national healing and for national progress, the more of us who get the privilege, and it shouldn't be a privilege, but right now it's a privilege of owning ground, the better it's going to be for all of us. What can we do as we're industry players? What can we do to pull down that first rung on the property ladder just to be a little closer?
Well, we've got the whole economics situation.
Yes.
Inflation, understanding the value of the dollar, because it's such a low-hanging fruit, real estate, anybody who is getting a little bit of money is building.
Yes.
Clusters especially.
Yes.
So we have a cluster issue of bad quality, very good quality, because anybody with building money is building that. And then with all the densification around the pricing that we get in property, it's quite messed up. But my thought process is around government really getting their act together around helping the citizen get to owning a property better. So what I mean by that is, I think last week we saw somebody, or before in Roa, come up with similar to shared ownership in the UK, whereby you're buying a share in a property, and you pay the rest as rental until you own it outright over a period of time. It's a very good model. I don't know if it will work here, but I think it's fantastic in the sense that you're then not killing yourself with very high deposit to get the keys to your property. So you probably buy 10% or 15% of a property, you get 100 of your keys, and you move in and you start paying your rental until you own the property outright. That's the start. The second part is the land issue and the way we are pricing land, especially with our RDCs, is that they are thinking business and money, but they're not thinking about land value. So that needs to be looked at again, and we get land much lower than it is right now. It really has to be. That's why then people end up going to the Sabuku deals because they are probably priced right. Unfortunately.
Mike,
but
unisure what else Sabuku deals when?
I couldn't help myself. And it's up, even Diaspora is interested in them, sadly. But we have to fix our prices. But the industry has to do that as a collective. And if it does, that will then affect policy, that will affect government, to then look at how we can just revisit how we put prices on a piece of land.
Yeah.
That's a long process. That's a long process.
So when I travel in the region, I'm always asked, Kura, why are your property prices so expensive? Zimbabwe so expensive? If I had the magic wand to solve our land prices, where somebody, because he's got peri-urban land and he's heard of Northgate at $65 a square meter, I was that 20. Like, no, $20 is not, no, my guy. And to explain the economics, it's difficult.
No, it is, yeah. And a lot of people are also coming from a position of being broke, and all they have is the land.
Okay.
So
those are what I call NAMO solving prices.
Yeah, exactly. So, Ngondipe onayo kind of opportunities, and it doesn't help us in the industry.
Okay. Yeah. What is a product that if I gave you 10,000 right now, if I wanted to invest 10,000, where would you point me in a direction?
West of the capital, extreme west, Nyabira, high density, gated, that comes with everything, water, electricity, security, new cities moving in that direction. That piece of land in 18 months time will be 25K.
Okay. So gated communities are not for the Lani Kumadale Dells?
Anybody can get in there. As long as you are good at saving money and understanding my terms, I should definitely get in a gated community.
Okay. So if I've now got Wadzanai in Wedza following this broadcast, what can we encourage the young 17-year-old girl in, people argue is Wedza rural Zimbabwe, but I'd say it's rural Zimbabwe. What words do we want to leave her on this place called Zimbabwe, her place in it, and the investment opportunities available to her?
So financial planning is is not something that we do very well in this country, even in our academic system, the way we are taught commerce, for example, we are not taught financial planning. I was lucky enough to have parents who would tell me, always put 10% aside. Whatever money you get that month.
Yes, sir, 10%.
Yeah. Right? And I never really did it religiously, but I did sometimes. But whatever I managed to do during that period helped me a lot. And they also teach you how to save. Yeah. Save. It's very difficult in this economy. Yeah. It was difficult in London to save because the cost of living is ridiculous. But you got to try and save because you have to build those deposits. And a property is always going to be the biggest purchase you ever make in your life. You have to start at 17 years old. Start preparing for that big purchase. Whether or not you think, 35, 40, but you start the journey at a very young age. So I'll say financial planning, learn how to save, understand money and how to spend it, but always think about assets and asset building, and it will serve you well.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that's Mike Wema Stands, but don't call him that. Mike is the head of SEEF Developments, 43 developments in the pipeline. I long for and look forward to see the Zimbabwe him and his principal patients are creating and putting out there in the market. This has been another episode within the National Real Estate Day with celebration with Kura and friends. Mike Tashaya, Sando Zenyu.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, boss.
Thank you.
Thank you. Real Estate Day here in Zimbabwe, 15th of October 2025. I thought to celebrate the day and mark what is a huge investment in anybody's life, how do we access people? There are lots of conferences, there are lots of things that we can read and do, but I thought the most frictionless platform that we could do is to do a digital recording. We're in the digital age with the youth ones, so we can put this out to provide real world information from people. You're quite welcome to pick up the phone and say, hey, I'm stuck. I have an idea. How do I do this? How does that work? We've spoken to asset managers who look after millions. We've spoken to new entrants who will sell you a stand for 10 grand or even help you get a council stand for $3,500. We're leaving nobody out of the conversation, but we're elevating the conversation in this particular segment to how do we understand that real estate is an intergenerational wealth creator, preserver. So two great minds. It just so happens that we all went to the same school, but we're not doing the old boy network thing here, but we're having a conversation about making money in real estate, planning about it, but most importantly, making sure that when we pass it on to our little buggers, that it's nice, well and safe. So from Kuronga Corporation or Investments, I have Mutsa Kajese, and I always hate him because he's got more hair. Both of them have got hair. Me, I wanted to go get my hair did, but I didn't have much to do. A man about time, pleasure manager, non-executive director, investor, father, rugby nut. They're sitting over there because they're both Liverpool fans, but Mongai Zamchia. Welcome to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Kura.
All right, are we going to do a quick aggie, or we're not gonna go there?
I think we just move on, right?
All right, Mutsa, tell me this thing called a family office. Internationally, in financial parlance, you've got investment companies, insurance companies. What is a family office?
All right, great question. I think in its most simplest terms, a family office is an institution or a business vehicle that is owned by a family that runs investments and legacy. Right?
Okay.
If you were to look at it from a global definition, most people would say that in order to actually be a family office, you need about $30 million of investment, right?
Ooh.
That really takes away from the African and Zimbabwean narrative in terms of how we can contribute. So let me give you an example in terms of the number of global family offices that they are. So in the US, you have about 5,000, right? Okay. In Europe, you have about 4.3. In Asia, 1,500. Middle East, 500. Africa, 60 registered family offices. Right? So you can recognize that there's a gap there on the continent and in Zimbabwe. But it is my hope, and I'm using myself and my family as a guinea pig to say that actually we can redefine what family offices is.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be 30 million, just because the West said so. We can redefine it and take into account the nuances of the continent and our country, and then we can actually see what we can do to actually contribute to that global conversation.
Okay, so we're going to take the best of global practice, localize it for context, and the disciplines and the rigors and the upsides are still going to be ours. All right. Mr. Zamchia, sounds very strange calling you Mr. Zamchia. But Mr. Zamchia, you're an entrepreneur. You've tried some things that have 10x'd. You've lost some things on -5. As an entrepreneur, what is your asset protection strategy when you're operating?
So I think COVID is probably the greatest equalizer in the whole wide world. And particularly when you look at the hospitality industry, we learned that your business can die in a heartbeat with the flick of a pen. Literally, we were shut down. 24th of March 2020 was like epic. Everything changed.
You remember your kid's birthday and you remember that day?
Yeah, I remember that day because I actually locked the door on one of our businesses with the expectation that it was going to be a little bit of let's kind of figure this out, and it effectively ended up being 2.5 years of being open, partially, being closed fully, and various ups and downs. And in that, it was a huge lesson in how exposed we actually really are. You know, that classic analogy that, you know, when the tide comes in, you actually realize you're swimming without any shorts.
Sure.
And we had no shorts. We were just happy to the cash cycles of money coming in and going and flowing. And what I realized is cash is king, right? The biggest shock absorbers you can ever build in your life are cash. And cash is king in so much as you can continue to generate it, and you can have a pile of cash, and you've got cash accretive assets. So I'm not the kind of person who says, I will have cash, dig a hole, and put the cash in a hole. But how do you deploy your cash for maximum effect to generate cash? As opposed to a lot of projects which we will do, which might be ego-based. Some of them, you talk about legacy, and legacy, while it is important, doesn't always necessarily lead to cash. Right? Also, the type of assets that you have, what is the liquidity level of that? Because if you're putting all your cash into illiquid assets, it's as good as having no money. You can have millions and millions of dollars. And
go deeper, brother. Asset-rich, cash poor.
Right. And unfortunately, that's probably one of the biggest problems we have on this continent. And particularly in our country where people have gone through hyperinflation, where pensions have lost value, they're not generating cash on a regular basis. So in my head now, I look at it and I say, what are the different asset classes? But what are the asset classes that are going to yield cash? Right? So I want to have cash as a pile of cash that I can look and say, here's my cash. But how do we keep adding to that cash? Or how do we utilize that cash to create more cash generating things? So I can say, this is my pile today. I don't mind my pile going down to here, because I know at the end of the year, my pile will be here. And how do we constantly deploy that cash for optimal value while maintaining a buffer?
He's looking at December bonuses and pariah state and upstate takings. That's what he's talking. When he says year end, the pile goes up. So Mutsa, funding is so crucial to what we do, right? In real estate, you know, you don't wake up, rezone a piece of ground that's got fees. Your city of Harare submissions to change your zoning, right? So are there these family offices sitting with cash, and funding is needed for us to move things along? Is there a happy marriage by putting family offices as a possible funding mechanism to release the investment to create the real estate that we all want?
Absolutely. I think if you look again, let's start from a global perspective, right? The deployment of capital in specific sectors, say for example startups, global startup investment, family offices constitute of 31% of that, right? In global real estate, family offices constitute about 13%, right? So they're now being recognized as very credible sources of funding. Why? Because the capital is patient. Number two, there's flexible structuring, right? And number three, and I'll speak from my family, we have what we call a reinvestment strategy, right? So the money we make, like I'm just saying, a majority of it goes back and is reinvested, right? Because we are concerned about legacy. We are concerned about sustainability. We are concerned about the national development, right? Because that's part of our narrative. That feeds into what we call the 5 capitals, right? I use the acronym FISH. There's financial, there is intellectual, there is social, there's spiritual, and there is, what's the H?
Health?
No.
Holistic?
Can't remember.
Okay.
It's completely blocked my head.
Nothing like live TV to clarify the mind.
But those 5 social capitals actually inform our investment strategy.
Yeah.
You see? Right? So it's not just about the bottom line. You have to take a holistic approach when you're considering your investment. So when you look at it from the global perspective, you can say, yes, okay, you can see the startups, you can see it in the real estate. Now, when you trickle it down to the continent in Zimbabwe, what are the needs, right? So we sit as a family council, right? We have our investment strategists and our consultants, and we sit and say, okay, let's look at Zimbabwe as a whole. What are the needs, not just now, but for the long term, right? Because we have generations to consider, right? So it's very much a parallel structure when you think about it. What are the needs now? And what are the needs in the future? And then how can we fill in those gaps?
So BZAM, default setting, not Mr. Zamcha. I was at a property conference in Botswana, and there was a panel on estate planning, and my takeaway out of that panel was, at infancy and growing up, The world is me, 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 me. I want, I want. That's why kids scream and throw tantrums. You mature and then you become daddy. And you're now looking after people and all the rest of it. And then daddy gets to a level and he realizes, hey, but I've got little Johnny to look after who's got wants and demands and needs. And then you start to create a separation of assets between you and you knew my late dad very well, set up a legacy, set up a trust, and he was just a guy, but he had left the assets into a trust. You have been a non-executive director on significant entity boards in this country, looking after people's money. Where does corporate governance meet family governance?
So, when you spend time involved in a corporate space, there are lessons that you learn. So Mutsa's talking about scale, right? So he looks and said, this is family office, global perspective, what is right? And he talked about a whole lot of things, but the thing that was in my head was scale. It's like you now scaled it for Africa and scaled specifically for Zimbabwe. So we engage in a corporate environment. And one of the things that I find our biggest failure, and I say our because collectively, and I look at my own self, and recently had a perfect example of a reminder. You know how they say doctors are some of the worst patients that you can encounter, right? And I think business people can also be very bad. We're very good at diagnosing other people's affairs. We're very good at looking at other companies when we're sitting on the boards, and we look at some of these organizations and we talk about legacy. And allow me to talk about one thing that will be interesting with something I'm involved in, Byte. So hopefully we can sneak it in later, because it also fascinates me how those kind of legacies and generational wealth is created. And I think we then forget that the lessons we've learned in those corporate boardrooms about governance, and governance is in terms of having structures, in terms of having record keeping, in terms of having accountability from an individual and a collective perspective, in terms of having a set of accounts, a chart of accounts, or something where regular feedback is given, right? So we all know the adage that if you can't measure it, then there's no point in doing it, right? So I think we need to spend a little bit of time and sometimes just sit back, and effectively actually what we need to do is just engage from a peer perspective. And that thing about, in our business we call it shop eyes. So you walk into a restaurant and I'll put a bottle on the floor, and I can keep that bottle on the floor for 2 days or 3 days, and people stop seeing it. Wow. Right? Because it's shop eyes. The cleaner will even clean around the bottle and not pick it up, or a piece of dirt, or there's a light bulb that's not working. And I think sometimes we have shop eyes and myopia in our own businesses. So I think what we should do is we should encourage peer review, right? Mutsa, I'm doing this thing, right? This is my setup. Please can you have a look at it for me, all right? Because there's blind spots, and you might have emotional blind spots. Exactly. Yeah. But that enhances your blind spots. So even if you're setting up a family trust, right, and your daughter's your favorite, and you've now lined up things, and you say, no, this is good, right? This is good. I've done this. This is proper. Yeah. And then everyone's like, oh, no, you've done the right thing. You've structured it. You've ensuring that everything's going to go on. And Musa comes and reads and says, you're going to have fights in your family. Your children are going to hate each other. Why? Because you've done, but I mean, she's the girl, right? I mean, and so that's
why I've only got boys.
But I'm saying that process is something that we need to encourage. We need to encourage peer review, a peer review from people who we can trust, whether they're close by or it might be an external source, where you say, look, I'm a lawyer, I've drafted my thingy. I'm going to give it to an independent lawyer to have a review. I'm going to get an accountant to independently review this. And it doesn't need to cost you a lot of money, but it will save you significant amounts. So I think going back to your initial question, what can we learn from the corporate, is to learn that those very structures which we use to assess businesses, to ensure their sustainability, their continuity, to evaluate performance, to pick individuals who will be guiding and running those businesses, are the same ones which you can use to apply to our personal businesses, to our structuring of trust funds, trusts, and all those legacy creating activities that we can, but using Munsa's model of scale.
Okay.
Can I please?
Please, it's a conversation.
This is fantastic because as I'm talking, I'm thinking, I'm looking at the structure that we created for the family. You know, even though I'm CEO of the family office, I still have a contract. I have a mandate, right? I'm accountable. I have KPIs and KPIs. I have goals that I need to achieve, right? Doesn't matter whether you're a family member or not, there's a contract when you're employed, right? So even though Kuronga Corporation serves my family, it's still accountable, right? And its primary goal is to increase the value of the assets of the family, right? And that has to be measured, right? So when you look at it, the very, very first thing that we did is we went into family governance, right? So there's 3 generations. Generation 1, my parents. Generation 2, myself and my siblings. And 3, our children, right? We went into family governance. And initially, when we set out, it was supposed to be a 3-month process. Tell me why 10 months later we're still at it. But that's not a bad thing. We're not complaining. Because that constitution, the founding document, which is a living document, that's what determines everything else. And that thing needs to be rock solid. And obviously reviewed and still changed. But from that constitutional document, you've got your family council, right, which is just the core family members. Then from there, you've got the family assembly, which includes spouses and all of that, and the kids and all of that stuff. Then from there, you've got a board of non-executive directors, like what you were saying. You need the outside eyes, the non-family members that can say, critically, I wouldn't do that, or I would advise against that. You need that, right? And then from there, you've got the board of executives and then the operations, right? So it's a whole governing structure. It can't just be, oh, just because I'm the son or just because I'm the daughter, you can do whatever you want.
Yokes are going deep, bro.
Yeah, it's proper. It has to be.
Because I can hit a gold vein and I can get 100 kgs in the next 3 months. I love my sons to death, man. But if I just said, hey, dudes, the taps are open, that 100 kgs can disappear quite quickly.
It will be gone.
Yeah?
Without the right structures, it will be gone.
Okay. So in the investment opportunities and as a family business, one of your investments struck me. You've gone into education of all things. I thought education is boring, tired.
Yeah, right.
Why would you go into education?
Well, it goes back to my previous comment about assessing what are the needs are, not just now, but for the future, right? So you look at the populations of Zimbabwe, majority of it is young. And education, a lot thanks to our first president who stressed the importance of high quality education. That's been one of the ethoses of Zimbabweans, right? I know we can argue that we're educated now, but... That's
the most educated in Africa. Zamchia, hold your tongue, hold your tongue.
Sips drink, I mean, where's the water, right?
but the fact of the matter is that every child has a right to education, correct?
Yes.
Therefore, they need a school, right? But in 2003, I read this article that said that it's about 2,800 schools that Zimbabwe needs, right?
Needs.
Deficit.
Built.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
2,800 schools, right? And then according to Teach for Zimbabwe, 67% of students are not getting the right education, right? That means it doesn't matter, you could be going to school, but you're not getting the right holistic education for the type of economy that we are supposed to be thriving towards. So there is a gap. So what education does, it provides a strong long-term demand. But also what it does, it allows for the variances of education. So education is not the same as it was when we all went to the same school at different times. It's changed. My son goes to the same school now. It's not the same, right? So we still haven't really caught on as Zimbabweans because we're still kind of stuck to our old ways. But education is not the same as it was. It's different. So you've got vocational schools. Not everybody has to go to university. You can do different types of it. So we're looking at that educational space and saying, okay, how can we expand it, right, so that we can fit a greater need, right? And I think that's an exciting space for us. You can't go wrong with a need that is required by a nation.
Bizem, the reality to me, right, strikes me that if I have got ZIG or I earn ZIG, I can only invest in ZIG. I can't pop off to Zambia or Mozambique and do stuff. If I've got USD, I can, by law, myself and my partner, 50 grand, we've got 100,000, and without a question being asked by the Reserve Bank with our free funds, we can invest in anywhere in the world. What should be our diversification mindset as a family, as an individual? How should I look at investment for the things I can go and see and touch that are 1 kilometer away from me, or the global platform? How do I asset allocate with US dollars off a US dollar base?
So I think it's fantastic that you touch on this capital allowance that people have, because most people don't even realize that's $50,000 a year, no questions asked, which you can. So you talk about it being an issue with regards to investment, but it's something I can go and put in any account that I want without exchange control approval. And I think more people need to learn that. It's not a case of externalization. It's a clear opportunity, and I call it an opportunity because people can do many things with it. So I have a general rule, and my general rule is I am good at losing my own money. So why should I give my money to someone else to lose? Right? And
oh, that's not morbid at all, Sam.
and that extends to saying, generally don't do things you don't understand, right? So if someone comes to you with this fantastic, phenomenal idea, and you don't understand it, don't do it. All right. So I believe everything in life is quadrants, right? So you can look at a quadrant in terms of in business, and you can say things you know, or a business you know, and a country you know. So your optimal quadrant is a business you know and a country you know. The worst quadrant for you is a business you don't know and a country you don't know. And I'm left out the other two. But why I emphasize that is because when you're in your own country, you've got the geographic proximity, which is huge. Even if you don't understand a business, it's easier to learn, and you can go, if you want to become a pig farmer, you can go to PIB and you can get the courses, etc. But if you're now sending money across, it's a huge problem when you don't know. So the most important thing is educate yourself on what options are available. And sometimes dumb it down. Keep it simple. And when I say keep it simple, if you want, just like I told cash, you want just simple shock absorbers. And a lot of people will say it's very silly to keep cash. Find a bond, because people will say actually it costs you to maintain. Sure. But when we're coming from our Zimbabwean perspective in an environment where we've had hyperinflation twice, losses of value, sometimes just knowing that, you know what, I've got a bond that's giving me 3% yield, right? And you can say, yes, inflation is going to erode it, plus the taxes as well. So it's actually a net negative, but that's okay, right? Because I'm going to take that risk. So you can say, how much am I going to keep in cash, right? And everyone says to you, play the index. And when they say that, basically they mean go and buy a tracker that's going to track an index. So for example, you can go buy a Vanguard ETF that's going to track the Standard & Poor's S&P 500, which I think is great. So if you had bought one this time last year, S&P 500 tracker, as at today, you'd probably be up 12%. Which I think is great.
In dollars.
In real dollars. Which I think for the average investor is a fantastic thing to do. And when you look at the index over a period of time, and when I say index, I'm just talking about in the broader sense, right? Over a period of time, it goes up. If you go and you become macro, micro, and granular, you're going to see this kind of movement. But, just say long term, and then if you're doing dollar cost averaging, you might not do dollar cost averaging in terms of from a monthly basis of remitting, or you could, because it's up to your 50 grand. Yeah. So theoretically, if it's your 50 grand, you can send 2 grand every single month, and then there's 2.5, whatever the number is exactly, right? And you'll get to the amount. So you can do that dollar cost averaging. But I think then what you need to do is you need to then also spend a little bit of time to understand markets. Yeah. Right? Because as much as it would be fantastic to invest and get an 11% year to date, then you would have missed out on fantastic things like Palantir, which is probably up year on year 138%. Something like Microsoft, which is nice and safe, is probably up 22% year on year. Then there's some outliers. You look at Caledonia, that's up 240%, and it's very close to home. So it doesn't take you a lot to understand that there's a gold mine where guys are mining gold from Zimbabwe, and they're taking that gold and they're taking it elsewhere, and the price of gold has gone from $3,500 at the beginning of the year, and it's now gone to, or in fact 2.5, sorry, and now it's gone to a record price of 4,100, and people are talking about XUA spot price of gold beginning of next year being 5,000. That's simple, me picking up a newspaper and reading that, or going onto Yahoo Finance and reading that. Okay. So the more sophisticated you become, then you diversify. So I've got a bit of cash, I've got a bit of money in an index, right? I've got a bit of money in one or two old traditional counters that are going to yield. Then I've got a little bit of money where, you know what, let's just play, right? Let's just throw it here, and if it strikes, great. If it doesn't, you know, it's school fees.
So I'm hearing geographical diversification, I'm hearing asset class diversification, and leaving some room for yourself to play.
And you know what, the worst thing that I did in all of that, particularly being on a show that's primarily driven by property, is I didn't even talk about property, which is a proper asset class. So we've just limited ourselves to a market, right? And when you look at it from geography, you can say, yes, I'm going to go into South Africa, and most people will tell you, oh, that's a bad trade because the rand is a one-way bet. But we're hedging as Zimbabweans, right?
Yeah.
And so we're also doing a cash accretive asset. Even if it's just the rand that gets thrown into your FNB account, get some money
pays for your groceries and you send it back home.
It's a child that is going to UCT or Stellenbosch. Now you've got an asset that is actually benefiting a need. The same way you go and buy one if you've got more money and it's in the UK or the US, and eventually can be an asset which your children can utilize while they're there. So you're reducing your rental components, etc. So I had to come back to that because otherwise we're limiting ourselves. But even then, when you're going to buy, what are you going to buy, right? And I had this discussion today with someone in particular because far too many people, particularly in our Zimbabwean model, where we like to buy property. And we like to buy property because everyone wants a place to call their own.
Yeah.
But we misdirect ourselves in buying a place to call our own with the assumption we will actually live in that house, right? So allow me a little bit of runway to just say, for example, go and buy a stand in a place you'll never live, because you can build there, so it's a cheap entry point. I mean, I saw the other day there were these 200 square meter stands in Glenview, right? Go 12 grand, put another 30 grand. You build, that's 42. Yes, it's not easy money. I'm not making it seem like it's just money that one can just suck from the air, but it's a cheaper entry point.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? And you can go do that. And if you, let's assume you have the capacity to do that, because we talked about the 50,000, which is sending elsewhere, and for that geographic and portfolio de-risking. We also can say if someone can afford to do that, then they can afford to do multiple houses. Sure. And at one stage they turn around and say 10 years later, you know what? I've got a $500,000 property portfolio, but it's in Glenview, right? And I'm never living there, right? But it's cash accretive. And then there's a capital appreciation on that. And then one day they can turn around and say, do you know what? It's my daughter's wedding. I'm selling all of those units in GV, and I'm buying a house in Northwood.
I like that kind. I like the movie age, and there's old. I'm forgetting his name now from Succession.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So families are intricate and beautiful, complicated things. Right. We've just had the announcement of one of the Murdoch sons to succeed Umdara, but there were court battles. So where there's families, where there's wealth, there's going to be drama and there's going to be noise. Right. From a passionate family office guy, how do we manage the egos of the founder? Kutumdara, this is my family, I'm the head, and I know your Mdara he's a gentleman, he's the ambassador, very, I'll call him Dawa, but with respect, he's not a frivolous guy, right? How do you, as a son at tribal council, say, Bamdara, Munenge Marasika? Because I think that's a conversation that a lot of us black males are not having with our fathers.
And not just black males. I just recently, as you know, when we last spoke, I was in Mauritius at an Africa family summit where we had family officers, generation 2 like me, from Ghana, from Kenya, from South Africa. Sons and daughters with the exact same situation. My old man. And it's an issue, right? The way we've dealt with it is we've played the long game, right? So it's almost like you have to taper it off, right? My situation is a bit unique because my dad's been retired now for about 6 years. Okay? So even that in itself was a shock because you're coming from a very structured office to then not necessarily nothing to do, but it's just different.
Sure.
Right? So he still attends board meetings. So he's found his own rhythm, and that's allowed him to not be as tense.
Yeah.
Right. But it also, and I can understand from his perspective, allows him to observe, to say, okay, how are my sons operating, right? Because that trust isn't just given, and I can respect that from him, right? I'm not just going to just say hand over, right? Just because, right? So let me see what you can do, and I think that's the stage we're in now. He's saying, okay, and then so you can see him slowly saying, no. Here's the rope. I'm giving it to you, right? But when it comes to issues of succession, it goes back to the governance, right? I would strongly insist having a third party, non-family member there that can navigate the conversation. Personally, we used Naka Legacy, Titi Mtendi. She is fantastic. And she creates the space because she can speak to that generation as well as our generation as well. It has to, because that's the language they understand.
Sure.
So I'll give you an example. For the family constitution, the document can get technical, right? My parents would look at it and say, what do you want me to do? I don't understand this. You do it. But the whole point is that everybody needs to be involved. So what we've done is we created a system where, through storytelling, that's where I get to draw out lessons that can go into that document. So that means, that every month, I sit with my old man, because I know that when he's home, he relaxes. And I press the record button. And I don't even ask him a question. I just say, let's talk. And then from that, boom, 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 the information comes. From that recording, that's the information that goes into. So that's his contribution to the Constitution, as opposed to sitting him and asking him to write out something, you see. So you have to realize and understand what is it that they understand and how they can contribute. Right? It's not the same way that we can. But for those difficult conversations, have a third party that can understand what exactly they are, because there are things that generation are dealing with that they'll never tell us, right? Their traumas, their experiences, their fears, their hopes, that maybe they don't have the tools or the capacity, for whatever reason, to express to you. And so you're finding out, why is this stuck? Why does he or she not want to talk about these things? It's because there's certain things they just want to keep to themselves, which we can't force them to do. So therefore, create the environment or different avenues where those difficult conversations can be had, but in a context where they feel comfortable in sharing. So I think that's what we've done.
Yo, that's deep, bruh. That's deep, bruh.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go the opposite direction with you, Bizam. He's talked about difficult parents on the up, right? You and I are fathers to teenagers. What does our estate plan need to do to bring the kids along, but they're going to be the ultimate beneficiaries? How do we get them engaged in the intentionality of investment? It's not that, hey, when dad passes, hey, my trust fund kicks in, hey, I'm sorted. How do we not create fear in them that, hey, you know what, there's a natural circle of life, dad's going to pass and you're going to have these assets. Dad got assets from dad and he's passed it on to us. There's some custodianship, there's some legacy. How do we bring our kids on board this? Our great intention is to be deliberate. How do we make sure that they receive it with the same kind of deliberation and consciousness to maintain it?
So you asked Muta about family involvement in education, and he gave us a telling statistic talking specifically about people getting the wrong education. Now, far too often we abrogate our responsibility as parents.
You had to bring in the lawyer word, abrogate. Abrogate.
To schools, to educate our children. We acknowledge the fact that the schools are acting in loco parentis, but only up to a point, right? And when you talk about the fitness of modern education, ours, I think, was definitely not fit for purpose in terms of who we are as modern individuals. And I think there was no way that people could have projected the kind of education that would be required for us to operate in this modern world. But having seen the changes that have happened, and I'm going to stretch this out a little bit as well, if you don't mind. And like a simple thing, like if you were to show your children a VCR player, they have no idea what it is. They might hazard a guess it's a console thing, it's for a TV, it's for this, it's that. But we've lived in a generation where we've gone from reel to reel TVs, reel to reel at school, to having a VCR or those old school overhead projectors, to having Blu-rays, massive things, right? To DVD or VCRs, and then we had the VCR wars, whether it was VHS and Betamax. To having DVDs, and the origin of
you
Netflix.
just cost me half my audience. They're going to say, these old fuddy daddies, what are they talking about?
And to now being on demand.
Yeah.
Yes.
So our generation, in terms of how we've been consuming these products, I'm not even going to talk about music and how we used to dial up just to download things on all these.
It was an LP that if it got scratched, we wouldn't be friends.
So we've had such quantum leaps. I don't see our children having such quantum leaps because the technology leap has been massive within a generation. So having said that though, we now need to say, how do we educate kids? So number one thing you need to teach children is about money. Simple lessons. And you need to disabuse people of the notion that money is bad. Right? Ancient Roman, he was one of the Roman emperors, Vespasian, was known for his phrase, pecunia non olet, money doesn't stink, right? But it comes from the time when he introduced a urinal tax. Literally you had to pay to pee. And people were like, this is a dirty tax. And he picked up a coin and it says, does this stink? Right? And I think even in a country like ours, we have a lot of deeply traumatic experiences with money.
Oof,
and you talked about generation. It's the parental generation that even suffers more. Because these were people who were taught, if you go to university, first you go to school, you get good grades, you go to university, you get a good job, you work in that job for 30 years, you contribute to a pension plan like a regular good person, you might be able to buy a house there, buy a house there. When you retire at the good old age of 65, there's going to be this magnificent pot of money because you've been so diligent and you've been working so hard. They were sold a dummy, especially in this country. And in other countries, you see the problems of defined contributions versus defined benefits, etc. It's a huge challenge. So we need to teach people that money is good. We need to teach our children that money is good. We need to teach our children that money is a tool and an options multiplier. In terms of they're going to turn left or right in a plane, or you can get leather or cloth seats when you buy a new vehicle. You need to teach them the basic building blocks. It's like the same thing, when a 3-year-old or 2-year-old gets the Legos are thick, big blocks like this, right?
Yeah.
And as they progress, more and more complicated. I mean, I spent 3-4 days with my daughter building these monstrosities, and they come in parts, and there's this and there's that. And that's the thing. It's the same thing. We've got to give them the basic building blocks of money. So by the time they're at that stage where they're having to run a family office, there's the earned confidence that is there, which Musa talked about. The earned confidence where you can say, you know what, even if he makes mistakes, my son understands money. My daughter understands money because I've given them the tools. Even simple things like when they're young. I mean, my kids are 12 and 14. They both have a ledger. Money in, money out. I don't, because I got bad structure around some of those things. Right? So then we'll hire accountants who will be able to do those things better for us. But if you give them those basic tools and building blocks when it comes to money, then they can become better from an individual perspective, but then better in terms of what they do in a corporate perspective. Even if your child is a graphic designer or is and when I say that, I'm not talking them down. I'm saying they will be working in an environment that doesn't involve the day-to-day handling of money, but they will be in a job environment as a graphic designer, but will be talking to the people in the team and say, oh, the cost implications of my designer XYZ. And I was like, why is a graphic designer telling us? No, because they understand money, right? And they understand that everything has implications, and their particular job that they're doing will impact other people as well.
Mutsa, I'm going to bring it to a wrap almost now. education.
Yes.
You're invested in that. Tell me about the school that you're invested
Yeah,
in.
certainly. So under Koronga Corporation, we have a company called EduRich Private Limited that owns 3.9 hectares of land adjacent to New Edgeridge Estate. So we own the land and we also own the building asset. So we've completed our first phase at the end of last year, which consists of a administration hall, ECD block, junior block, and a senior block. And what we've done is we've decided, because we are not school operators, to create a long-term lease and bring in credible and reputable educational people. And we decided to go with Oakwood Education. Now, Oakwood have been around for the last 7 years. They already have an existing school on Pierce Road, Oakwood Academy.
Yep.
Really great school. What really attracted them to us was their model, which is, high quality education, private school education, but without a lot of the thrills, right? So we're focusing a lot on this educational aspect of it, right? Whereas, you go to your traditional schools, you've got 10 hectares of sports fields and all of that stuff, which ultimately the parents pay for, right? So we scaled it down, and it's a really great model, and we decided to enter into a long-term agreement with them, and that's where we're currently operating from. Set to open next year, January 2026.
How do we get our kids enrolled?
So you can go to Oakwood Academy, right, and find them there, or theridge.ac.zw.
Okay.
They're opening for enrollments. They'll take you there as well for site visits if you need it. Along Ops Road, which has been recently done, so access is not a problem. It's a fantastic location as well.
So we're obviating school pressure run coming down Border Road. I got you.
Exactly.
I got you.
We're contributing to the larger scheme of things.
There we go. Mr. Zamchia, just give me 2 anecdotes of what real estate has impacted your life.
Roof over the head, literally and metaphorically. Right? So I talked about the cash accretive assets. If you have property, and property is probably an idiot-proofing methodology, because we talked about the trust, but there's also situations where there might be a lack of trust. So just leaving a pile of cash, you know that it's going to be quickly eroded. But leaving a set of properties which have certain caveats and are limited and restricted in terms of their transferability and ultimately removal from whatever structure you've created, where the individuals just receive cash, over a period of time they'll actually realize, you know what, that thing is actually very good and it's contributing to my overall lifestyle. It might not necessarily give me everything that I need out of it, but it's good. So I think we must say that that cash that individual will get will contribute. So I think property, let's ground it in the thoughts that it doesn't have to be where you live, but it can still give you a roof over your head.
And on that inspirational note, but I don't have the voice to go along with that, I'm not going to give you the word of the day. It's been a pleasure having Mwangai Zamchia and Mutsaka Jese talking about intergenerational wealth, family planning, and investments in education. This has been another episode. We've run longer because I was enjoying both of them. I actually had to look at my watch. Oh, I've run over time. But this has been National Real Estate Day conversations with property people that matter in the Zimbabwean space. I'd love you to like this, click and share, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and we can keep the conversation going where you're getting real information that makes you profit in your decisions in real estate. Stay safe, stay investing, and keep it in this asset class.
Thank you, Kuru.
Thank you, fellas. Hi there from wherever you are watching National Real Estate Day with Kura and friends. If you've had the strength, stamina, patience and focus to have been with us through the day, we have been through 15, 16 speakers talking about this asset class, which is real estate. Our collective objective and the high-powered minds that have come through from listed companies, from REITs, from property developers, entrepreneurs, lawyers, banks, advertisers, agents, we've all come here today with one focus: to provide you easy, understandable, accessible material. We understand that the real estate journey is something that is going to make you a lot of money, but has the inherent risk that can lose you a lot of money. So with me today, I am going to complete my series with he doesn't understand, right? In Zimbabwe, chakamakwa kunde land developer. Because my developer vanotitsotsa mari, avapedze ma development, vanotinyebera nema session. Mutsandizve. Ndozva munoita here.
I don't think that's the true analysis.
It's not the true analysis.
Yes,
Darashika.
Yeah, because you see, generally the job of a developer or the work of a developer is to put value on land. So someone has got a raw land and you want it to be serviceable. So you put up the water, you put up the sewer, you put up the roads, so that the place becomes livable and all the amenities are there. So that's the job of a developer, to put value on land.
All right. Chinoita kuti munu aite developer chi pane qualification here, pane chikoro chanofana kuita ichi chinonzi developer ndinyasoziva kuti uyu anovimbikana naye or uyu fly by night.
Of course, any field you need some educational background, so that at least you understand the few concepts, you understand the procedures, you also relate to others, to statutory instruments, relevant acts, relevant institutions like councils. You need to be there to understand how they operate and what they do. But basically, developers are equipment-rich people, and also they can be able to interpret engineering diagrams. So that's the whole matrix of what a developer should do.
Okay.
You can be able to interpret the engineering diagrams, but you don't have the capacity to put up the sewer, to put up the roads, to put up everything. You don't have the cash in order to fund these activities. So basically what a developer is a person with a capacity to convert raw land into a valuable piece of land using maybe the guidelines of a subdivision permit, because the subdivision permit normally guides developers to say, what are you required to do on this particular piece of land in order for it to add value.
All right. So not you and not your ilk. There are some developers who believe in Savan, right? Who want to get on the ground and they run a grader up and down and say, Tavura Road, where Mutengema stands. What does it take for a developer? What do they need to do? What permits do they need to have acquired for them to be able to legally sell me a piece of ground?
Before I answer that question, there's one important thing that landowners must understand before they engage a developer. Is the idea of concept development. You know, concept development is putting the soul into the whole residential area or the land that is being developed. What is it that you as a landowner really want? What type of vision do you have? And this vision, are you able to communicate it, one, to the developer whom you are engaging to interpret your dreams into reality? And also two, to the people who are going to buy the stands. So now, what happens is, when someone has got a piece of land, they see someone with equipment, they see someone with money, or they see someone with the knowledge of doing that. But maybe they don't have the zeal to finish the project. Because you see what happens is, someone can be able to say, okay, that's fine, I've got this development, they come out, they put a grader, or they put them a few equipment so that at least people can come in and buy. And the project itself raw itself. So if the project fails to self-roll itself, you find that people are reluctant to use their reserves into the project. But is this marketable? But if the landowner have got a concept which he sells to the land developer, and they've got a route to say, look here, this is what we want to do, this is what we want to achieve, and are you able to do that? Do you have the capacity to do that? And or using what time frames? So the agreement between the landowner and the developer should be able to specify these things, to say, at what time are we able to achieve this, and what to achieve that, and how are we going to do that, and do we have the capacity to do that, and do you have the willpower to do that? So that is what most landowners lack in terms of their due diligence when they look around to say, Shamari, you are looking at land development. Can you do it? The other issue, land development, I'm a land developer, right? They don't have anything. They don't have the capacity. But what do they do? They just put in a few activities on the land, and then they go. But who is going to suffer is the buyer who is going to suffer. So there is a lot of due diligence. You see, that needs to be done by the landowner before they engage in one.
Ipapo ndo patuda kubatsira vanhu ipapo ndichi iye buyer chaanofana kunoongorora chii chaanofana kugadzira pfungwa dzake kuti chi ndikada kuinvesta apa rege ndipinde ndine mibvunzo 1 2 3 4. What are those questions that a buyer needs to qualify achiita due diligence kuti azoona kuti uyu landowner ndogona or land developer anovimbikana ndogona kushanda naye, mari dzandichamupa dziri kuenda kupi, product ichauya rini, quality yacho, delivery. How do we protect that buyer? Because land is often the first rung on the property ladder. That's the first investment that we've made. So there's some naivety that goes along with that. And one varkunyura ipapa.
Chotaka paperwork. You've got to understand what type of paperwork is available. Mainly a subdivision permit is one of the most important.
Okay. Subdivision permit inuitwa nani, and what does it look like?
A subdivision permit is approved by the local authority.
Okay.
Normally it's generated by the town planner, and then it's submitted to the council. Then the council gives the guidelines to say, okay, that's fine, this is what you want to do, and here are the conditions.
Is that the same for an urban center as an RDC, rural development?
Everywhere where you need to
rural district council.
To add value to a land, you need to get a subdivision permit.
Okay.
So the council guides you on what you are supposed to do.
Okay.
Right. So that's the first important thing that you want to do, and then the second thing is to look at the parent ownership of the property. Is it a state land? Is it a private land with a title deed? That is also very, very important. Because some of the people, they develop state land and it end up in disputes, or it end up in dispute with the state. So it's very, very important normally to prioritize land that is privately owned.
I get you.
And then the other issue is also to look at EMA, the Environmental Impact Association. There's EMA approved the development. Most of the people, they develop without the consent of EMA. And then EMA comes in and put up spanners. And then the whole development stalls. So this is another document which people have got to look into.
So, Jamukutara, you're telling me I must understand the land kuti rubva kupi. So yes. I now need to be a lawyer kuti ndiongorore title deed kuti yakamira sei. Then you're going to tell me kuti chipa subdivision permit ndofana mbotara municipality ndinzwisise. Then you're sending me to EMA to understand the ecological impact of this kuti ndione pass go ndisati ndakupa imari dzangu.
Yeah, it's necessary. You don't need to be a lawyer anyway, but you can consult lawyers to help you to do the due diligence, formally in terms of ownership of papers. You can visit the local council, because they're the ones who have approved the council to say, is this subdivision permit genuine, and is it approved? You can do that. I don't know with EMA whether you need to go and ask EMA. I have not seen people going to the office of EMA, but the developer or the landowner should be able to show you that EMA has approved the development. And that in a Buddha certificate? Yes. Yeah, that's correct. So that process is very, very important. When someone is buying land that is being added value. The reason why it is very important is that mazwano vanhu vari kutengesa land yavo isati yava fully serviced. Right.
All right. Ndimbokumisa ipapo. What is servicing? Because chirungu chinoshandiswa neboys pa Facebook marketplace vamwe vanoti land servicing in progress, soon to be serviced. What is the objective definition of servicing so that we can know yes or no?
Servicing is mainly the interpretation of the subdivision permit. With the subdivision permit, we put up the conditions to say there must be the land must be surveyed by a registered surveyor. EMA, there must be an EMA report. It also states what is supposed to be done in terms of water supply, what is supposed to be done in terms of sewage management, what is supposed to be done in terms of the stormwater drains, what is supposed to be done on the level of the roads. It can need to be tarred, how many base levels can be compacted. So all these things is what we call servicing. So when you are buying a property, the first thing that you're going to do is to look at the subdivision permit. The subdivision permit can guide you to say the developer has managed to fulfill these things, but he has not managed to fulfill these things. Because it will be clearly written, and you can actually go on site with the paper and say, okay, where's the fire hydrants? The permit said this, you should put fire hydrants, or they are the fire hydrants. Where is the water pipeline? What about the stormwater drains? What about the roads?
Apo ndopa ndiri kuona exploitation yakawanda, right? Developer ane ngwaru ari kunyasoziva kuti chi zvaanofanira kuita, but my first time buyers avatombozviziva kuti nyangwe inini mukanditi come and visit a site, is this a base 1, base 2, base 3 tar road?
Yeah, technically it's very difficult for an older person to know about that. That's why you find nowadays kuna vanhu vakawanda vakagara mumasettlements asina kupera kudi kuserviswa. It's because of the lack of knowledge. You see what happened is kuti pakatanga this idea of land development, when the government opened up for private developers to develop land, there was a critical shortage of accommodation in Zimbabwe. You know, councils used to have a long queue of people looking for accommodation. So when this was opened up, you know, there was a high demand. And that's why also government allowed issues of parallel development, which was already been closed. It was just to cater for that particular demand. And now what now happens is people were not very keen to look into what level of development is being done, because the whole idea was having a stand. But now the situation in Zimbabwe has changed now. I think we have a lot of developments going around. So the issues of shortages of stands is no longer a problem. What is the problem is do you have the money to buy the stands? Otherwise, the market is flooded with the stands. So that's what now we are encouraging people to say. Right now, there's no need for you to hurry. You need to take your time. You need to take your time so that at least you understand the development that you want to do. What has been done on the development, what has not been done, and what are the time frames for you to finish up those developments. It's very, very important to have that discussion with the developer. But most people, they also are afraid to ask the questions to the developer. I don't know, for whatever reasons. So they don't ask the critical questions. It's either they don't know the critical questions to ask, or maybe they just say, okay, that's fine. I think this thing is genuine. But sometimes the developers, they have also their own cash flow problems, and they fail to finish the development. And then the person who has purchased the stands will stay for a long time without tarred roads, even without sewer lines on their stands. And that is the unfortunate situation that we are facing right now in Zimbabwe. And I think the government is making a lot of effort to make sure that that is rectified.
All right. So we've spoken about in that whole process, from subdivision to servicing, a lot of things can happen. Developer might not have the money, council might not approve on time, my sales might be low to fund the development. That's the negative side. Tell me some of the positive things that tourism land developers are involved in. Where are you doing investments and why are you picking those areas? I thought all the money is here, Bambazonke, middle of Harare, make your money and life is good.
You see, our advantage is that we started land development about a year ago or so. We have learned a lot because our background is that we have got another company, which is Tourism Fortress Properties, which is also into real estate, selling third-party properties. But what we have learned, all this, is that we've learned the mistakes that many developers have made. We've also seen the frustrations that most of our clients have made. You see, when you are an agent, you can also be a victim, because the developer can also lie to you. But you are the face of the project, you are meeting the people, you see their frustrations and all those things. So we have learned all these things and said, no, look here, what is it that which we need to do? We need to do things right, right? So we started tourism land developers on a note to say, what are the issues that we need to clarify? Say, for example, it's not proper for you to sell someone a tent that is not fully serviced at the end of the day. And the longer you take servicing a problem, the more you get into a loss mode. You see, that's one thing. So if you take 5 years servicing a project, you're not going to make any profit. You're going to have a lot of headaches from your clients. So most of the developers, even though the old ones who have made mistakes, they've also learned. One thing that you must also, as I said, is business is also learned. Business have got a break, they also learn. We have made a lot of mistakes as land development field, but we have also learned a lot. It doesn't mean that all those people who have made a mistake, they've not learned anything. They've learned anything. And I think currently within the Southern Africa region, in terms of land development, we have got the most experienced companies in terms of land development. If we compare within the SADC region, because most of the SADC regions, we don't have a lot of people being opened up to do land developers. So I think we've gained a lot of experience. So right now, of course, there may be frustrations that have happened in the past, but I think we've got most experienced land developers. And if you go around, you can see that there is quite a big improvement of what has been happening in the 2010s, 2015, 2016. If you look at the new developments that are coming out, they are coming out nice because people have learned their lessons.
New developments are more good.
We've got quite a number of developments that we are doing. We've got a development that is coming out in Rusape. We've got a development that is coming up in Headlands. It's a new project. That project is going to be a super project. Why? Because Headlands is central to Manicaland. And it links up to the Eastern Highlands. It links us to Mutare. And the most important thing is it links up to Beira. You know, in Headlands, we used to have halfway. You know halfway?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
If you look now, for people are traveling from Beira to Harare, there's nowhere people can stop and have some refreshments. If you look, people traveling from Mutare to Harare, you know, in Wakurura. People traveling from Nyanga to Harare, in Wakurura. We don't have an upmarket place where people can stop, either relax or whatsoever. We also look at the people in Manicaland in terms of the diaspora population. We don't have a place where people can build nice houses and live large. We don't have. We have professionals around that area, Macheke, Rusape, Chendambuya, and all those other areas. They are professionals, well, doctors, lawyers, and whatsoever we are doing there. So what we wanted to do at Headlands is that we want to come out with a development that caters for the upmarket outside the Harare. Also a stopover for the upmarket in between the roads. So that is exactly what we want to do. And the project is coming out nice. It's still at conceptual level. Let me tell you something about concepts. I do a lot of concept development in terms of land development, which is one of the mistakes which many landowners do. What they do is they make emotional decisions. I've got a piece of land, I want to do stands, and they look at the money figures, right? But the developments have got a soul. You need to put up a soul into the development. And how do you put up the soul? You look at the sociological issues. You look at the psychological issues. You look at the philosophical issues. Each development must have a philosophy of its own. So this philosophy is what draws people to the development. It's not, I know in real estate people say location is very important. Yes, it's very important, that's true. But philosophy is also very important. What prizes development is the philosophy. If you have got a philosophy, that philosophy attracts similar people with the similar thinking, and then you find that there's the sustainability in that particular development. So that is what we want to do in Headlands. What we want to do is we want to come out with this concept where people can say, no, look here, I'm going to have my lunch at Headlands, just like what Halfway used to do. Or say, no, I want to retire from Diaspora, or I want to retire from Harare. I want somewhere where it is quiet. So it will be something like a self-sustaining development, where everything is in-house. You see, we are talking of energy, we are talking of transportation, we are talking of linkages to tourist areas, with linkages to the airports, something that can be able to be done there. In Rusape, we are not the developers. We've got a fellow developer, Royal, which is also doing a project in there. The project is stalled for some time because of some issues, but it has been rectified. It's a gated community that we are coming in Rusape, just before the Rusape River. You see, what we have done with Makoni Road District Council is that we have said, how can we make this sustainable? How can we store value from these developments? And then we said, no, let's start it with architecture. Who is going to provide the architecture, right? And then we sit down with the planner, and then we come out with good architecture. You know, architecture needs people who have traveled. You see, people who have traveled. Because if you've traveled, you see architecture in South Africa, you see architecture in Zambia, in Egypt, in Nigeria, whatsoever, and you fuse that. And that is some of the designs that we've tried to fuse. And we've come out with the conditions to say, what is it that which we want it to be enforceable? Like the no use of farm bricks, alternative source of energy, you must have a water tank, so that at least whatsoever, your property must be walled, and from the Jura wall to the third road, it must be paved or lawned, so that when someone is passing through the Mutare Road, without seeing what is inside, oh wow, this place is beautiful. That is where value is. So what we are saying is conceptualization is very, very important. So as land developers, one of the differences that we have with other land developers is the idea to help landowners conceptualize. So that when you take that concept now and you give it to the town planner to do the layout plans, the town planner is not doing it out of nothing, but he has a soul to say, okay, this is what we want to achieve.
Yes. And
then they interpret it into the layout plan.
Yes.
And then the agreements that we now do, they are enforceable, like the Ube Residents Association. It's there in the agreement. If you fail to do that, then we can be able to be taken to charge because you have agreed to that. Yes. You must never use farm bricks, right? You must not put in out of plan cottage, right? You must have an alternative source of energy. So this will make the whole development a bankable project. So that's the approach we are trying to do with some of the projects that we have.
I love the intentionality of it, and quite actually different. Kusumuzirama standards, muchuunza ma technologies, nema designs are fresh.
Yeah.
And Tinoda, as one guest said earlier, Tinoda Zwinu. So you've given me two outside of Harare destinations that I had not thought of, Rusape and Headlands. Where else outside of Harare is money moving?
Outside Harare, the game changers, we don't have projects there, but I can just take care of the game changers. Chituguza is a game changer. Yeah, it's a game changer. You know, the effects of failing to conceptualize, right, is the one that is killed Chituguza in these environments. But look here, when Chituguza was conceptualized, it was a dormitory town.
Yes.
Right? That was the concept. And it achieved it 100%. It remained a dormitory town. But maybe after independence or so, we failed to revive Chitungwiza from being a dormitory town to an active town. So you see, Chitungwiza is the third largest settlement in Zimbabwe, I think from Harare and Bulawayo. But it doesn't have a CBD. It doesn't have a vibrant shopping mall. It doesn't have a vibrant industrial area. You see? So why are these things not available? From the concept. You see? So you see the whole lot of millions of people from Chitungwiza, they travel to Harare to do shopping.
Yes.
Right? They travel to Harare, to Harare Industries to go and work. Right? But what if someone comes out with a concept around Chitungwiza and say, no, look here, this is what I want to do, like the Pomona industrial area, and put it right in Chitungwiza. Because the skills are there. All professions, you can find the skills are there. There's no need to, why people should travel from Chitungwiza to go and work in Pomona. What if someone says, okay, that's fine, let's have shopping malls. You remember when we were in Zambia the other time, how Zambia has managed to manage their shopping malls.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
You see. I think we need that shopping experience in Chitungwiza. And no one is doing that. We need that shopping experience in Chitungwiza, you see. We also look at the issue of even the CBD, right? There should be a concept to say, okay, fine, let's decongest Harare.
Yes.
Let's have a CBD in Chitungwiza, you see. So those are the opportunities that are there. You know, one of the issues, areas, Beatrice. You know, Beatrice is quite a good area. I wish I would get a landowner with the land in Beatrice, you see. One of the
Paduze, good road.
Yes.
Mining activity one side, farming activity one side.
Exactly. And we'll also talk in terms of, you know, shipping. You see,
it's on a trunk route.
It's on a trunk route. You can do container exchange there. You can do storage houses there. It's, you know, Beatrice is quite good. Even in terms of hospitality, if people are driving from South Africa to either Tanzania, DRC, Zambia, Malawi, there's no reason why people should sleep in Harare. You see, there's completely no reason why people should sleep in Harare. People can sleep outside of Harare in Beatrice. It's safe for foreigners. It's safe even for local people. You see, so it is a game changer.
I'm going to ask for one more. Matipa, Headlands, Rusape, Beatrice, and Akangana for Chitungwiza. Thank you. And
Chegutu. You see, I don't know how our transport system is arranged, but there's no reason why trucks should get into Harare. You know, at 52, trucks should just route from 52 to Mbaira, to Chegutu, to Chinoi, and off they go. Right? So, if that is done, Chegutu will revive. Seriously revive. So I think we need to reroute our major transport systems. You see, because you see the destruction that is happening in our roads. It's not mainly that our roads are weak or whatsoever, but we no longer have the tonnage, you know, signs along our road. Unanopata kwenye traffic South Africa rakazara makonde nyane naro kubudiriro. You see, and my pipes are based ikoko, my potholes anaitwa, you know, and I stay in waterfalls, you know. You know, trucks are everywhere in waterfalls. And the potholes are everywhere. You can't enjoy driving in waterfalls. So one of the things that we can do is to revive our cities. And we can revive our cities by rerouting. If we can say, all the people who are traveling to Zambia, we are traveling to DRC, we are traveling to Tanzania, they've known it's shorter for them as well. There's no need for them to get into Harare. They can go via Chegutu. And what happens when they get via Chegutu, it revives the real estate of Chegutu. We're talking of truck stops. They can be a truck stop center in Chegutu. We're also talking in terms of shipping companies. They can also be there. It's a junction with the Bulawayo road, which routes to Namibia and also to Zambia and also to Bulawayo. So I think Chegutu also is quite a good place for people to really think about investing in Chekutu. I don't know, does it make sense?
I'm going to have to open my eyes and get in my car and revisit these places just to think about it the way you think it. But you've given me fresh eyes to look and conceptualize differently. I just wanted to close off with a young person who is sitting, I've tried to do all of the provinces, but let's look in Chiredzi. If somebody is sitting in Chiredzi, what should they be thinking about? What should they be hoping for in the real estate space in our wonderful country called Zimbabwe?
You know, Chiredzi is one of the last time I was in Chiredzi, I think it was during COVID time, there was a directors forum, the housing directors forum. You know, all councils, they got what they call the housing directors forum.
Okay.
So I was invited also there to present the paper. And, you know, by that time I was still with tourism, Fortress Properties, before we started the tourism development. And, you know, by that time as an agent, one thing that we're going to do is to say what is the temperature of the market in this particular place. At that particular time, there were no residential stands in Chiredzi. I think there was a development that was there when I was going to Masungo Road, but it was fully sold. It was fully sold. Yeah. I understand now there's a development that is there, I think, which was also almost about 6,000 stands, which is but it's not a good supply. But say, for example, someone who wants to invest in Chiredzi, it's good for rentals. You know, one of the biggest employers is in Chiredzi, what do you call is the one which is in sugar. Yeah. And the two, the community is active. We've got sugarcane farmers. We also have people who are into you know, we've got a national park there. A lot of people would travel in and out there. So in terms of rental, Chiredzi is quite good. In terms of storing value and appreciation of value, Chiredzi is good because the properties are always on demand. One other thing that Chiredzi is good is also the agricultural activities around Chiredzi. You know, those people, they are cattle farmers, and they grow a lot of sorghum. And, you know, that's a lot of money. In terms of tourism, people can invest in tourism. You know, conceptualizing tourism in Chiredzi is quite good. You know, Chiredzi has been, you know, we don't have a tourism story about Chiredzi.
But Musa Derere, if you go there and you just try and book a hotel, I think there are there's twin rivers or two somethings.
Yes. Exactly. You see. So there is really an opportunity for tourism and conferencing. You know, conferencing in Chiredzi is a big business because most people they want to go to Nyanga, you know, but people are tired. I'm not saying it's better to go to Nyanga, but I'm saying it's a norm. If you've been growing up in any institution, you've got the workshops, you've got retreats in Nyanga and whatsoever. But, you know, Chiredzi needs to market itself in terms of this. And once it drives this type of conferencing tourism and also the actual tourism that we have, it will completely boost the real estate. And you see, in terms of population, there's a lot of people moving from Malipati coming into Chiredzi. You see, and if you look at the Shangani people, most of them, they are very comfortable in Chiredzi. And those guys, they got money, because most of them, they're in South Africa. And they invest heavily in Chiredzi. So that association is a game changer for Chiredzi. Sure. So for a young man in Chiredzi, I would say, given that they got money, I will put my money in lodges in Chiredzi. I will put my money in medical facilities in Chiredzi. You know, Chiredzi also needs a medical facility. Yeah, top market medical facility. But the people, they got the money, right? I will also put up in terms of rentals for professionals and other people around Chiredzi.
Mutsa, I love your passion. I love the work that you do. Please keep our people safe, developing Mastans, Anotengeka, ne process, Budirira, and keep us making money in this real estate game. Thank you very much for coming through today, for your time and your energy and your passion to make this industry what it is.
I really thank you. So for those with the land, with a no bill conversation with them, you've got a piece of land, you invite us, we see your piece of land, we help you to conceptualize, We help you to do the project concept, the land concept, and then even when you engage a developer, you have got something that you can say, this is what I want to do, and this is what we can do. We can help that for free.
No, we're going to call it an end. Thank you very much, Mutsa.
No, thank you very much.
So that's the land development process in a nutshell. It is complicated, but in anything, if you've got the right kind of partners with the right knowledge, you'll be able to get yourself on the road and stay safe. From me, Kura Chiota, on National Real Estate Day, from Kura and Friends, thank you very much for your time and attention.